During the meal, Kim Mal-hee told her daughter Hye-Jin that she had known Hye-Jin had many good contacts. Please introduce those people to her, and she'll pay them back soon. Doesn't Hye-Jin trust her own mother? Hye-Jin yelled loudly. What does her mother mean by that? Mother was asking her for 1 billion Korean, one for some kind of private investment. What the hell was mother going to use it for? Mother winced. Ugh. She knew Hye-Jin was going to explode like that. Hye-Jin asked, is it because of Hey-Wuk? The mother put down her spoon and took out her phone, surprising Hye-Jin. What? Why does mother need that amount of money all of a sudden? Is it really because of something related to Hey-Wuk? She cannot believe this. When she got married, mother didn't give her anything because mother said they were in a tough situation and Hye-Jin had to understand. Because of that, she had to suck up to her in-laws more than she had to. How dare her parents keep showing this level of misappreciation? Mother showed the phone to Hye-Jin and asked Hye-Jin to have a look. Hye-Jin dismissed the mother. Whatever. I don't care. I understand. I'll just... Then the mother stated, I can triple that money in seconds. Hye-Jin frowned even harder. Huh? Mom, are you crazy? What are you doing? The mother justified, hey, it's not what you think. It's nothing weird. It's something Hyan-Jin recommended to me. This is something that Hyan-Jin's father does too in Dubai. I just used 1 million Korean won, but now I have multiplied it up to 200 million. Isn't that great? Hye-Jin asked for the phone and took it for a closer look. It does seem legit to her. At the same time, the mother continued to brag. I can triple any amount in just 1 month. So if you give me 1 million, I can make it 3 million. After that, I'll pay you back the money we borrowed. At night, instead of sleeping, Hye-Jin was up on the computer, looking at the coin wallet. I cannot believe they are still the same. Betting all of their money like that. My father blew off half of his fortune because he thought he was born to be a businessman, which led him to have a shabby marriage. He barely had the money to keep the basic necessities in our house. That's why when my mother fell ill, I was the one that had to take care of her. I even had to ask my husband for help. Hyan-Jin. I guess that if I was fool enough to trust my parents before, I shouldn't think twice on trusting a lawyer. Besides, if things go well, I could help my father-in-law with the political campaign he's going to launch. Yes, if it is as good as my mother said, I should at least try it, right? At the restaurant, the TF team members already arrived. Jang Yunpyo was blushing slightly, while Bo-Bae questioned, is the CEO going to stay here with us all night? So-eun chuckled and answered, who knows? It's not sure until it happens. Bo-Bae hoped that the CEO would stop by for a moment and leave. Jang Yunpyo asked, Miss Bo-Bae, you don't like the CEO? Bo-Bae laughed and denied. Of course it's not like that. I just think he's the type of person that is better to keep looking at from afar. Don't you think so, Manager Han? So-eun replied nervously. Huh. Yes. That's right. But inwardly, she wonders if they'll be able to keep it hidden today. Then, the door slid open, alerting the TF members. They greeted. Hello, Mr. CEO. Hello to you too, Mrs. Secretary Song. Té-Jun and Secretary Song greeted them back and asked them to start ordering. They can order anything they want. Bo-Bae happily opened the menu to look at the dishes while So-eun blushed, feeling nervous. After some time, food was served and drinks were clinged. Secretary Song couldn't drink with them, so Bo-Bae was going to drink for her. As for So-eun, she was silent and still blushing as usual, while holding a juice glass. Té-Jun took a shot while stealing glances at her. Then Bo-Bae leaned on So-eun's shoulder, looking drunk. Manager Han, I've been thinking about this for some time. But, don't you think you and Manager Jang look quite similar? He's also the quiet type, but he's very diligent at his work, and neither of you gets angry easily. So-eun just smiled and thought, it seems Miss Bo-Bae is already drunk. It's been a long time since I've seen her like this. While Bo-Bae continues rambling. Just like yesterday, you could have easily gotten angry, but you didn't. After that rude guy came to the company, he was your ex-boyfriend, right? For the first time since this evening, So-eun's facial expression changed to shock and panic. I haven't told that to the CEO yet. What should I do? How can I explain this properly? Té-Jun asked, Manager Han, your ex-boyfriend came to the company? What did he want? while Soon struggled how to explain. Jang Yunpyo answered, Mr. CEO, I don't think we should be discussing this. Manager Han seems to feel uncomfort. Té-Jun cut him off angrily and commanded, Go on. Did you ignore him? Did you report him? So-eun murmured, I told him not to come looking for me ever again. Clueless Bo-bae added fuel. He even took a number to talk to her. I hate him. Té-Jun asked unhappily. Did you make it clear to him properly? Do you think someone that's willing to come to your work and interfere with your activities will listen to nice words? Secretary Song tried to signal Té-Jun that it was Manager Han's private matter, but Té-Jun didn't care. Jang Yunpyo explained, I talked to him. I thought Miss Han was having a difficult time dealing with him, so I intervened. I made sure to kick him out of the establishment. I think the biggest problem was to let him go without consequences. But Miss Han said that it was better to let him go since he hadn't done anything wrong. Té-Jun couldn't even appreciate Jang Yunpyo. Instead, he felt triggered that Jang Yunpyo was showing off. And the two men stared at each other, making So-eun about to lose her mind. Ehem. Secretary Song coughed in an attempt to divert the tense situation. Shall we order another round? We can keep talking later. Bo-bae cheered. Yes. Let's make a toast. So-eun cried silently. Thank you, Secretary Song. Bo-bae turned to So-eun and commented, Manager Han, the garlic leaves are delicious. Try them with meat. So-eun thanked Bo-bae and reached for the garlic leaves. But for some reason, she was having a hard time picking it with her chopsticks. Jang Yunpyo saw that she was struggling. He should pick one for her, and reached his chopsticks over. But before his chopsticks landed on the plate, Té-Jun already stabbed the plate with his chopsticks, startling both Jang Yunpyo and Bo-bae. You can eat by yourself, Manager Han? Té-Jun asked. So-eun could only answer, yes, of course. She was trying to minimize herself as much as possible so as not to give out any clues about him and her. Té-Jun asked for more garlic leaves. Once more garlic leaves were served, he said, Have as many as you want, Manager Jang. So-eun gulped down a glass drink and sighed depressingly. Ugh. I want to go home. I cannot wait to explain everything to the CEO. After drinking it, she noticed the taste was not water. Secretary Song questioned shockingly, Did I pour you a glass of soju? So-eun froze. Oh, while Té-Jun panicked as his shot glass dropped. Han So-eun. Manager Han. Spit it out. Hurry up and spit it out. His action startled and confused everyone. So-eun tried telling him, Mr. CEO, wait. But Té-Jun was too worried to hear her. He yelled while patting her back, Did you already swallow it? Should I call 911? His constant pounding to her back makes her eyes spin. Please don't do that. I'm not dying. But she was able to mutter out, Ugh. I'm fine. And then she started hiccuping. Everyone paused to look at the disheveled So-eun as she hiccups. Pfft. Secretary Song started laughing. Oh gosh. I cannot believe both of you. You really scared us there. Everyone finally came back to their senses. Jang Yunpyo asked if she was okay, while Bo-bae offered her a water glass. Té-Jun and So-eun's face blushed bright red, feeling awkward. After the dinner, the group started leaving and bidded their goodbye. Bo-bae was already wasted and was assisted out by Secretary Song. Since I live in the same direction as you, I'll walk you home, Miss Bo-bae. Bo-bae answered drunkenly. Okay. Thank you. Her husband came to pick her up and guided Bo-bae to her car. Té-Jun turned to Jang Yunpyo and So-eun and stated they should leave too. Jang Pyo answered, Yes, I'll be walking Manager Han to her apartment. Té-Jun frowned unhappily. Manager Han, you said your apartment was in Gwanhsien-dong, right? I have something to do in Gwanhsien-dong too. I can take her with me. There was already a taxi waiting. He opened the door and asked So-eun to get in first. He turned around with a satisfied look and said, See you later, Manager Jang. Jang Yunpyo bowed and told them to take care. Inside the taxi, they sat at each end, looking out the window, as they shared an awkward moment, thinking about Secretary Song laughing at them. Té-Jun asked, How do you feel? So-eun answered, I'm fine. I've always liked to drink. I liked it so much that I wanted to stop for a while, but I couldn't control myself. He asked, Please tell me right away about things like that when they happen. It hurts my pride to hear those stories about you from others, especially from guys like Jang Yunpyo, instead of from you. So why did that lawyer come looking for you? Does he want to get back together with you? So-eun has yet to look at Té-Jun or make eye contact with him. After hearing his question, she remained silent and then nodded. He averted his gaze, looked out the window, and murmured with a menacing expression, "That crazy bastard. Even after what he did to your liver. Young Hey-Wuk. I didn't expect him to show up at the company. He shamelessly took a number just to talk to her. How many times had this happened? I know that Han So-eun gets sentimental when it comes to things related to her past. So she wouldn't tell him anything or get angry, similar to his grandfather telling him, everyone can make mistakes. However, he shouldn't be the type of person who makes the same mistake more than once." Té-Jun cringed. My head started to hurt. I better keep thinking about this later. I should focus on the situation in front of me first. Then he turned to So-eun and said, "I'm sorry. I must have scared you. I'm sorry for getting mad." So-eun told him. It's okay. She didn't mind it that much. He said she can be more honest with him. It's okay if she weren't okay with it. Her eyes widened. Okay. It's okay to not be okay with something. So that's an option too. This is the first time she thought about it. This unexpected apology. And his caring words. Her heart feels overwhelmed. She cannot believe her heart can experience something like that too. She tried to hold back her tears while looking out the window. This person. I really like him. Looking at the message from Hyan-Jin, who told him that if he really wants to marry her, he better bring her a real ring. Hey-Wuk's face scrunched in anger. How funny. Why should I be begging her to marry me? Who would want to get married to her when she treats her future husband like this? Let's hang in there for now. We have to get married. What happened to the ring? He opened the ring case and stared at the ring as if to study it. I cannot understand it. I definitely changed it. How the hell did it come out as fake again? I keep staring at it, but it's the same. I don't know. I already bought it, so there's not much I can do. I'll try to find the person that sold it to me. The more I think about it, the more I get angry. We're in the same building, but she's only contacting me through text. How can she do that to me? Hey-Wuk frowned angrily as she walked down the hallway. Then he spotted Hyan-Jin through the door gap. She was chatting happily while laughing with her colleague. While he was miserable, he shouted, "Lawyer Choi, what are you doing?" Hyan-Jin answered, "Oh, you startled me. Lawyer Young, don't you know you should knock before entering a room?" He glared at the man Hyan-Jin was talking to. The man asked, "Lawyer Young? Is there something you need here?" Hey-Wuk forced a smile and answered, "No, I was in a rush." "What are you doing, Mr. Park?" Mr. Park answered, "Oh, we were just talking about something funny that happened today. It seems there's something you two need to discuss. I'll be leaving now." "Well, Lawyer Choi, take care." Hyan-Jin waved bye to Mr. Park with a bright smile and said, "Yes, invite me to dinner sometimes." Hey-Wuk wondered, these to chit-chat like this? Since when? Wait, according to what I heard before, Mr. Park is getting engaged too? It was a little bit of a hurry for him as well. Don't tell me that. Choi Hyan-Jin, you have a hobby to seduce men in a relationship? Hyan-Jin reached out her hand to Hey-Wuk and asked if he brought the ring. Trembling and angry, he reluctantly handed her the ring. She asked, "This one is real, right? Can I trust you this time?" He shouted, "You can go to the store again and ask." She yelled unhappily, "You can go to the store again and ask." She commented, "You're in no position to get angry. Oppa, did you forget who proposed to his girlfriend with a fake ring? You should be grateful. Your mother must be so happy. She probably cannot believe you managed to find such a gentle, kind-hearted daughter-in-law with great qualities. Also, Oppa, could you tell your mother something for me? Tell her to stop calling me so often. I'm not someone who has the time to answer endless calls, you know?" Though she told him not to be angry, everything she said triggered his anger. Unable to say anything, he turned and left. Once outside the door, his entire being trembled full of anger. Well, I cannot stand it anymore. Even my own mother is getting on her side? How dare they treat me like this? Does she really think my mom cares more for her than me? The previous one would have never done something like this. Thinking back to what So-eun told him that she already has a boyfriend, he wondered, could it be the guy that interrupted them all of a sudden? But judging by his outfit, he looked like a coworker. No, she must have been lying. She couldn't have gotten a new boyfriend already, right? However, if she isn't lying, he is 100% sure that he must be some huge weirdo. Dude thought he was really all that in his head. Yeah, I was too generous to her. I better just get everything back from Hyan-Jin and then I can go back with Han So-eun. I'm sure she cannot live without me, right? This will be a win-win situation for both of us. At So-eun's house, she laid on the bed feeling awkward. Just as expected, I don't think this is right for me, Mr. CEO. Té-Jun smiled and answered, it's okay. Just go to sleep comfortably. She asked, how can I sleep comfortably when you are sleeping on the floor? Can't you just go home to sleep? Té-Jun sat up and sighed. I guess you are kicking me out. Then he moved from the floor and got on the bed with her. Once he squeezed on the bed, next to her, he asked, how about this? Her face flushed from the close proximity. She answered, yes. It's a little better. He commented, it's pretty narrow. She apologized to him. She doesn't have much money. He told her, it's okay. He will let her feel sorry for him, just today. Pfft. So-eun laughed, confusing Té-Jun. He asked, why are you laughing? She explained, I usually don't have much aspirations. But just now, I thought that I wanted to make a ton of money. That way, I could move to a larger house and buy a bigger bed. I really like you, Mr. CEO. I guess these feelings really help someone to get stronger. I feel like I can do anything, and I wish I could give you everything. It really makes me think I'm capable of everything. You really make me feel like that. Like someone who has a deep capacity for love. I'm so glad I gave you the little bit of love I had left. But what am I capable of actually giving you? Can I give you my hair? Or maybe you want to take my heart? Or perhaps, Té-Jun interrupted her, no, you don't have to give me anything. Even if you want to give me everything, right now, you don't have to give me anything, because I don't want anything else. Han So-eun, the only thing I could want is for you to stop suffering, because I won't let anything take me away from you ever again. I don't own you, Han So-eun. Neither does anyone else. You are your own person, Han So-eun. She answered, but if you are mine, Mr. CEO, then that means that I'm yours too, isn't it? He pulled her closer to his embrace and answered, sure. But because of that, don't give yourself to anyone else anymore. I hope you realize just how wonderful you truly are. Because the world would lose its shine if it were filled with people as good as you. No matter how many good people I have met in my life, you always have been the most radiant one. Like that, they held each other to sleep. The next day, So-eun was awakened to the smell of delicious food aroma. With her eyes still closed, she sat up, trying to awake. In her blurry vision, she saw a blurry Té-Jun cooking in the kitchen. Oh, there is Mr. CEO. After cooking, Té-Jun came over to her. She greeted him, good morning. Té-Jun said, trying saying this instead. Did you sleep well, Oppa? She tried. Did you sleep well, oh? And she couldn't finish the word, but Té-Jun finished the word for her. Oppa. He sat the pot down on the table and asked, how's your stomach? Do you have a hangover? She sighed. You were too serious about it. He ordered some kimbap from her favorite restaurant this morning to go along with the soup he made. She thanked him for the food while wondering, who's the guest here? She seemed like the guest, and he was the host. As she took her first bite, he asked, do you remember what happened yesterday? She answered, I remembered coming home, but after that. Then wondered, did she do something embarrassing again? Té-Jun blushed and stated in a good mood. You were so cute. You confessed to me so passionately. You even made me blush. Leaning his head slightly to the clapped hand, he mimicked, Mr. CEO. You are the person I like the most in this world. I couldn't keep living in this world without you, Mr. CEO. You don't remember that? Petrified of what she could potentially have done, she denied. You're teasing me. Té-Jun answered, no, I'm pretty sure you said something almost exactly like that. She denied again, you are lying. After breakfast, she went to wash up and get ready. When she came out, she noticed he was already ready. He's getting ready a little faster than last time, probably because he still has to go home to change his clothes, but still. She went up to him and asked, "Mr. CEO, do you have something to do?" He replied, "I have to go on a trip to the US in a hurry." She asked, "When are you leaving?" He answered, "I'm leaving today. I'm not sure when I'll be coming back, but it's something that shouldn't take much time. I'll finish as soon as I can and come back." He gently touched her face and stated, "If anything happens, call? No, even if nothing happens, don't forget to call me." And then he left out the door. She was all alone by herself, watching the door that he left out from. Finally, she shook herself awake and told herself, "This is not the time to stay still. I have to get ready for work too." And she started to get ready. As soon as she dressed up, she heard her doorbell ring. Did Mr. CEO forget something? She walked over to the door and shouted on her way, "I'm coming." When she opened the door, the person on the other side wasn't who she thought it was. "Han So-eun, the guy you were with, is it that bastard Kim Té-Jun?" The previous night, Hey-Wuk had arrived outside of her house. He parked a couple houses down the road, but can clearly have a good view of her front door entrance. It's getting really late. Is she working overtime today? Or perhaps she actually has a new boyfriend and is hanging out with him? Then he saw the back of the taxi stopping in front of her house. The first person to come out was a man. He thought that was So-eun, but then she really came out of the taxi. Using his phone to record, he scorned. She really has a new boyfriend? It cannot be. We broke up just around 1 month ago. They are even to the point of getting out on dates at night? I didn't get a good look at his face because I was so shocked. If I wait, he'll come out quickly, right? Or so he thought. Then he waited, and he waited. Until he cursed, the man was not coming out. That means they are sleeping together. How dare she? I won't forgive her. I'll wait here to see what kind of guy her new boyfriend is. And so, a brand new day. He woke up groggy, but woke up completely the moment he saw the man that came out of her house. Kim Té-Jun? That bastard. I cannot believe this. He walked to her apartment, cursing Kim Té-Jun repeatedly. The moment she opened the door, he yelled loudly at her, "The guy you are seeing is that bastard of Kim Té-Jun?" Realizing that the person was Hey-Wuk, she pushed him and screamed, "Get out. This is a private property invasion." He shouted back, "What are you talking about? You opened the door for me." The neighbor next door heard the commotion and came out. "Hey, you two. Be quiet." But she noticed something was off. "Miss, are you okay? Should I call the police?" So-eun called out to her neighbor. "Yes. Please, quickly." Hey-Wuk turned around and walked away. "Ha, I guess you think now you are the big deal. Do you really think a man like that is ever going to be serious about you? Don't be so delusional." So-eun yelled back, "You are the one who should get his act together. Did you get dumped by Hyan-Jin already?" Hey-Wuk jabbed at her. "Do you really think he likes you when you have a body in this state?" She frowned and told him that it doesn't matter. The neighbor was already on the phone with the police, and that got Hey-Wuk running away with his tail. The neighbor asked if So-eun still needed the police. So-eun apologized. It's okay now. And she is sorry for disturbing the neighbor this early in the morning. Once when she was inside her apartment, she slumped down, shaking. Looking at her phone, she contemplated if she should call him. He told her to call him. But now that she thought about it, he said he was going on an urgent business trip. If she contacted him now, he could cancel his trip just to come back. And then she noticed that she completely stopped shaking. Now she has someone she knows she can run to whenever she wants to talk. She cannot believe how reassured she felt just after realizing that. She pumped her fist. That's right. I cannot let my day get ruined just because of someone that isn't even in my life anymore. I have to keep doing whatever I can. At work, Bo-bae cried following So-eun and Jang Yun-pyo. "Manager Han, could you tell me what I did yesterday when I was drunk?" So-eun chuckled and told her nothing to worry about. Though last night, Bo-bae was all pumped up, telling So-eun about her ex-boyfriend. And then they met Secretary Song. "Are you all feeling well today?" Everyone was startled at her sudden appearance, but quickly came back to their senses. Yes. Bo-Bei thanked Secretary Song for everything yesterday. Secretary Song stated, I guess you all must be even more lively when you go out to drink with your partners? Bo-Bei laughed and joked, oh come on, you know we don't have a partner, Secretary Song. Secretary Song teased, oh, but you both are so nice, young and pretty, how is that possible? You haven't met anyone that catches your eye? Someone that makes you want to take down the moon and the stars just to give them to that person? Bo-Bei answered, I'm sorry, but you cannot take down the stars or the moon. She put on blue shade sunglasses. She, who majored in astronomy and also multiple majors in electronics and electrical engineering. Jang Yunpyo interrupted as he pushed up his glasses. Well, actually it is true that you can take down the moon, but there's some theories that say it could be possible to pick a star. When a space object enters our atmosphere and lands on the ground, most of it typically disintegrates due to shock, pressure, and heat, leaving only a small fragment of the original object. However, the kinetic energy it retains is so immense that even if it falls on a tree, it would penetrate the branches and won't hang like an apple. If, by chance, its momentum fragment stays on the tree, it would, in theory, be possible to pick up a star as easily as plucking an apple from a branch. Jang Yunpyo majored in physics with a master degree. Bo-Bei asked with interest. So you're saying there's actually a chance of someone picking an object from space like a hat to give to a loved one? How many people in history have been recorded doing that? Secretary Song thought. Oh, what have I done? I don't really want to keep talking about this. Jang Yunpyo answered. I'll have to look it up. While Bo-Bei and Jang Yunpyo were conversing with the same topic of interest, So-eun listened attentively and thought, I wish I could pick up a star or the moon for him. Mr. CEO should be on a plane in the middle of the Pacific Ocean by now, right? It will be dawn when he arrives, so I guess we can only talk about it tomorrow. But if I'm honest, between the two of us, the only one closest to actually being able to bring down the moon or star. Imagining Té-Jun in an astronaut suit landing on the moon gives her so much satisfaction that she laughed crazily to herself, alerting Secretary Song. Manager Han. Did something good happen? So-eun quickly denied. No, nothing. The next day in New York City, Té-Jun sat in an office alone. It's already 6 in the morning. It must be morning in Korea. I wonder if she's busy getting ready. I just want to hear her voice for a little bit. Looking at his phone sadly. Hello? He asked. You picked up the phone right away. Did you sleep well? She answered, yes. Did you arrive safely? He answered, yes. How about your body? She replied, I'm fine, as usual. The way she said it so casually is what worries him the most. He asked, how have things been while I've been away? She hesitated and then stated, actually something happened. He scolded OT himself. See? I knew it. Then he asked with a casual tone, is that so? What happened? She explained, well, young Hey-Wuk came to my apartment. His expression turned to shock. At work, the text messages between Té-Jun and So-eun were similar to what they spoke of earlier in the morning. He also asked if he should arrange a private security guard. She declined as usual. He asked her to let him know if something comes up. He kept saying yes or fine in her reply. Fed up, he told her, if she keeps doing this, he will seriously tie her up. She looked at the message thinking, tie me up? Earlier this morning when she told him that Hey-Wuk came to her apartment, he asked when? She told him not long after he left that same morning. He asked why was she telling him just now. She explained she was worried that he might cancel his trip. He told her the trip could be postponed. He can decide when to go. But is she all right? Is she hurt? So-eun's fist tightened. I'm fine. But young Hey-Wuk found out about us. He asked, what did that jerk say? It doesn't matter. Did you report it? She replied, the neighbor did. He ran off before the police arrived though. He asked, are you sure you can make it to work? Just in case. She shouted as she headed downstairs. All right. Work. Té-Jun told her he'll call her later. Don't push herself too hard. He told her to let him know if something happens, so she did. That's all it was. But she didn't expect him to be this worried and upset. It actually feels nice, almost too nice to have someone that genuinely worried about her. Then her aura turned black thinking about Hey-Wuk. That bastard. After cursing at Hey-Wuk, Her energy bounced back to flowery and bubbly. Her colleagues questioned while looking at her changing mood. Are you doing all right these days? At the law firm, Hey-Wuk flipped through his cases. He cursed. This isn't it, and neither is this. Why are all these cases so insignificant and unprofitable? Nothing is going right. Then he overheard his colleagues speak as they passed through his door. Did you hear about that? I overheard something earlier apparently. There's talk about our firm merging with another one. I didn't know. They say it's a global firm. It's a deal that would be a loss for us to turn down. So I think they'll be circulating the merger agreement anytime this week. The other person answered, if it works out, we might end up handling a lot of overseas corporate cases. Hey-Wuk's mouth opened wide in shock. What? A merge with a global firm? This is an unexpected outcome. It's a chance to make connections with major companies, and there's even an opportunity to subtly negotiate a salary raise during the merger process. Two birds with one stone. Ha 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 ha. Just as he was lost in his own fantasy, he was brought back to reality by his phone ringing. Glancing at the screen, it was a call from CEO Kim Té-Jun. He cursed. Seriously? Did So-eun already tattle on me? It's obvious she probably called to beg me to turn a blind eye for some cash. There's no way someone like Kim Té-Jun would be seeing Han So-eun seriously. How much should I ask for? He picked up his phone and answered, hello? Té-Jun replied. Attorney. It's been a while. This is Kim Té-Jun. Hey-Wuk stated haughtily, yes. I know. But what makes you call me personally? Is there something urgent you need to ask me? Té-Jun answered. Well, I was quite disappointed when I entrusted something to you last time. So I don't have any particular requests at the moment. Hey-Wuk growled. Look at this guy. Acting so bold. He threatened. You'd better stay on my good side. With just one word about you and Han So-eun, you could fall from grace in no time, right? Té-Jun replied. I'm not in such a low position that I could fall from a single word of yours. Hey-Wuk thought. Wait, is he trying to threaten me, not bribe me? Interesting. Go ahead, keep talking. I'll record it all and spread it to the world. Just as he was about to press the record button, Té-Jun threatened. By the way, the donor for your mother's liver surgery. That was Han So-eun, right? As I reviewed the documents in detail, I noticed that some signatures seemed odd. There are a few that don't appear to match Han So-eun's handwriting. What happens to a lawyer's license if they manipulate documents? And I also heard that attorney Yang's father had been playing golf quite enthusiastically these days. Coincidentally, it's a golf course I invested in, so I hear news from time to time. It seems your father has taken quite a liking to the caddies, rather one-sidedly. Apparently, he's been following around women who aren't interested, just like you. Anyways, congratulations once again on your marriage. I wish for peace and harmony in your household. I'm busy, so I'll end it here. After Té-Jun hung up, Hey-Wuk's body wobbled and fell down panicking. What did I just hear? How on earth is Kim Té-Jun involved? How on earth? Did someone dig up information? Did Han So-eun spill something? When? How? And to what extent? Frustrated, he screamed. Ah! Making the other people who passed by the corridor staring at his office door confused. On the way back from break, So-eun's phone rang. She told Bo-bae she had to make a quick call first. Bo-bae went in first, leaving her to make the call. Seeing that Bo-bae was far away, she picked up the call. Mr. CEO, I can't talk now. He asked, you must be exhausted. Have you eaten? She answered, yes, I've eaten, and I'm on my way back now. Hearing his voice on the phone, she felt relieved. He seemed to be feeling better from when they spoke this morning. He told her, that guy won't be coming around anymore. She asked if you meant that guy. He answered, Young Hey-Wuk. She froze and asked, what did you do? You didn't do anything scary, right? Té-Jun replied, I didn't do much, but honestly, he deserved something scary. People like him do. Phew, Han So-eun, you're really brave. What were you thinking, opening the door without checking first? What if he had something dangerous with him? Pfft. She laughed. He questioned, why are you laughing? It was a serious matter to him. She stated, it was nothing. But yeah, she guessed she was being a little reckless. He asked, why did you even meet a guy like that? She answered, at that time, Té-Jun told her, I know, you don't have to explain. I understand it's not your fault, So-eun. Sometimes, even your heart can feel hungry. When you're hungry, everything tastes good, right? When your heart is hungry, you might just take in anything and think the first thing you tasted was amazing. Still, the fact that you waited to tell me because of my schedule means you must really like me, right? You cannot live without me, huh? She cried and laughed at the same time. Yes. He asked, what do you like so much about me? Could it be my looks, my money, my brains, my body, or my personality? But don't choose any of those superficial things, okay? She answered, they're not superficial at all. And your personality isn't exactly. He questioned, not going to tell me? I won't stop asking until you do. Oh, it's almost work time now. So-eun wiped her tears. Huh? Seriously? He makes me cry and laugh at the same time. How should I respond? Handsome, rich, smart, fit and strong. He told her. I'll give you time to think it over carefully. I'm patient, after all. And then she yelled in her haste to answer. Well, maybe it's not about your patience but endurance. He reiterates, endurance? Then she froze and blushed. Oh shit, what did I just say? He asked, oh, you mean the ability to do something for a long time? How did you realize that I have good endurance? You must have taken something as a reference, didn't you? She panicked and denied. No, it's nothing like that. I just figured it out. He sounded even more happy and teased. Oh, so you just knew it? Ha 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 ha. Her face flushed as a nervous sweat dripped down her face. I cannot believe the CEO finds that so funny. After he finished laughing, he told her, I'll head back today, though I won't arrive in Korea until tomorrow. She asked if he had already finished his business there. Té-Jun answered, there's someone who said they cannot live without me, so I have to hurry back. If you're scared, I don't mind taking as many planes as necessary, Han-So-eun. She wondered, and is curious about it. Why does a person like him like her so much? But what does she like about him? Is it that he is a very charismatic person? Why would someone like that be so into her? She knows he thinks she's a good person, but aside from that, she doesn't know. Could it be something like, in her previous life, she was a spoiled aristocrat, and Mr. CEO was her servant. In her imagination, she, an aristocrat, sat on a wagon, complaining, ugh. Even a wagon pulled by pigs would be faster than this carriage. If I am late to the party again, how will I show my face to my friends? Mr. CEO, the servant, pulling the wagon, sweating under the hot summer heat, answered, if you were in such a hurry, you should have started the trip yesterday. But as she was reborn through the years, now the time has come for her to make up for all the mistakes she made in her previous lives. But because Mr. CEO worked so hard in his previous lives, God gave him everything he needed to live a comfortable life this time. However, it seems he couldn't get rid of the habit he had in his past lives of trying to do anything for her, thinking of how he always gave her rides. She couldn't think of anything else. That's right, there's no other explanation if that isn't the case. Then her aura turned black and back to flowery, bubbly. The same colleague questioned, did something happen to Manager Han today? It seems like the others were worried about her state of being. Friday evening, Té-Jun finally arrived at the airport. He couldn't sleep at all. He kept working all the way. But still, it's good that he finished a week's worth of work in just 2 days. Now he just needs Han-So-eun. He misses her so much. Dialing his phone that only has one battery bar left. Hello, Mr. Driver? I'm here already. I'll meet you at exit 7. The driver greeted Té-Jun and helped take the luggage. Té-Jun was already thinking of the plans for the weekend. I'll sleep in the car on my way to Seoul. And during the weekend, I'll take So-eun to the mountains or the beach. As they were getting ready, they noticed someone approaching them. He uttered, you are. Hyan-Jin walked up to Té-Jun and greeted, hello, Mr. CEO. At home, So-eun read Té-Jun's text. He arrived and will pick her up in about 3 hours. What does she prefer? Mountains or beaches? She answered, the beach. Sitting on the bed as she waited for him, she thought the CEO was late. Maybe he's already waiting for her in front of the building to surprise her just like last time. Then her phone rings, startling her. She quickly picked up. "Hello, Mr. CEO. Té-Jun explained. "I'm sorry. I will arrive a little later than expected." "Were you about to sleep already?" she asked. "In that case, should we leave it for tomorrow?" He answered no. Something unexpected happened. That's why he's running late. But he's already on his way now. It should take around 2 hours. "Okay, I'll wait for you." She gave him her word. But it will be midnight in 2 hours. She hopes he is not overdoing it again. At 12 a.m., he arrived at her apartment. She already fell asleep. She greeted half awake, "Mr. CEO, how was your business trip?" Even though she looked a little disheveled, he couldn't get enough of her. He pulled her tight in his embrace to charge his energy. Once the charging was completed, he told, they should hurry up and go. She asked, "To where?" "They should sleep today and go on their trip tomorrow." He told her there is something he wanted to show her. With that expression, how could she say no? Something he wanted to show her. She is curious. While driving, he told her she can sleep if she is sleepy. She refused. No, he must be equally tired too, but he has to drive. So how could she go to sleep? She frowned thinking about it. Noticing her saddened expression, he smiled and leaned in to kiss her on the cheek. His kiss surprised her. She asked, "Mr. CEO?" He told her, if he gets sleepy on the way, he will stop to rest his eyes for a bit too, so she can relax and sleep. Then he tossed her a blanket, so she can sleep comfortably. "Touched," she cried. "Humph. You are too much. I told you, I wasn't going to sleep, but you still do that." And she started to doze off while talking. He smiled cheekily and said he'll wake her up when the sun rises. So-eun, still trying to fight to stay awake, although she was already half gone to dreamland, murmured, "You didn't let me go to sleep when I said I wanted to. So now I won't sleep even if you say so." He smiled at her and thought silently, "If you don't get to sleep, I would feel so bad. Han So-eun." And like that, the next day, seagulls flew in the skies. The sun rose in the horizon. So-eun stretched as she woke up from her sleep. Then she noticed Té-Jun sleeping on the driver's seat. She looked at him with love, and then leaned in to kiss him. He opened his eyes to catch her in the action, surprising her. So he turned to face her, caressed her face, and they kissed. After kissing, he suggested they get out of the car. He parked on the roadside, next to the beach. They stood at the rail, watching the sun rise and waves flipped in the sea. There's a national park called Bryce Canyon in Utah, USA. It's a red desert filled with rock towers that look like thick goblin horns. At sunrise, the light makes it look like a beautiful scenario where the earth seems to be covered in blood. But I assure you it sounds scarier than it actually is with my poor explanation. If you sit on any of those rocks and watch the sunrise, you feel like you're part of the rocks lying on the ground or just dirt being blown away by the wind. Even though it makes you feel you are so insignificant in this world, it also makes you feel as if you could live for 10,000 years like those rocks. It's a place that evokes a ton of emotions. It's huge, desolate, and very lonely. But it was the most beautiful view that I've ever seen. No, this right now is the most beautiful, but let's go there someday. I'll take you. I think it'll be better if we look at it together, though you have to get healthy to go there, because the road to get to that place is rough. So-eun felt so touched and moved by his suggestion. Some days. Is it okay for you to make promises for the future so easily? At the soft tofu shop, Té-Jun and So-eun enjoyed their meal. The food looked delicious, steam rising from their bowls. So-eun carefully scooped a spoonful of stew to her mouth, her eyes widening in delight as the rich flavors danced on her palate. "This is amazing," she murmured, savoring each bite. Then, a thought escaped thoughts. "But it tastes even better because I'm eating with Mr. CEO. Why is that? It must be because of his handsome face, right?" After a moment, he broke the silence. "Let's go to the hotel after we finish eating." So-eun froze mid-bite, her eyes darting to him in shock. Go to a hotel? Her face flushed crimson as her thoughts raced. What did he mean by that? Was there some hidden intention? She struggled to compose herself, unsure of how to respond. Just then, the waitress approached their table, breaking the tension. "Why are you two so quiet? Are you fighting? She asked, her tone playful. Té-Jun shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. Not at all. The waitress mused. Another couple came in earlier. They were bickering, but after eating, they left holding hands. Food has that effect, doesn't it? She glanced at them curiously. Are you from Seoul? Té-Jun nodded. Yes, we are. Her eyes lit up. I knew it the moment I saw you. You're such a handsome boyfriend. I thought you were a celebrity. Té-Jun laughed softly and gestured towards So-eun. My girlfriend is even prettier. The waitress and So-eun both stared at him, stunned. The waitress clapped her hands together. Oh, that's right. Now that I look closely, she really is beautiful. So-eun's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red, her embarrassment palpable. The waitress continued to gush, clasping her hands together dramatically. Oh my, you two are just perfect for each other. A match made in heaven. So-eun's heart raced as she sneaked a glance at Té-Jun. He seemed utterly unfazed, calmly looking back at her. At night, in the hotel room, So-eun lay awake, her thoughts swirling. We came to the hotel to sleep, but is that really all we're going to do? She glanced at Té-Jun, who was already deep in slumber beside her. His relaxed expression caught her attention. She found it fascinating how different he looked compared to his usual self at work or at home. When the CEO sleeps, she thought, a small smile creeping onto her face. Her mind wandered back to earlier that day. She had been surprised when Té-Jun suggested this trip out of the blue. Their relationship was still new, and everything felt surreal. It hadn't been long since they started dating, and the idea of going on a trip together had left her both excited and nervous. She also remembered the director's workload and wondered if this trip had disrupted something important. Just like last time, she mused, when I fell asleep for hours, and he waited for me so patiently. Back then, was he already thinking about our future? The memory of him driving all night after a grueling business trip to see her tugged at her heart. Absent-mindedly, she reached out, brushing a few strands of hair from his face. Her thoughts took a darker turn. What if we continue to grow closer? How much of myself should I share with him? Should I reveal my past? Or would it be better to keep some things hidden? The internal conflict gnawed at her until she abruptly raised her hand, as if physically stopping her thoughts. Stop it. She tried to reassure herself. Mr. CEO probably just wanted to show me that beautiful sunset. He must have been in a hurry, worried bad weather might ruin the moment. With a determined gaze, she looked at him and whispered softly, Take a good rest, Mr. CEO. If something happens again, I'll protect you, so you can sleep peacefully. The next day, when So-eun finally woke up, it was already 3:24 p.m. She blinked groggily at her phone and glanced at the spot next to her. Té-Jun was gone. Hearing the sound of rain, she turned toward the large screen door. Standing up, she walked to the window, watching the droplets slide down the glass. If we had stayed at home and come here today, we wouldn't have seen the sunrise. No, maybe we wouldn't have come at all. You're awake, came a voice from behind her. She turned to see Té-Jun entering the room, his hair damp and his shirt clinging to his chest. He was holding a gym duffel bag and looked like he had just come from a workout. If you woke up, you should have called me, he said with a gentle smile. So-eun's cheeks warmed as she looked at him. He was practically glowing, his energy almost blinding. Mr. CEO, you really work hard on yourself. I respect that, she said sincerely. He chuckled. Just as much as you do. Then, casually, he pulled his shirt over his head to change. What should we do now? He asked, turning to her. She hesitated. It's raining a lot, so we can't go far. Most places will close early because of the rain. Té-Jun nodded thoughtfully. There's an indoor pool here. It's free for guests staying in these suites. Before he could finish, So-eun's eyes lit up. Yes, the indoor pool. Té-Jun asked, You really like swimming pools, don't you? With that, Té-Jun smiled, his usual cool demeanor softening. Let's get ready then. Inside the swimming pool, there was no one but the two of them. The space felt peaceful, with the sound of rain softly tapping against the windows. Té-Jun stood beside her as he stared out, watching the downpour. What a shame, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. We couldn't go to the beach because of the rain. His gaze fixed on the distant gray horizon. She replied calmly, I like watching the rain like this too. Her thoughts drifting. I'm so happy. I wish we could stay like this forever. The sound of the rain is so soothing. She stole a glance at him, noticing the contemplative look on his face. What could he be thinking about? The next day, Sunday morning, they checked out of the hotel. So-eun remained quiet, still lost in thought. I just slept most of the time, she mused. During this 2-night, 3-day trip, didn't he get tired at all? Why was he working out so hard in the gym too? As they walked through the lobby, hand in hand, she felt a pang of guilt. If this trip causes a pileup of his work because of me, but he's the one who invited me. Mr. CEO must have his reasons. He always does. At a local restaurant, So-eun absent-mindedly slurped her noodles, her mind still racing. Is he tired of me? Of our relationship? Did he talk to young Hey-Wuk about something important? What if he's changed his mind after knowing about the surgery on my body? A flurry of tiny versions of herself seemed to argue in her mind. There's no other choice but to use this, one exclaimed, brandishing a remote with a bright red button labeled, straightforward. No, wait, that's too much. Another protested. But despite their protests, one So-eun slammed the button. During the drive back, Té-Jun broke the silence. You must be tired. I'll take you home first. Her heart pounded as she debated internally. Finally, she decided to go for it. Mr. CEO, she began, her voice hesitant. There's something I'm curious about. He glanced at her briefly before returning his focus to the road. Okay, tell me. She took a deep breath, gathering her courage to ask that unholy question. Why didn't we do it yesterday? The words hung in the air, her cheeks instantly flushing red as she braced for his reaction. Té-Jun slowed the car to a stop on the roadside and paused before speaking. It's just that. I wanted to cherish you. His words hung in the air, and So-eun's mind flashed back to a conversation with Hey-Wuk. He once told me he wanted to treasure me, but in the end, he just used me. The memory made her feel uncertain. One of the things I hate the most is hearing someone say they want to treasure me, she said hesitantly. But, so why? When you say it, Té-Jun turned to her. Look at me. Is that true? Her face flushed and she quickly stammered. No, well, it's not like I mind it that much. It's just that you used to tease me so much a week ago. So why aren't you even touching me now? He raised an eyebrow. You said you didn't want me to tease you anymore. She countered, her voice rising slightly. I never said I wanted you to stop completely. It makes me wonder if I'm not enough, or if there's something wrong with my body, or even if there's a problem with how I do it. It makes me worry so much. Unable to bear her complaints any longer, Té-Jun leaned over and pulled her in for a kiss. It was deep and passionate, making So-eun's body tremble. His tongue explored her mouth, savoring her flavor before he pulled away. Gently, he ran his thumb along her bottom lip and murmured, Why do you keep wanting to make me look like the bad guy? In his mind, he reflected silently. I just wanted to be kind to you. I don't know the state of your body. If I hurt you after unleashing my desires like a beast, I wouldn't be able to turn back time. You always say you're okay with everything, but you don't express yourself after so many horrible things have happened to you. That's why I'm holding back, so you don't have to bear everything by yourself. If you don't want to. Both their faces flushed with emotion as he closed his eyes briefly, making a decision. When he opened them, he spoke firmly. In that case, let's go home. Upon arriving at his house, he carried her inside and up the stairs to the bedroom. They both remained silent during the trip to the bedroom. So-eun is bracing herself for what's to come. Upon putting her on the bed, her skirt and shoes were already on the floor as Té-Jun started kissing and sucking her neck, leaving her trembled in ecstasy. He lifted her leg up and spread them apart, ready to get to work. She called out, Mr. CEO. Wait, I think. The room is too bright. His face flushed with lust as he panted. He averted his eyes to the side of the nightstand. The night lamp was still on. He told her it's fine. It's really fine. Then pushed her down on the bed. As he gently caressed her face to assure her, She froze, gazing at his love-filled expression, thinking, the word "it's fine" sounded like such a lie to her. But since it comes from the CEO, it makes her think that everything really will be fine with her body. He kissed her chest and neck again before lifting her shirt. There on her abdomen, the scars were visible. She protested again, "It's too bright." Té-Jun kissed her stomach and said, "You are beautiful." She couldn't take his gentleness anymore. Tears came out of her eyes. She scolded, "You are too much. I'm getting greedy." Then, she wrapped her legs around his body as he pounded deep into her. She cried. "I wish this person could keep looking at me like this. Not my wounds, just at me." Hours later, after their love-making, Té-Jun pinched her face and asked, "Hey, what do you like so much about me? You didn't answer me last time." She paused, suddenly reminded of something she had overlooked. He gazed at her lovingly, as if he couldn't get enough, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. "Haha, she's thinking about it," he thought. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, So-eun's expression turned serious. "I'm not sure," she began. "I guess I like that you're a man with beautiful handwriting. It's rare to find that in guys. Maybe it's a natural talent of yours, or maybe you worked hard to perfect it. Either way, I thought it was cool. That's what drew me to you." He froze, a memory surfacing, the sticky note he had left for her once. She must have seen it. A frown crept onto his face. "So, it wasn't because of me, just my handwriting?" he asked, sounding a little wounded. "Is that not a good reason?" she countered, tilting her head. His frown deepened. "So, does that mean you'd leave me for someone with better handwriting?" She blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, no, that's not what I meant." He sighed dramatically, clearly unconvinced. "You said to take out every physical aspect," she complained, clasping his cheeks with her hands. "What you should have said was, 'Thank you for the compliment.' That's basic manners." Smirking, he leaned closer. "This is my revenge," he muttered, biting her thumb lightly. "Ow!" she yelped, startled. "What was that for?" "It hurts." Before she could protest further, he leaned in and kissed her, silencing her complaints. As he pulled away, he teased, "Your mouth feels dry. I'll get you some water." She watched him leave the room, a mixture of irritation and flustered affection on her face. Slumping back onto the bed, she muttered, "Mr. CEO is so strange. He's genuinely such an odd person." Her cheeks flushed as the memory of the kiss lingered. "I didn't think anyone else could imagine the CEO acting like this," she mused. "A side of him no one else knows." Thinking about how everyone else praised him, she smirked. "I guess it's a little satisfying, knowing I'm the only one who gets to see this side of him." She laughed softly to herself. Suddenly, the buzzing of his phone jolted her out of her thoughts. What was that?" she exclaimed. Realizing it was just his cell phone, she reached for it. "I should take it to him," she murmured. But as she reached for the phone, the screen lit up with the name Choi Hyan-Jin. Again, on the way to work, they are stuck in traffic. Té-Jun murmured, "It would be better if you live in a better place in Seoul. There's a lot of traffic. But it doesn't matter how far we live together. I'll always drive you home. Wouldn't you like that?" While Té-Jun's mind was focusing on the traffic and distance, So-eun was thinking of the missed phone call, debating if she should just ask him right away. It cannot be the same woman she knows, right? Would it be okay if she asked him about it? Even if she decided to ask him, how should she do it? He might misunderstand it as if she was trying to check his phone in secret, but she saw the name? It might not even be the same Choi Hyan-Jin she knew in the first place. She contacted him late at night, so it might have been an overseas business call, because of the time zone differences. Her eyes twirled and a string of emotions showed on her face. Mistaken that she was having a hard time with what he scolded himself that he is getting too serious again. He assured So-eun, "You don't need to decide right now. I thought it would be safer for you to move since young Hey-Wuk knows your current address." So-eun reasoned, "Mr. CEO, I don't think he'll come back again." Té-Jun replied, "That might be right, but still, I just wanted to be closer to you, So-eun." He said so with such genuine expression that it made her blush. She looked down and sighed. He doesn't leave any gaps in his days. In love, she was the only one. In work, it was her, workers, clothes, working out, self-care products, and many other things she might not even know about. Adding to her own issues to the CEO's day could be too much. If one day they decide to separate ways, what would she do with that empty space he will leave behind? At work, she forgot about the day. It's already time to get off work. She usually hates Mondays because she is so busy, but now it's good because she doesn't have time to think about other things. Then, Bo-Bei appeared next to her, all dried and shriveled up. Let's go to the TF team's office now. Her appearance startled So-eun. Bo-Bei was so busy that she didn't even eat lunch. So-eun suggested that they stop by the convenience store first. She is a little hungry too. Bo-Bei's eyes shoot stars as she exclaimed, Manager Han, that's a great idea. I'll let Manager Jang know too. At the store, Bo-Bei's eyes sparkled at the food as if in love. She exclaimed loudly, what should I do? I feel like I want to eat everything here. While So-eun was not mentally present, she kept thinking about the missed call. What if the person who called the CEO really the Choi Hyan-Jin I know? How should I take it? Her mind took a darker turn. She looked nervous as she imagined it happening in her mind. Is Choi Hyan-Jin going after the CEO now? Or maybe they have been acquaintances since before. His grandfather commended them to be in a contractual marriage, while Té-Jun refused that he would never marry that woman. And Choi Hyan-Jin disobeyed what the family dictates. Oh God, could it be something like that? Her thoughts made her depressed. Either way, it doesn't make me feel any better. On the way back from the convenience store, Bo-Bei told So-eun about the company they were investigating. It seems they sued their client this time. Nocom is suing IAX. It looks like it was a patent issue, but the details aren't in the article she saw. But wouldn't that cause their team to be disbanded? So-eun asked, what is Bo-Bei talking about? Then she notices someone like Hyan-Jin walking in the distance, fading between the people crossing by. She then chased after the figure, leaving Bo-Bei calling out to her, Manager Han? Where are you going? So-eun ran thinking, it cannot be. It's not possible. What is Choi Hyan-Jin doing here? Where did she go? She arrived at the elevator, noticing the elevator door close, going up. She huffed and puffed as she waited by the elevator. My stamina sucks. Looking at the digital display floor, it stopped on the 7th floor. That's where the CEO's office is. Bo-Bei finally caught up to So-eun huffing. Manager Han, the CEO said we could take our time, few. I'm getting dizzy. So-eun composed herself and answered, yes, you're right. But even so, I have to hurry up. The TF team met up with Secretary Song. She asked the team if they had a good weekend. After their greeting, So-eun asked Secretary Song if the CEO was in his office. She replied yes, he's there right now. But he has a guest. And she doesn't have to greet him today. That left her stunned because he usually was the clingy one. She stared at Té-Jun's office door thinking, no, Choi Hyan-Jin, I was fine with you taking young Hey-Wuk, but I won't allow the same with the CEO. Her hand clenched as it shook a bit, warranting Jang Yunpyo to ask if she was okay. She doesn't seem to be feeling well. She forced a smile and denied. No, it's not like that. I'm fine. Then she told herself, I have to calm down. Now it's not the right time. That's right. Later, after all the work is done and everyone else leaves, Secretary Song briefed them with the work and took her leave. Bo-Bei ate happily, oblivious to everything. Unable to maintain her emotions, So-eun excused herself to go use the bathroom. After closing the door, she sighed. I couldn't hold it anymore. I cannot focus on work. I'll just go check it out for a second. Then, she noticed the door was ajar open. Did Choi Hyan-Jin leave already? Maybe she's still there with Secretary Song. As she approached the door, she heard Té-Jun's voice. Didn't I tell you before? This is my workplace, but it's also Han So-eun's. Hyan-Jin asked, are you afraid she'll find out? In that case, would you have preferred I came to your house, Mr. CEO? Through the gap, So-eun saw Hyan-Jin sitting on the couch comfortably as she talked. She pushed the door open, startling Té-Jun. Han So-eun? He called out nervously. Hyan-Jin got up to approach So-eun and uttered, oh my, long time no see. Han So-eun. Looking nervous, Té-Jun asked So-eun to let him explain first, but So-eun wanted to talk first. She asked, "Have you two always been acquaintances?" Té-Jun answered that he's worked with lawyer Hyan-Jin and her firm in the past, but it's over now. He didn't ask her to come there today. He really didn't mean this to happen. Hyan-Jin put her hand on So-eun's shoulder and stated that So-eun should be thanking her instead. Then she turned to Té-Jun and asked to have a moment with So-eun to talk. Té-Jun refused, saying that it's not possible. So-eun brushed Hyan-Jin's hand aside and said she really wanted to talk to Hyan-Jin, so they should step out to talk. She headed for the door, but before she reached the door, Té-Jun told them to talk in his office and he would step out. Waiting for the couples to sort out the situation, Hyan-Jin went back to the couch. "Shall we sit down first? I think we will have to talk for a long time." Té-Jun left to allow privacy for the two women. After So-eun was seated, Hyan-Jin commented, "Your boyfriend surely is pretty reckless." Unfazed, So-eun asked, "Did you already break up with young Hey-Wuk?" "He came to see me before. It was quite uncomfortable. I don't know what happened and I'm not letting the past influence me in this, but please don't come to see the CEO like this ever again." Hyan-Jin, her fist tightened, while she continued, "You have a bad record with me. So, I don't have any other choice but to doubt your intentions with him. What exactly do you want? I would prefer it if you don't pretend like you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about messing up a relationship where we were even planning to get married." Hyan-Jin grinned and questioned, "You think I ruined it?" "Hey, Han So-eun, would you say that you are unhappy now?" So-eun paused and then refuted, "That's not what I meant. I'm just trying to make clear that your intentions with the CEO." Then, Hyan-Jin cut her off. "I was helping you, so you would be able to break up with young Hey-Wuk." Although it was already too late, So-eun's face paled. "Wait, what are you talking about?" Hyan-Jin reported, "Young Hey-Wuk is a 30-years-old man. Do you think you have been his only victim in that time, Han So-eun?" With a grimace expression, she questioned, "Do you really think you have been the only one that has suffered because of him?" Flashback to many years in the past. A voice kept calling Hyan-Jin, Choi Hyan-Jin repeatedly. Hyan-Jin woke up in the infirmary, rubbing her eyes. She asked what time it was and how many classes were left. The young girl standing beside her stated, "School is over." She came to pick up Hyan-Jin. With concerns, she asked if Hyan-Jin took medicine. Hyan-Jin should have told her if Hyan-Jin was feeling sick. And don't overdo it for no reason if she is sick. Glancing at the 3 syllables that Hyan-Jin has never been able to forget, Kang Hana. That was her name. She was so kind, pure, brave, and affectionate, always protecting Hyan-Jin growing up. Hyan-Jin used to be really shy, but Kang Hana helped Hyan-Jin to make friends by hanging out with other classmates and letting Hyan-Jin and the classmates ease into each other's persona. Kang Hana was even there during Hyan-Jin's most difficult time in her life. When her mother was seriously ill, Kang Hana called the ambulance for help. They were together all the way from elementary to high school and separated after they turned 20. Kang Hana always dreamt of becoming an actress, and luckily, she was accepted in the theater and acting department of University of Seoul. On the other hand, Hyan-Jin had to go study in America since her father's business was growing. They parted ways, but they both decided to live faithfully in their lives and do their best for their dreams. Besides texting each other constantly, sometimes they also called each other and would stay talking on the phone all night. Even though they were miles apart, their hearts were still very close. They can talk about many things to each other. But suddenly one day, Kang Hana told Hyan-Jin that she has a boyfriend now. He's a law school student, and he's so handsome too. Kang Hana reported that she met him for the first time at her part-time job. He was a regular customer there. Usually, Kang Hana would have asked Hyan-Jin what Hyan-Jin would have thought of the guy before dating him, but not this time. Hyan-Jin reasoned that Hana's situation has become quite stressful lately. Maybe she just decided quickly because she wanted something to cheer her up. Because of that, their contact gradually started to decrease. Hyan-Jin was disappointed, but she also thought it was only natural for it to happen. She just believed that less contact would mean more things to talk about it later. Or at least, that was what she wanted to believe. Until one day, Hana's parents called Hyan-Jin. They have not been able to talk to Hana. It's been a while since Hannah's been home, and she hasn't picked any calls for 2 months. They are sorry for contacting Hyan-Jin out of the blue. They know she must be studying hard abroad, but they will update Hyan-Jin if they know something. Hyan-Jin was stunned. What's happening? There's no way Hannah would treat her parents like that. She remembered at one point, Hannah told her that she wished she could stop being a burden for her parents. So she hoped everything would go well. Hyan-Jin told Hannah's parents that she will be going back to Korea after her finals. Would they like to go with her to Hannah's apartment? It's in the same direction. Hannah's parents thanked Hyan-Jin. They were also thinking of going there too. The Hannah Hyan-Jin knew was outgoing. She was an aspiring actress with a promising future, a reliable and beautiful daughter, and one of Hyan-Jin's best and only true friends. However, Kang Hannah, at the age of 22 years old, passed away in vain. At her funeral, her family sobbed in agony. Hannah. She was suffering a lot after miscarrying her child. Her boyfriend, who promised her that he was going to marry her and take care of her, completely lost contact with her after she told him about her pregnancy. She couldn't even get an abortion because it was too late when she realized she was pregnant. Because of this, she has to take a leave of absence at the university and even decline appearing on a drama while she was going through that. A woman claiming to be the mother of her boyfriend came to see her. That woman took Hannah to her house and asked Hannah to forgive her because she didn't know about the situation until recently. Her boyfriend also showed up and said he was sorry about everything and talked about the marriage. The mother of her boyfriend appeared to be very gentle and even served her homemade food as if she was her real daughter-in-law. Their apology really brought a little energy back to Hannah, and she enjoyed staying with them. But suddenly one day, the heart of the baby she was carrying stopped beating. Because it was a mid-pregnancy miscarriage, she suffered a lot of internal bleeding. After that, her boyfriend and his family cut all contact with her again, leaving her both physically and emotionally shattered until she decided to take her own life. Hannah's parents comfort Hyan-Jin that it must be so painful to remember what happened to Hannah. Hyan-Jin told them she's okay. While grieving, she has a new goal in life. She started to live like a walking corpse with no motivation, but she was told she had to wash everything away, that she had to keep pushing against the flow, because she could get hurt even more if she regrets things in the future. And so, she kept pushing herself forward and forward, until finally, her hard work pays off. At Yeoju Law Firm, Choi Hyun-Jin introduced herself as the new lawyer that will be working at the firm. The director seemed happy to have her join the firm and then called for Young Hey-Wuk. He introduced Young Hey-Wuk as the lawyer, and she can ask him anything she needs about working in their law firm. He's been working in the firm for a while now. Hey-Wuk pretended to be humble and stated that he should be the one learning from someone like her. The director asked lawyer Young to take care of her. He expects great things from both of them, and the team should eat lunch together later. With a menacing tint, Choi Hyun-Jin stated, "I'll be counting on you. From now on, I'll be under your care." While working, she did some research. Young Hey-Wuk, 30 years old. He has a girlfriend who is 3 years younger, and that he is planning to get married with her. His mother, Kim Mal-hee, is about to undergo liver cancer surgery. And also, he has a habit of forging documents. Hyun-Jin scoffed. "Young Hey-Wuk, you are pretty sly, aren't you? The fact that he's been getting away with it for so long means he's pretty skilled. I cannot believe I've been digging information about him for almost a year now, and I still do not know how or when I'll be able to catch him." Then she went to Hey-Wuk's office, but he wasn't there. She decided to take this chance to gather information now that his office is empty. She doesn't see how their other colleagues haven't yet noticed. Although, Hey-Wuk must be pretty diligent forging those documents, which is why he hasn't been caught. But thanks to that confidence, it was easier for her to investigate him. However, she doesn't think the information she has right now, it's enough. She definitely needs something bigger. She picked up one of his notebooks, opened it, and saw consent for organ donation. He's gone too far. He cannot be forging documents like this. While she was focusing on the information at hand, the ringing of his phone startled her. That is his personal cell phone. The caller was So-eun. The name in the consent form for liver donation? She looked petrified. "Don't tell me." Then she picked up the phone. She picked up the phone and spoke to So-eun. She introduced herself as Choi Hyun-Jin. another lawyer that works at the same law firm as Hey-Wuk, and Hey-Wuk left his cell phone in the office for a moment. So-eun wanted Hyan-Jin to tell Hey-Wuk that she would come visit him this evening. Hyan-Jin was trembling as the new discovery she found. Remembering when she heard in passing, Hey-Wuk and another colleague discussed about Hey-Wuk's mother's liver surgery. Hey-Wuk stated cheerfully that they were able to solve the donor issue very quickly within the family. They will make sure to take good care of her throughout the process. Thinking to when Hana was dying in the hospital bed, the doctor said that it's too late. Even after the surgery, it's going to be almost impossible for Hana to survive. On Hana's deathbed, Hana begged Hyan-Jin to go back to the US. Don't stay because of her. It just makes her feel worse. There's nothing they can do anyways. Then, Hyan-Jin wept. If only she had a little more strength back then. That painful, helpless memory came flooding back. Hyan-Jin held back her emotions as she spoke to So-eun on the phone. No, it cannot be. Not again. This bastard is going to ruin someone's life again. I have to stop him. I know what kind of people young Hey-Wuk and his family are. With a plan, she invited So-eun to go to their dinner party. Upon meeting So-eun, Hyan-Jin felt that it was weird. In a strange way. So-eun and Hana look pretty alike. Why do all nice people have that same look in their eyes? As if they were in distress. Bracing herself, she introduced herself to So-eun. It was nice to meet Han So-eun. That was their first meeting. But sadly, she could tell the kind of life So-eun was living just from a glance. It was painful to see. It made her wonder what kind of things she had been through. And unconsciously, she murmured, "Why do they like that person?" referring to Hey-Wuk. And shortly, another man entered. That was Kim Té-Jun. She wondered who that person was looking for. Does he have some business with them? Hyan-Jin continued to explain to So-eun. I understood what was happening as soon as I saw you bickering in front of the convenience store after that. It made me think that I could separate you from young Hey-Wuk at ease because you had him. I don't know if it was obvious because of how persistent I was with Hey-Wuk, but I thought CEO Kim Té-Jun was going to be able to take care of you after it, and I was going to deal with young Hey-Wuk. At this point, So-eun was feeling so overwhelmed with all this information. She questioned, But, young Hey-Wuk? Marriage hospital. Hyan-Jin said in disdain, why would I want to marry such a bastard? From the day I met you, I was genuinely sorry to you. I tried to make you break up with young Hey-Wuk as fast as I could, but it seems that I went too far. I even made you drink soju and beer. Then it hit So-eun. So, Hyan-Jin was the one who sent those flowers and vitamins later. Hyan-Jin left some words of wisdom. So-eun, just let me tell you one. It's not difficult to meet trash people in your life, but it's up to you to decide if you wish to stay with trash like them. Of course, they might try to stop you, but you still have to think for yourself. You are worth much more than that. Please, don't give up on yourself. Do you understand that? And those words touched So-eun deeply. She blushed a little and nodded that she would. Just when the atmosphere was feeling nice, Té-Jun interrupted them with a worried expression. Hyan-Jin then excused herself. She handed all the data she had to Kim Té-Jun already, so there is no need for them to meet anymore. It seems that Té-Jun was in a lot of trouble because of her, so she should leave first. She will be going back to the United States after her work here is done, so if she has anything to say, she should say now. Panicked that Hyan-Jin was going to leave right away, she called, Wait, is your refrigerator okay? Hyan-Jin then remembered that when she first met So-eun, she mentioned her broken fridge and asked if So-eun could check it out someday. She snickered and said, Oh, you mean that piece of trash made by the K-group? I threw it away a long time ago. A vein popped in Té-Jun's forehead when hearing Hyan-Jin insulted his family's legacy. Hyan-Jin left another word of advice to So-eun. If there's something you know you cannot fix, you should throw it away. Same goes for people. Té-Jun mumbled to Hyan-Jin. Please don't say confusing things and leave. As Hyan-Jin left, she thought of when So-eun stood her ground to Hyan-Jin in the hospital. It gave Hyan-Jin the impression that So-eun might seem like a fool, who is too nice for her own good, but she's a very strong person. Hyan-Jin wondered if it's because So-eun was born like that, or perhaps because there was someone around for her. As she walked by, she saw Té-Jun and So-eun chatting in front of the convenience store. There are a lot of things she regrets. But on the other hand, there are many things she is grateful for. Especially that there are people like So-eun in this world. Just because of nice people like her in this world. No matter how broken it is, they will do their best to keep fixing it. Like Kang Hana used to do. The rain was falling hard as Hyan-Jin walked out of the building. I didn't know how to fix things, so I ended up giving up. But now, I feel a bit lighter. I just have to do my part of the work. Making sure to ruin young Hey-Wuk and his horrible family. I won't allow them to keep anything. Because she had to leave without anything too. Gazing up at the dark rainy skies, Hyan-Jin let out her emotions. Tears fall as hard as the rain. Thinking of Hana. In Té-Jun's office, he had a lot of explaining to do. So-eun asked if he already knew everything about what happened to her. Did he know from the beginning? Was he working with Hyan-Jin all these times? Té-Jun told her no. He only learned about her surgery a week ago. She asked how he learned about it. Did Hyan-Jin tell him? He remained silent for a brief moment before telling it. It was the night he wiped her body when she was sick. It was now that things made sense. He must have seen her scars. So, the reason he suddenly changed his attitude actually wasn't because of her. That time when he urged them to leave the swimming pool. Or when she accidentally drank liquor and he was panicking. So, that was the reason. But wait. If he didn't find out through Hyan-Jin, does that mean that the time when the CEO hired her was just a coincidence? Among so many law firms, why did he choose that one? Uncertain with her conclusion, she asked, Mr. CEO, can you tell me how you ended up working with Choi Hyan-Jin? Earlier, he was outside the door, glancing in through the gap as So-eun and Hyan-Jin discussed things. Lawyer Choi Hyan-Jin. He didn't have a particular reason to hide it, but he didn't want to involve her like this. He wonders how much she's telling Han So-eun, and how Han So-eun is going to take it. He is uncertain of it. He knew her well. It's been the same in the past too. Instead of letting it all out, So-eun will keep everything to herself until the end. There's only one time when he saw her in secret. In their relationship of more than 20 years, when he saw how much she suffered. Té-Jun then confessed with uncertainty of how well So-eun will take it. To be honest, it was both young Hey-Wuk and Choi Hyan-Jin. I have been interested in you since you accepted the rice with grilled eel I gave you. She questioned, you went that far. Because of that? Is that why you sent him on that business trip? Her pain, saddened expression stunned him. I know she still must be pretty shocked, but there's something else happening with her. Thinking to when he gave her the offer to work over the weekends, she rejected it and said she wanted to focus on taking care of her mother-in-law. He wondered, is she angry? Why? Does resent me now? She realized her breakup with young Hey-Wuk was because of me. She resents me because of that? He asked. Everything turned out for the better, didn't it? Or is it just me? She told him, no, it's not that I regret breaking up with young Hey-Wuk. Then her words were interrupted by her phone ringing. He asked her to pick up. Once she picked up, Bo-bae asked where she was. They're about to go home, and she still hasn't returned. So-eun answered that she had a few things to ask the CEO. About the issue with IAX and NOCOM. Bo-bae told her that in that case, she can continue talking, but manager Jang and her will be leaving. So-eun told Bo-bae that she will also go with them. And she was on her way. Té-Jun started to panic. She's just going to leave like this? So-eun hung up and said she would be leaving and left Té-Jun hanging. No, if you leave like that, then what am I supposed to do? In the parking garage, he was the only one left. Té-Jun rested his head on the wheel, wondering, what's the problem? I was able to separate her front hat bastard. There is no comparison between him and me. Everything worked out for the best. I should at least tell her that I'm sorry. After sulking, he cheered himself up. No, why should I apologize? I'm not even sure what she's thinking. Why should I apologize? I'm not even sure what she's thinking. If anything, we should apologize to each other. That's right. I have to meet with her and talk things through. Then he received a text from So-eun, asking him to allow her some time to think on her own. She will talk to him once she has organized her thoughts. She would appreciate it if he doesn't go to her apartment like Hey-Wuk did. Mr. CEO. It was pretty depressing to see her address him as Mr. CEO. He let out a frustrated sigh. This is driving me crazy. Why does she have to sound so cold? The next day, he sat in his office gloomily. While the report stated that Manager Han is having a special lecture, so she will go home first. The following day, there was a report that Manager Han had to go out for a business meeting. And the following day and Friday as well. Té-Jun was about to lose it. He questioned, "Is it about Manager Han again?" Jang Yun-pyo, oblivious to his frustration, answered, "Yes. I finished writing the report with our results with her. I think we got a pretty interesting result, so I'd like you to review it." Té-Jun took the report to look at, and then remember So-eun bragging that she likes a man with neat handwriting. He glared at the report and commented, "You have a nice handwriting, Manager Jang." Jang Yun-pyo answered proudly, "My father made me practice for a long time, so I try my best at it." He scoffed childishly, humphed. The story behind it is too perfect before stating, "That's great, but from now on, submit all your reports printed. Be particularly careful not to leave any of your handwriting." Confused, but he accepted. "Okay, I'll make sure to change it for the final version. I'll tell my teammates too so we can." Té-Jun commanded about the crumpled the reports. "No, just you, Jang Yun-pyo. Make sure nothing handwritten by you is left behind." Jang Yun-pyo felt even more confused. "Yes." Then he started to doubt himself as he looked closely at the report. "Is my handwriting that bad?" It was dark. Té-Jun was alone in the office feeling depressed. "I thought she would at least come to submit the report herself, but I couldn't even talk to her today. We are in the same company and I'm her boss, but still, this is so hard and painful. I'm at the total opposite of happiness. Living like this is the worst." Imagining in his head, the adult Té-Jun ran away wailing, "Han So-eun hates me," while the young Té-Jun sat upright, with a newspaper in his hand scolding, "Ugh, you are 30 years old. What's wrong with you?" Té-Jun leaned back on his chair feeling sad. "I'm trying to maintain my dignity by reminding myself that I'm an adult. I guess, after reaching this point, there's no other choice left. It's time to take some special measures." A new day. The TF team greeted Secretary Song as they usually do each day. As they headed to their usual office, Secretary Song called out to So-eun, "Manager Han, I think the CEO is feeling pretty bad. He hasn't come to work since yesterday." Confused why would Secretary Song report this to her, she can only remain unfazed and answered, "Oh, I see." Secretary Song chuckled gleefully, "But to be honest, the only reason I'm telling you this, well, it's because he asked me to do it. It's so easy to tell when a man is just throwing a tantrum. You are the most important person in his heart right now." So-eun's face blushed bashfully while remaining quiet. Secretary Song said teasefully, "Anyways, I told you as he asked. Now let's go back to work." After work, So-eun visited Té-Jun at his house. "You are not sick. Why did you lie to Secretary Song?" Té-Jun, looking so dazzling sparkly, answered happily, "Because I wasn't able to meet with you. You also wouldn't let me contact you or go to see you. So I had to find a way to make you come to me alone. I'll take your bag." Taking the bag from her, he asked, "Is this medicine?" She took a month off because of her liver surgery and had to go back to work. She cannot believe he can stay home because of something like this, even though they are this close. There is a huge gap between us. Té-Jun clasped her hand and asked her to go inside. She snatched her hand away, diverting his attention to her. He felt a little hurt by her actions. Is she acting like this because she regrets breaking up with young Hey-Wuk, or because of what happened with Hyan-Jin? That's what he has been thinking. He told her, "But I waited for you to give me an answer." She hesitated but then opened her mouth and said, "It's just that. I hate you, Mr. CEO. I broke up with my ex because I wanted to start living independently. In the end, I have been in the palm of your hand this entire time." Shocked by her words, he questioned, "You think you are in the palm of my hand? If that's the case, then for me, it's as though you have been sitting atop of my head." So-eun turned around and said she will stop talking. Afraid she was going to slide away after creating such an opportunity to meet her again, he grabbed her hand and yelled desperately, "No, talk to me. I'll listen quietly." So-eun frowned before explaining, "I felt as if I were living like a desperate pig in a bar. I hate how you so easily manipulated everything and made decisions I should have been responsible for. I know that I shouldn't blame you, because thanks to you, I realized I was being deceived, but that doesn't mean the impact on me is any less. I'm also really sad about it. I feel embarrassed that you caught me hiding something like that, and that you kept it hidden from me. I had such a hard time thinking about how to bring myself to tell you. And also, I really hate receive pity from you, Mr. CEO. Her statement woke up a feeling in him that he once experienced when it comes to pity after everything he went through in the past. People around him made themselves walk on eggshells around him, afraid what they said could hurt him. His aunt cried and complained how poor he is. If only Suk-woo was still there. His grandfather stated he will do everything he can for Té-Jun, even more than he did for Té-Jun's father. The young Té-Jun thought, how strange. No one looks straight at him. How long does he have to keep being patient with them? How different things would have been if he wasn't a child they all feel they need to take pity upon. It was as if the one who died was him, and not his parents. He shouldn't have been put in that position. Soon continued to explain, I know that it wasn't your fault, Mr. CEO. I understand the concern, sympathy, and everything you felt towards me to do that. I know you were just being considerate of me, but I hate you because of that. It makes me feel stuck in my life. I hate you, but I like you. That's all about how I feel. Té-Jun gritted his teeth full of emotions and then leaned in to hug her. She stopped him. Wait, I haven't finished talking. He told her to keep talking. He will listen to her. He was already clasping her hand and nibbling her neck at this point. She asked, you were so startled when I drank at the meeting because you knew about my surgery? Was that the reason you also didn't let me stay in the pool, and why you always cooked for me? And the reason why we didn't do it that time? Té-Jun caressed her face gently and answered, of course, I was worried because of that. But I won't pity you like that anymore. She frowned slightly and said, that's not a clear answer. The excited Té-Jun acknowledged, I know. He's never cared about anyone else this much. He felt so excited about seeing her anytime. He is terrified at the thought of her leaving him someday. That is how special she was to him. Now that he met someone like her, he wants to keep living by her side for the rest of his life. He kissed her and then begged, please don't hate me, because I'll stay by your side for a long time. She laughed at his sincere request, haha, all right, and then frowned. If you have anything else you are hiding from me, you better tell me now. A sweat dripped down his face as he asked, what else would I be hiding from you? So-un? She crossed her arms and continued to glare at him, making him more nervous. He could only let out a few laughs to ease the situation. There is only one secret he will take with him to his grave. The one about them knowing each other for 20 years. To avoid her interrogation glares, he changed the subject. Is there anything you would like to do once you regain your health? Easily sidetracked, she answered enthusiastically, drink. I want to drink. To make sure she stayed sidetracked, he answered, sure. I'll buy something really expensive for us when the time comes. Looking at the coin wallet that seems to be going up, Kim Mal-hee was pretty excited. She cannot believe she is going to reach 3 billion soon. What should she do with that money? First, she will pay their remaining debt, and the rest, she should leave for Hey-Wuk's house. She admits it was a bit risky to use private loans to raise $1 billion to invest, but her son will have a $4 billion house soon. So, it was worth it. Isn't that how investments are supposed to work after all? Then she exclaimed, oh my. It seems my Hey-Wuk came to visit as soon as I started thinking of him. Son, are you? Before she finished speaking, she saw her son staggered and drunkenly. Son, why do you look so bad? What happened? Why were you out drinking so much? Hey-Wuk sobbed like a kid with tears and snots. Mom, So-un has a new boyfriend. The mother slapped Hey-Wuk. You better get your act together, you punk. How can you say something like that? You are supposed to start sending the invitations to your wedding tomorrow. You better not wake up with a handover. After slapping her son, she took off complaining. Ugh, from whom did he inherit being so pathetic? Then her phone rings. She picked up. Hey Jean. The mom reported that she was so mad at Hey-Wuk. He went crazy because Han So-un has a new boyfriend. Hey Jean, who was looking at her coin wallet investments, was pretty annoyed. Ugh, is that it? People like him are just a pain in the ass. Upset of her statement, the mother questioned, What are you talking about? Do you think your brother is not good enough? Han So-eun is the one bothering my poor Hey-Wuk. I think she went to look for Hey-Wuk to brag about her new boyfriend. He's such a gentle kid that it discouraged him. What if he cannot get married because of her, huh? Hye-Jin thought. Che. I was overwhelmed by the situation, so I haven't been paying much attention. Either way, it's not as if young Hey-Wuk hasn't done wrong to other women before. I usually just stay out of it, but not this time. Because it could affect all the money I borrowed from my husband's family and gave to my mother. After some thoughts, Hye-Jin said, Mom, I'll take care of it, so don't worry and calm down. I'm going to scold Han So-eun so badly that she won't want to show her face in front of Hey-Wuk again. Then she went online and with the intention of getting Han So-eun fired. The next day, So-eun woke up feeling dizzy looking at the mess. Phew. I made it out. The blanket was all rolled up and a note was tied to an end with a hair tie. On the note, he wrote, This is a gift. You can pick out anything you want from the dressing room. I'll be back after working out, so if you're hungry, you can eat breakfast first. Clothes, dressing room, and what's the hair tie for? Then she noticed that she didn't have any clothes on. She quickly took the blanket and covered herself, thinking of the previous night. The undressed Té-Jun was unbuttoning So-eun. She reasoned with him that she didn't visit him to do this. Unfazed by her denial, he questioned, Don't tell me you thought we wouldn't do anything because we just fixed things? Just thinking of it makes So-eun blushed. Yesterday, they ended up sleeping together. She wasn't prepared for it, so she didn't even bring a change of clothes. There's nothing she can do about it now. She cannot believe she has to walk around looking like a rolled-up kimbap. Upon entering his dressing room, it was bigger than her apartment. She awkwardly went up to the drawer and picked a pair of shorts. I feel sorry to wear any of these because they look brand new. Upon coming back from working out, Té-Jun wonders if So-eun is still sleeping. Then he heard a low, soft hum. He saw her cooking in the kitchen. His face turned red as he tried holding himself back. Out of all the clothes I own, why did she decide to wear a white t-shirt like that? She's even wearing my underwear. As he approached, she asked if he had a good workout. He answered, Yes. I see you found some clothes to wear. She chuckled and asked if she looked strange. He answered composedly, No, but internally he was like a die-hard fan. With no shame, screaming, I love it. Especially for trash guys like me, this is the best. So-eun went back to cooking, while Té-Jun tried so hard not to be overly stimulated. I want to hug her so badly, but I have to hold myself back because I'm sweaty. Then, So-eun asked, Mr. CEO, there's something I've been curious about. Are you and Choi Hyan-Jin planning to punish young Hey-Wuk? Té-Jun answered, We cannot just leave him be. He has to pay for everything he's done. So-eun reasoned, Whether it was a piece of liver or part of a heart, I wouldn't say it's yours anymore if you give it away. So there's no need to seek revenge for it. I know well that I was a fool for what I did, but what else can I do? I just have to live like this for the rest of my life. I know that it sounds like I'm disregarding myself by saying this, but I believe in the saying that no one will ever love you as much as you do. So, I'm afraid no one will be able to love me if I don't love myself, and I've made peace with that. That is just how crazy and unpredictable love is. At any point, anyone could easily get into a car accident. And that's it. It's over. But contrary to that, I'm still here. I want to be proud of what I did out of good faith and did one good thing in life. That's why I want to leave it behind, because I'm not tied to it anymore. His eyes widened, but noticing the hair tie, he hugged her from behind and asked, Do you like it? She was startled, but quickly thanked him for the gift, and then asked if he was listening to her. He didn't answer and stated he will go take a shower. Does she want to join him? She sent him an interrogative glare. After some time, he took her to the dressing room. Here, I filled this side with your clothes, So-eun. From now on, please feel free to come take anything you want. That way there won't be any problems if you drop by all of a sudden like yesterday. Shocked, she questioned when he did all these. All of those are summer clothes. She grabbed a piece of clothes to inspect. I don't think I'll be able to wear all of these before summer is over. Té-Jun reasoned, You can wear them next year too. I'll buy you more for autumn. Next year? What will we be doing next year? Will we like each other as much as we do now? Té-Jun looked really content while murmuring, Should I build a new dressing room just for you? Try on some clothes. I worked really hard picking all of these. Their happy moment was interrupted by an unknown incoming call. So-eun picked up and the other person spoke right away. Excuse me, is this the number for Manager Han So-eun? I'm Jae-hyung from the reception team. Have you checked Blabla? I'll send you a link to it. Please wait a moment. Té-Jun asked who called. So-eun replied it's someone from the reception team. She doesn't know why, but they told her to check Blabla. Upon looking at the link sent, there was a hot topic article titled, Disrespectful Female Employee May Look Like a Flower, but She's Actually a Snake. The content was of a female employee who took a month off from work at the central office in May. She lied about going on an overseas trip, but was actually in the hospital donating a piece of her liver to the mother of her ex-boyfriend. What she has done is far more painful. She had the nerve to go to her ex and bragged about her new boyfriend when she knew the ex was going to get married. She even asked for money for the liver donated. So she has been after his money. Why can't she just live a happy life and move on? Why would she roam free like a snake in this world? Many people have liked, commented, and viewed the story. The receptionist called because So-eun had also taken a month leave in May. And according to the other colleagues, it seems she was the only one taking a leave at that time. If so, could So-eun explain? The receptionist is very concerned about it. It has already spread to other sites too. So-eun's body started to tremble. Té-Jun took the phone and ended the call. He reasoned that she doesn't need to keep hearing all that. He can erase the post. Frightened of the consequences, she rejected the idea. It has already spread to other sites. If she lets him delete, it's going to be as if they were right. First, she needs to correct the misinformation. She voiced her opinion. Mr. CEO, I think it's best for me to be honest. Té-Jun argued, this is obviously something that young Hey-Wuk or one of his family members did. I can hunt down the person who published this and punish them. So-eun stated her resolve. Mr. CEO, don't get involved. This is my problem. It will be more sincere if I fix it myself instead of letting someone else take care of it. Té-Jun couldn't help it. He understands where she is coming from, but his heart can't stand it. If she does that, he feels like she's only going to get hurt even more. So-eun tried to convince him, I've never had any issues with my work colleagues before. So, I want to think that everyone has a positive view of me. I think if I were to explain it to them in person, they would understand. Ugh. She was frustrating. She is deciding to believe in the goodwill of people again. He handed her the phone back and assured, if you need me to, I'll take care of your personal information and get rid of everything. But I'm sure that there will still be people that are going to blame you. She questioned if he chose to fight alongside her. He answered without hesitation, of course. She smiled brightly at him. That alone was enough for her. She will fix it. After writing out the explanation article, despite being nervous and all, she looked at the submit button. Press the button, or don't press it at all. This is just one of the many options I've been given in my life. The experience I've had should give me courage to make my own decisions now. But today, I feel more discouraged than usual. My long list of worries, the choices I was scared to make, and my heartbreaking love, all simplified in a written post. This is my side of the story. It's okay, Han So-eun. You didn't do anything wrong. You always make the right choice. You really are a good person. Tears clouded her eyes as she looked at the article she published, explaining her story. After she published the story, Té-Jun tried to cheer up and teased, were you crying? She denied. No. He hugged her and said you definitely were. You look like you've been crying. She pushed him away and denied again. I wasn't crying. Oh, my little crybaby bunny. Where did my brave girl go? Annoyed, So-eun scolded, that's too much. Saying things like that to someone who's feeling vulnerable. Then, he plunges in, connecting his lips against hers, surprising So-eun. Letting go of her lips, he praised, you did well. You worked hard. You can relax now. After all, you've done everything you could. It's not a big deal. You'll move past this in no time. Later on, this is going to be a fun dark story we can laugh about. She agreed. Later. Yeah. She would really like that. Just as she was feeling emotionally touched by his encouragement, he teased her again. By the way, how does one spend 4 hours writing a single post? Ha ha ha. I really don't understand. So-eun pouted as a vein popped on her forehead. Do you know the first law of thermodynamics, Mr. CEO? He answered, writing is something science students learn too. It's not just for liberal art people. She questioned, what's the formula for calculating roots? Do you even remember it? He answered, come on, of course I do. And then pulled her face in place so he could kiss her again. She pulled away and distanced herself while glaring at him. That's so sly. If you don't know, just admit it. Don't be trying to act all cool and handsome right now. At night, their clothes were piled on the ottoman. On the bed, So-eun asked Té-Jun if he had ever been caught in a false rumor. He said no. She asked how is that possible? He replied because he wiped it all out. She asked, even so, wouldn't people still be talking about it? He replied gently, then he would just have to get rid of those people too. Gently patting her head, lulling her to sleep. So-eun was already drifting away, but murmured, you don't mean killing them, right? Gazing at her so lovingly, he had to give her a reply so she could be at peace. I'm joking. How could I kill someone? He waited patiently for her to completely fall asleep before heading out to the balcony. Looking at his phone, he read what she posted. She really wrote quite an impressive post. You can feel the weight she's carrying and how genuinely sorry she is. Every word reflects her determination to grow and express her sincerity. I'm confident the emotions she's expressing will resonate with others. It's amazing how she managed to do this without planning her words. Then his eyes caught the statement, a special person that truly loves hers. That bastard young Hey-Wuk has gone way too far this time. He has put up with it for too long. Dialing out to Choi Hyan-Jin, he spoke, yes, let's get started. Looking almost sadistic. Han So-eun, go ahead and do whatever you wish. I'll ensure you have the freedom to do anything you want. Monday morning came. So-eun woke up to the calling of her alarm clock, turning off the alarm. She has gotten used to heading to work from the CEO's home now. Then she noticed that there are a lot of comments under the posts. She glanced at it thinking, what? I was so drained from writing that post that I forgot people might actually respond to it. Do I even bother reading them? She read them anyway. Many people in the company have good things to say and are even proud of her. She felt relieved. It was a good feeling to know so many people have her back. But what now? That she looked at it, there are many more people that are mad about the situation. Many people are more mad that she deserved compensation. Did the ex used her and left her? That was unforgivable. She saw a few hateful comments. Té-Jun stated that there are people in this world who are going to spread hate no matter what. So she doesn't need to pay attention to people like that. And should they get ready for work? She looked at him with a love-struck expression before getting ready for work. Arriving outside the building, she looked pretty nervous and tense. She felt more nervous than the first day she came to work at the company. She shouldn't overthink it. She is sure it'll all work out. Going to her workstation, people greeted her and she greeted them. She continued to hype her mind. I can do this. It's going to be okay. Bo-bae came to her full of concerns. Manager Han, are you okay? So-eun asked if she read the post. She answered, of course. I really had no idea. How did you manage to go through all of that? So-eun explained the reason she kept quiet was because she doesn't want people to know. Bo-bae cried and hugged her tightly like a puppy. You're honestly such an amazing person, Manager Han. If anyone dares to badmouth you, I promise you, I'll fight them myself. Then she turned dark and cracked her knuckles. Your ex was that guy who showed up before, wasn't he? If he comes back, I'll make sure he regrets it. I remember his face well. So-eun thought she should have told Bo-bae everything from the beginning. She felt guilty for some reason. Then, Jang Yunpyo came up to the girls and assured, everything would be okay. So-eun looked at him, smiled and answered, yes, I think so too. That small action of hers made his face blush and his mind went blank. So-eun's supervisor commented proudly for having been So-eun's supervisor. Do you know how many years I've been supervising Manager Han? Of course, I know she's not that kind of person. And elsewhere at the time, Hey-Wuk arrived at work, feeling hungover. Ugh. My head. I've been drinking nonstop for days. Upon entering his office, he notices piles of documents on his desk. What is this? Why are there so many documents here? Looking through the documents, they were a complaint form. The complaint is about a violation of trademark agreements? He questioned in panic. When did I even do that? Upon further inspection, the CEO herself is the one making complaints. The name of the company is the ring he bought from. Then a staff member came in with an announcement. The Gangnam police station has called for him. They needed him to go to the station to discuss the trademark violation. He scorned internally. They already made $5 million out of me. If that company keeps wanting to get money from me, they are really. It's fine. It's not a big deal. There won't be any problems as long as the other lawyers don't know. First, I need to make sure Hyan-Jin doesn't find out about this. He asked if Lawyer Choi was in her office. The staff said Lawyer Choi is on vacation right now. Then he remembered last Friday. Hyan-Jin texted him that she will be in Jeju Island with her friends before she gets married. Don't bother her unless it's urgent matters. He cursed internally, damn it. Then asked, Lawyer Choi must have a lot of free time. I guess she doesn't have much work these days. The staff answered excitedly, Lawyer Choi has been cutting back on her work lately. Looks like she's preparing to switch jobs. It felt like thunderstruck Hey-Wuk upon hearing the news. What? Switch jobs. Hey-Wuk's family becomes the center of a growing social media and legal controversy. His post shows a family gathering at his mother's 60th birthday party, giving insight into his personal life and connections. The comments under the post hint at familiarity with some individuals, possibly tying them to the current controversy. Bo-bae notified So-eun that the team leader just met with the HR team regarding the internal leaker issue and action is being taken. As pressure mounts, a reporter named Park Nam-hyuk from Fact Check confronts her with a serious accusation. Did she accept a donation under the false pretense of marriage? This leaves her stunned and speechless. So-eun looked flustered, not sure how to answer the reporter. The situation escalates when a security officer steps in as tensions rise. As the tension surrounding the female lead escalates due to the scandal, security personnel step in to remove the investigative reporter, Park Nam-hyuk, from the premises. The security announced that if the reporter harasses their employees for reasons not related to their duties, the company can report him to the police for obstruction of business. Té-Jun appeared mysteriously and intimidatingly, dressed sharply in black suit with striking eyes. He silently observes the situation and commands immediate respect. His presence alone is enough to quiet the room and shift the atmosphere. The reporter was immediately escorted out by the company's security. Té-Jun voiced to the HR leader, the company atmosphere isn't very desirable, both inside and out. The HR leader is visibly nervous, sweating under pressure as he awkwardly tries to cooperate. The HR leader, now anxious, rushes to appease him by saying that they will soon have security training by department. Té-Jun ordered for HR to provide it offline instead of in an online lecture format, and he will also attend the training. Everything from start to finish. The HR leader anxiously nodded, yes, while wiping the sweat off his face. Meanwhile, So-eun is stunned when she catches a glimpse of Té-Jun walking away. It feels like something just happened in an instant. He turns back momentarily, giving her a knowing nod while holding up his phone, possibly hinting for her to look at her phone. After receiving a reassuring gesture, she checked her phone and saw a message from him. Don't worry, we are keeping a close watch. She was left flustered but comforted. She interprets his actions as thoughtful and even heartwarming, hinting at a growing emotional connection or admiration toward him. Hey-Wuk's mother was seen obsessively scrolling on her phone. Her fixation on updates, coins, and delegation alerts suggests she's closely monitoring her stock investment situation, but her screen kept getting interrupted by incoming calls, which annoyed her. Her husband questions her presence at home immediately, alerting her to ask why isn't he at his golf appointment? Her husband stated that he couldn't go even though he wanted to. Outside, a group of photographers and reporters, possibly tipped off, gather near the building, signaling heightened public interest in the incident. The couple rushes to the balcony, excited by what they see below. To them, it feels like they're witnessing a drama unfold in real time. Hey-Wuk's mother questioned if her husband got drunk somewhere and caused trouble. The husband retorted unhappily, an accident. Does she think reporters would come all the way just for something like that? She wonders if Hey-Wuk, her son, would know anything about what's happening. Back at home, an older woman experiences a major crisis. Her internet has stopped working. Frustrated and clueless, she calls out to her husband to fix it. They both panic as she can't check her beloved coin updates. Unable to resolve it themselves, they text their daughter Hyan-Jin for help, asking her to fix the internet and check the coin status. Meanwhile, Hyan-Jin is fast asleep on the couch, her phone buzzing with 30 missed calls and a new message. Startled awake, she flips off the couch in a dramatic panic, confused by the chaos. Just as she tries to gather herself, her husband stands before her fuming. Still groggy, she sarcastically asks if he's already off work, clearly unaware of what's been going on. He's clearly upset and confronts her about a situation involving a reporter at his in-laws' house. His frustration boils over, demanding answers. She's confused, asking, "What reporter?" And her expression quickly turns to shock as she realizes something serious is happening. He told her that her parents' personal information was spread everywhere right now. Even the reporters are calling him. The donation his brother-in-law's ex-girlfriend made to his mother-in-law, and then her family left that woman out in the cold. It's all been exposed, and it's chaos. Hyan-Jin, who previously dismissed the drama as insignificant, stumbles upon a shocking online headline on her phone. Thieves who went to K Electronics. Full profile summary. To her horror, the article exposes her entire family, complete with names, roles, and relationships, labeling them as frauds tied to a scandal involving a company, liver transplant, and deceit. She is visibly shaken, clutching her phone thinking, no wonder she's been getting so many calls today. Ever since she took out a loan, she's been getting so many spam calls that she just assumed it was that. Then she saw a message from her mother. "Hey Jean, the internet isn't working. Can you take a look at the coin?" Despite the looming scandal, and being questioned by her husband about their son, Hyung-woo, how was their son supposed to attend school? Hyan-Jin brushed off her husband's concern and told him to stop fussing over nothing. Even if it goes viral on the internet, everyone will lose interest in a few days, whatever. The important thing is money, after all. She sat down in front of the computer and started checking to see how much the money invested has increased while she was sleeping. Clicking away, she nervously waits to see the results. Finally, her face lights up in relief. Thinking, her coin value should have skyrocketed as it was previously 1,510,201. Just as Hyan-Jin is celebrating her digital coin balance reaching over 1.5 million won, disaster strikes. A news alert pops up. KKA declares bankruptcy. Coin KKA 368 plummets 99% overnight. Her confidence melts into horror. In disbelief, she thinks, it must be an error, but the truth sets in fast. Her investment has crashed. It was definitely 1.5 billion. Hyan-Jin spirals into panic, yelling at her phone, questioning why her mother won't answer the phone at times like this. Confused, her husband asked why she was shouting. Without answering, she demanded her husband to drive her to her mother's place. She rushes to confront her parents, demanding to know if they still have any money left. Her wide-eyed desperation baffles her father and the other man, both puzzled by her erratic behavior. The mother, however, is calm and smiles sweetly, greeting Hyan-Jin warmly and immediately mentioning about the reporters surrounding the house. She was at her wit's end about the whole situation. Hyan-Jin tries to explain the seriousness of the situation, but the mother is oblivious to the financial devastation, still fixated on checking her coin data. Hyan-Jin's husband stated that there was no reporter when they arrived. Hyan-Jin questioned loudly if her mother took the money. Confused, the mother asked, "Withdrawing money? What does that mean?" She insisted that her mother must have taken out the money. Her pathetic behavior baffled her father and husband. The mother looked at the coin investment. Earlier her internet wasn't working, so she couldn't check, but now it is working. On the screen they both saw total assets, 535,123 won. Profit is minus 1,122,899,443, with a yield of minus 99.99%. They both looked horrified, questioning the reality, wanting each other's assurance that it was false. As the truth becomes undeniable, the woman's mom suddenly collapses, clutching her face in distress. The father and partner rush to help her while the woman trembles, then falls to her knees, crying out in despair, "My help!" It's clear that she feels betrayed, overwhelmed, and utterly helpless. The room descends into complete chaos. Family members panic, the phone drops, and the mother is emotionally crushed. She fell down and fainted, while Hyan-Jin dropped to her knees, unable to overcome the devastating news. The father begs Hyan-Jin for help, while her husband seems hesitant and confused, unsure what role he should play in this emotional and financial disaster. Then he saw a phone on the floor and decided to pick it up, wondering, whose phone was it? Feeling flustered and not sure what to do, he decided to pick up the phone. Then he saw the coin investment on the screen, how badly it crashed. Young Hey-Wuk, a sharply dressed professional, is taking a taxi feeling defeated. Despite looking composed, his mind is a mess, stressed about his fiancée Hyan-Jin preparing to switch jobs, and everything seems to be going wrong that day. While trying to focus on his work in the back of the cab, he gets an unexpected call from Hyan-Jin, who had previously told him not to contact her because she was on vacation. Confused but concerned, he answers. To his shock, Hyan-Jin coldly tells him, "Let's pretend we never got engaged." Her words hit him like a storm. Bewildered, Hey-Wuk stares at his phone in disbelief, unable to comprehend what's happening. She goes on to mock him for thinking a fancy ring could hold any meaning, even bringing up an embarrassing incident with a fake ring he had once given her. Her tone is sharp and dismissive. She leaves him with a stinging remark that she left the ring in his office and he can do whatever he wants with it. Crushed and desperate to understand, Hey-Wuk pleads to talk in person. He even reminds her that he ended his previous relationship with Han-Seon just to be with her. But Hyan-Jin's response is cutting. She tells him that was his decision, motivated by his affection for her and her family, and she takes no responsibility for his sacrifice. After Hyan-Jin coldly ends their engagement over the phone, Hey-Wuk is left completely rattled. She declares that she's quitting her job at the same law firm out of embarrassment for dating someone like him, and even says she'll be changing her phone number, cutting him off completely. Hey-Wuk yells in frustration, desperately trying to stop her, but the call ends abruptly. His emotional outburst inside the taxi is so intense that the driver, startled by the screaming, assumes he must be going through a seriously tough time. When he arrives at court, Hey-Wuk is visibly drained and disheveled. His performance in the trial suffers badly. He admits it's the worst he's ever done. His thoughts keep drifting back to Hyan-Jin's sudden breakup, and to make matters worse, he keeps getting phone calls from unknown numbers during the trial, throwing him off even more. Confused by the volume of calls, he wonders if his number was leaked to a spam company. When he hesitantly turns his phone back on, the buzzing immediately starts again, terrifying him, until he sees it's from my beloved mother. He lets out a sigh of relief, but relief is short-lived. His mom bombards him with questions. Where is Hyan-Jin? Why isn't she answering? Frustrated, Hey-Wuk tells her that they broke up. His mother is shocked and furious. She demands he apologize and get back with Hyan-Jin immediately. In a whirlwind of emotion, he accuses his mother of being clingy and driving Hyan-Jin away by constantly calling her. The mother was about to faint again by Hey-Wuk's accusation. Hyan-Jin grabbed the phone and questioned if Hey-Wuk really broke up with Hyan-Jin. The father consoled the mother loudly that the commotion caused Hey-Wuk to instinctively move his head away from the phone. What's happening? Hyan-Jin yelled. Mom fell down again. Hurry and come here. The mother laid down with a towel on her forehead, looking unwell. Hey-Wuk finally arrived home and questioned why they didn't take his mother to the hospital. The father used Hey-Wuk's arrival to nudge the mother to wake up, though she wasn't responsive. Restless Hyan-Jin questioned, "Where's Choi Hyan-Jin?" Hey-Wuk answered irritably that they have broken up. Hyan-Jin questioned, why did he break up with her? He told her off because that was not her problem. Then, the brother-in-law grabbed Hey-Wuk's attention as he handed out the phone towards Hey-Wuk. Look here. Hey-Wuk suddenly realized that his brother-in-law was present as well. The brother-in-law mumbled, "It seems you are as clueless as I am. You should read this first." Hey-Wuk took the phone and saw the scandals online. He knew who did it. His face mood darkened, and he questioned if his sister wrote that article. She tried denying, but unable to find any excuse. Hey-Wuk reprimanded. He could tell just by looking at it. She wrote it. She posted something similar before to ruin a store that wronged her in the past. Hey-Jin reasoned unconfidently that she was just trying to help because mom was having a hard time dealing with him. He was getting all drunk and thinking about So-eun. At this point, the mother is starting to come around. She finally sat up and rubbed her forehead when she overheard her children arguing. Hey-Wuk yelled angrily, "So you and her have been acting like that all this time? How dare you even keep calling yourself my mother? I've done my best for you, and this is how you all repay me." Then he walked away from the group. Hey-Jin still refused to acknowledge her wrongdoing. She snitched, "Mom, did you see that? He's acting out again, just like when he was brat." The mom followed with cries. "It seems all my efforts raising that brat were in vain." The father looked disgusted and uttered, "It's clear who Hey-Wuk got his attitude from," hinting that it was from the mother. Then a phone from Hyan-Jin came in. This phone call lit up the atmosphere. The mother didn't hesitate. She picked up the phone and answered cheerfully, "Hello? Hyan-Jin, how have you been? Where are you? Hey-Wuk said you two broke up? It's not true, right?" Hyan-Jin called her, "Ms. Yang, that they broke up. She's calling because she forgot something." She coldly reminds the Yang family that she once gave them 1 million KRW. And since they're now strangers, she demands it back. She even offers to send her account number for a same-day deposit. Caught off guard and financially distressed, the panic spiral into a meltdown, revealing she invested 1 billion won into cryptocurrency based on Hyan-Jin's prior suggestions, only for the coins to crash. She sobs, fearing she may lose her home, begging to know Hyan-Jin's location. But Hyan-Jin remains unfazed. She remarks how dangerous it is to trust others so easily, especially those who promise love and family in exchange for something as serious as organ donation. The family is left stunned, especially since this is a direct reference to her own past liver donation to their mother. The mother attempts to end the call abruptly, but Hey-Jin tries to salvage the situation, suggesting a calm face-to-face talk. She confesses that both she and her mother borrowed money from loan sharks, totaling a debt of 2.2 billion KRW due the next month. Although she says she's not asking Hyan-Jin to get back with Hey-Wuk, she begs for help fixing the situation, blaming Hyan-Jin's earlier financial advice. Hyan-Jin responds with cold, unrelenting laughter. She mocks them for being a terrifying family, ridiculing the absurdity of their behavior. Her words cut deep. "Thanks for the funny story. I'll forgive your mom's debt just because I haven't laughed this hard in ages. Consider it my last goodwill." The call ends with Hey-Jin frozen in shock, her father utterly confused, and Hyan-Jin ends her scathing call to the Yang family with a final jab. "I'm sure you'll be busy getting that 2.2 billion won from now on. Well then, do your best." With a calm yet decisive tap, she hangs up. Her tone shifts as she turns to the middle-aged couple across from her. With a soft smile, she thanks them. "Thank you for your help too, Mom and Dad." They are Hana's kind and supportive parents, reassuring her not to worry. They talk about her upcoming return to the U.S., where she plans to continue her studies and join the family's law firm. The conversation is warm and caring, an emotional contrast to the chaos she just left behind. As they talk, there's a moment of lighthearted banter. The father jokes about how bad he is at acting and wonders if her biological parents would scold him if they'd seen the show. The mother playfully suggests maybe she should audition as an actress. What follows is a heartfelt moment of reflection and gratitude between a daughter and the acting parents who stood by her through one of the most painful chapters of her life. Flashbacks show how they were initially hesitant when Hyan-Jin proposed staging a confrontation with Hannah's ex-fiancé's family. Despite the emotional toll and embarrassment, they agreed to act because they couldn't bear to see Hyan-Jin face it all alone. It was their daughter who died because of Hey-Wuk and his family's deceivement. "We tried our best to play our role, even though it wasn't easy," her father confesses. Hana's mother adds that seeing the Yangs in person nearly made her break down in tears. But she held it in. Hyan-Jin thanked them sincerely. "Knowing you were there reassured me. Thank you for everything." The moment turns even more tender when Hana's father speaks about his late daughter, Hannah, the girl Hyan-Jin had presumably stepped in for. Tearfully, he says, "If she were still here, I would have loved to take her to a fancy restaurant like this." Tears flowed down his face as he mourns. "I miss you so much, my little Hannah." At the airport, Hyan-Jin discussed the success of their operation. A talented person with a lot of money and good connections is indeed the best. She never thought he could cut off both the internet and mobile data. The other person stated that he had to be sure of everything and then questioned what about the cryptocurrency matter? Hyan-Jin reported that her real dad will handle it since the clients are well known. Meanwhile, the sharply dressed Té-Jun wished her success and that he will take care of it from here. Back at the office, Betrayal left work first while So-eun finished up the day's work. She receives a farewell message from someone named Hyan-Jin. The message reveals Hyan-Jin is leaving for the United States, wishing her well and suggesting they meet in the future. The news triggers a wave of reflection. They first met with Hey-Wuk's work group for drinks. So-eun begins to express regret about her feelings toward Hyan-Jin. Despite past misunderstandings, she starts realizing that Hyan-Jin may have pushed people away on purpose, possibly out of self-protection. As she drinks, she reflects on her own flaws and past judgments. She writes a heartfelt message to Hyan-Jin, expressing that she has let go of the past and hopes Hyan-Jin can too. She ends her message with a cheerful, fighting sticker, a small but sincere gesture of reconciliation. So-eun is seen sitting alone at her desk, clearly deep in thought. She's eager to talk, as she has many things weighing on her mind. Suddenly, her phone starts buzzing with a call from an unknown number. She hesitates, uncertain whether to answer it, especially since the director assured her that all her personal information had been taken down and that reporters wouldn't be able to contact her anymore. Despite the hesitation, a thought strikes her. Could this be a message from someone related to her father? She eventually answers, and a sharp, accusing voice greets her, asking if she was the one who spread her mother's information online. Shocked, So-eun listens as the caller reveals herself to be the sister of Hey-Wuk. The caller presses on, blaming So-eun and shaming her, questioning if someone like her, presumably from a scandalous or controversial background, deserves a normal life or to be welcomed by any family. The verbal attack is harsh, but So-eun remains composed. She quietly realizes the truth and calmly responds, identifying the caller as the one who posted the harmful content in the first place. After receiving a threatening call, So-eun firmly responds by warning the caller that she has recorded the conversation and will take legal action if they continue to harass her. Despite being mocked with a sarcastic reference to a lawyer's sibling, she stands her ground. Hyan-Jin accuses So-eun of ruining things by posting a statement online, but So-eun confidently states that it was Hyan-Jin who brought it upon themselves by going public. So-eun blocks the contact and reflects on her past. She reflects on her past relationship with He-Wuk, remembering that despite everything, he at least treated her like a person. Aware that her past may cause others to judge her, she chooses to face the consequences head-on. Back at work, assistant manager So-eun runs into Chief Jang, who stayed behind and hoped to leave with So-eun. Nervous but determined, he awkwardly asks if she's free that weekend, implying he has something to say. To her surprise, he blurts out that he wants to go on a date. She panics, flustered by his directness, could not find a response to Chief Jang's sudden, heartfelt confession. Her face flushed as she stuttered, oh, which sent both into a comedic spiral of shock and awkwardness. He doesn't know when it started, but he thinks he has liked her a long time ago. So-eun considers revealing she already has a boyfriend, but is swept up by his sincere praise, calling her pretty, kind, and diligent. She struggles with how to respond. Before the moment can go any further, her expression shifts as she hears a familiar voice. Supervisor Jang Eun-pyo has something to say. Té-Jun's ominous tone and shadowy demeanor interrupt the scene. He tells So-eun to leave, emphasizing the end of the workday. With confusion and unease, she exits, and her colleague, still reeling from the confession, nervously says goodbye. He pulls rank and sends So-eun away, cutting the romantic tension short. Afterward, he requests a private conversation with Section Chief Jang. Inside Té-Jun's office, the mood shifts. He looked menacingly at Chief Jang with cryptic words like embrace and unexpectedly called him Sengu, a cute nickname, confusing Chief Jang further. However, their conversation turns sincere when Té-Jun expresses gratitude for Supervisor Jang's for taking on the TF team work. He understood that Chief Jang Eun-pyo has the longest experience there. Having Supervisor Jang around is very helpful since his return to Korea. He continued to praise Jang Eun-pyo, to which Eun-pyo replied with assurance that he will work hard. Jang Eun-pyo finds himself caught off guard when the charismatic and reserved director, who had been acting a bit strangely, suddenly declares he wants to share a secret with him. Initially panicking and assuming it's a major corporate secret, Jang braces himself for something serious, only to be completely blindsided when the director calmly reveals, "Han So-eun is my girlfriend." Jang's brain nearly short-circuits processing the revelation. Chief Han So-eun, who Jang deeply respects and possibly has feelings for, is dating the director? He's baffled, confused, and slightly heartbroken. The director, meanwhile, happily confirms it with sparkles in his eyes, and even offers phone messages as proof to clear Jang's disbelief. The director shares this information with trust and sincerity, asking Jang to keep it confidential, since So-eun is uncomfortable with workplace gossip, especially after a disruption caused by her ex showing up at the office. Jang, overwhelmed but honored, promises to protect the secret and act professionally. In the end, the director thanks Jang for liking So-eun and emphasizes looking forward to working well with her as colleagues. Jang is left speechless, still trying to untangle his feelings, but with a clearer understanding of his role in the triangle. The bus rattles gently in the background, empty and dimly lit. So-eun sits alone, quietly staring down at her phone, her posture weary but her expression soft, lost in thought. On her phone screen, a message glows. "I'll make things clear with Manager Jang. Once we finish, I'll take you home." Beneath the screen, So-eun's anxious thoughts swirl as she wonders how she'll be able to face Manager Jang after everything. As the city lights blur through the bus window, So-eun gazes out, her phone still in hand. Her expression is distant and reflective. It's been such a long day, and weariness clings to her like a second skin. A social media post reveals a photo of a smiling group. Two individuals are circled, one of them Hey-Wuk. The caption reflects So-eun's unease. Her personal story has now become internet gossip, exposed for strangers to judge. Despite the turmoil, So-eun finds unexpected comfort at work. Her co-workers embrace her warmly, surrounding her with a sense of support she didn't anticipate. Thinking of earlier, So-eun stands alone in a large, cold hallway, a phone pressed to her ear. Her silhouette is small beneath the tall windows as she processes harsh words from someone in Hey-Wuk's family. In a quieter moment, another memory emerges. Chief Jang Eun-pyo nervously scratching his head as he confesses romantic feelings to her. The moment is awkward, sincere, and unexpected. Back on the bus, So-eun looks ahead with gentle disbelief in her eyes. Could everything that's happened, the pain, the support, the confession, be just a dream? A bus announcement calls out the next stop, startling So-eun back to the present. Her eyes widen as she reacts quickly, possibly realizing she's nearly missed her destination. Walking down a hallway alone, So-eun reflects on her worth. She knows she's a good person, but doubts begin to creep in. Is that enough for someone to want to marry her? She isn't sure, and that uncertainty lingers heavily in her heart. She quietly slips off her shoes and steps into her home, weighed down by the emotional heaviness of the day. Her thoughts dwell on him, wondering if he'll one day meet someone else and find his forever with her. Lying on her bed, she stares at the ceiling with distant eyes. A single question lingers in her heart. When that moment comes, when he's happy with someone else, could she truly wish them well? The room is silent until the sudden chime of the doorbell startles her. She stiffens slightly, unsure of what, or who, to expect. Springing up in surprise, she hears a familiar voice from the other side of the door. "It's me, Kim Té-Jun." The sound of his name sends a rush of emotions through her. As she opens the door, Kim Té-Jun stands there, frowning slightly. His tone is mildly scolding. "Come on, don't you think you're opening the door too quickly?" With a soft, nervous smile, she responds quietly, "I did it because I heard your voice." Her words are sincere, though her eyes betray her flustered state. He presses gently. "What if it was someone imitating my voice?" She waves it off with an embarrassed chuckle, brushing his concern aside. But he remains serious, urging her to be cautious. His demeanor softens, and he extends a hand toward her. "Let's go," he says gently. "I'll take you to eat something delicious." His voice carries warmth and care. Her eyes widened with surprise, heart fluttering. His unexpected gesture stirs something tender within her. In a close-up, her eyes glisten with emotion, her cheeks flushed. She slowly reaches out and lets her hand rest gently in his, the moment charged with unspoken feelings. Under a cascade of flower petals, a pair of hands gently intertwine. The announcement echoes through the venue. The bride and groom are now entering, signaling the start of their special moment. Dressed in an elegant white gown and holding a delicate bouquet of flowers, the bride, So-eun, walks down the aisle, hand in hand with the groom, standing close to her groom. She smiles gently as if trying to preserve the serenity of the moment amidst the crowd's attention. Suddenly, the scene shifts into darkness and dread. The groom's face fades into shadow. Words of betrayal flash violently behind him. The once joyful moment is now haunted by a painful truth. Outside, the wind scatters petals through the night, illuminated by a streetlight. Walking hand in hand down a quiet street, Té-Jun looks over at So-eun and suggests they stop by a restaurant he saw earlier. With traffic congested, he proposes they walk. She agrees, smiling softly at him. Though she tries to maintain her composure, her expression betrays her unease. Still holding her hand, he admits he stepped in earlier because he didn't think she could respond properly. She's startled by his comment. Realizing he had overheard the entire conversation, she wished to keep private. He turns to her with gentle curiosity and asks how she feels now. Specifically, how she feels after hearing the other man's confession. She is caught off guard, uncertain of how to answer as the weight of recent emotions settles over her. He playfully warns her, flashing a soft smile while sparkling effects surround him. His teasing words, "Be careful. I'm going to start sulking if you answer wrong," lighten the mood, but a shadowed version of himself behind him hints at mock seriousness. Caught off guard, So-eun stares at Té-Jun with wide eyes and sweat trickling down her face. Her internal panic is evident as she realizes she might be in trouble depending on how she responds. As she stammers, trying to find the right words, she admits she was initially shocked and a little sad. The man observes her reaction, commenting dryly that she seems to have just remembered that part, leaving her speechless. Trying to ease the tension, he advises her to act normally and not behave awkwardly around the other man. Meanwhile, she looks puzzled and surprised by how much he seems to know. Still calm and composed, he reassures her that if she pretends like nothing happened, the other guy likely won't bring it up either. His logic is clear, and his confidence is unwavering. With a sly, almost mischievous smile, he adds, "At least if he's smart enough." His tone carries a subtle warning while maintaining his charismatic demeanor. Trailing behind Té-Jun, So-eun is overwhelmed with confusion. A grand restaurant dining area is revealed, glittering with chandeliers and elegance. Plates of exquisite food are served, indicating a formal gathering or celebration. The well-dressed Suk-hee smiles warmly at the team. She explains that though she intended to let them off early, she wanted to first treat them to something delicious, apologizing for taking up more of their time. The team graciously reassures her of their appreciation. A secretary gazes in awe around the luxurious space, clutching her phone in excitement. Asking shyly for permission to take photos, she can hardly contain her admiration. Her thoughts reveal she sees this as the ultimate dream job for secretaries in Korea. She could not believe she is working for such a great director who treats her employees so well, while maintaining an appropriate professional line. Even the people in her team are kind and have a ton of things she could learn from. Not even mentioning the generous salary and constant praise and encouragement she received. She is going to work there until she dies. The newly recruit cried tears of joy as she ate. Her thought was interrupted by a firm and sharp superior. "Secretary Lee, don't you have something to share with the director?" The newly recruited secretary, Lee, handed an iPad with charts and information on it. It was the summary of the issue at the central headquarters of K Electronics Customer Services. Director Suk-hee's eyes lit up. "Isn't that the place of Kim Té-Jun in charge of?" She looked through the info and guessed they were able to solve the issue well since the notice has gone quiet already. She cannot believe her nephew Té-Jun was able to take care of that employee while having such a busy schedule. He did pretty good at cleaning the rumors, but it's sad that an employee had to get caught in such a horrendous scandal. She asked the secretary what the position of the employee involved was. If the employee was in her team, she would have treated the employee to a meal. Secretary Lee quickly pulled up the info, as she has the person's contact in her list. Although Director Suk he kindly refused to spend more time on it, Secretary Lee mentioned her name, Manager Han So-eun, Mobile Services Team. Stunned, Director Suk he asked for the name again. Secretary Lee reiterates proudly, she's a manager, Han So-eun, from the Mobile Customer Services Team. Suk he looked up at the Secretary Lee and softly repeated the name she had just learned, Manager Han So-eun. Her voice carried a tinge of recognition and realization. 20 years in the distant past, under a canopy of autumn leaves rustling in the evening breeze, a voice echoed desperately through the chilly air. Han So-eun, hurry up and come here, someone shouted, urgency carried with the wind beyond the gates. In the glow of the autumn dusk, little girl clutched a plush backpack and resisted leaving, tugging on the arm of a man beside her. Aunt, I don't want to leave, she pleaded tearfully. The man gently hushed her, apologizing to the poised Suk-hee. Suk-hee watched with concern. The child's sad words weighed heavily, complaining that her father was coming home late again. On the little backpack, there was a label, sunny notepad. The name Han So-eun was clearly written. The voice of the young girl returned, expressing her innocent intentions. She had wanted to fix her friend's toy and play with him that evening. Tears streamed down the little girl's face as she cried out in anguish, calling for Té-Jun Appa. Her voice trembled, soaked with sorrow and longing, as she clutched her yellow backpack, heartbroken by the separation. Inside the home, Suk-hee stood silently in front of a dresser adorned with family portraits and vases of fresh lilies. Sunlight streamed gently across the room as she picked up a framed photograph, her face reflecting nostalgia and unspoken sorrow. She studied the photograph closely, her fingers delicately brushing against the image of a young man in a brown vest. Startled by a sudden voice, the woman turned around. A young boy with bright blue eyes and a warm smile greeted her politely. "Good morning, Aunt," he said cheerfully, his youthful energy lighting up the quiet morning. Aunt Suk he smiled gently and walked toward him, ruffling his hair affectionately. She expressed her surprise at how early he had risen and remarked on how quickly he was growing up. Little Té-Jun sheepishly clarified the real reason for waking up so early. With a serious expression, he explained that his grandfather had asked him to have breakfast together. Suk-hee's face shifted to mild surprise as she looked down at Té-Jun, processing his words. Her raised hand froze momentarily, and her expression softened with both understanding and curiosity. With a small smile, she suggested they head to the dining room together since she had also been planning to eat before work. He nodded in agreement, responding with a shy but firm yes. The two entered the dining room where the grandfather sat at the head of the table, calmly reading the newspaper. He acknowledged their presence with a brief greeting, surprised but pleased to see them arrive together. She noticed Té-Jun is now sitting on the seat that her brother once sat. Té-Jun sits at the breakfast table with his head slightly bowed. His expression is somber as he quietly places his hand on the surface. Suk-hee's father asked if she's leaving for a business trip tomorrow. She replies casually that she'll return next week. Her father told her to eat well since she will not get to eat Korean food regularly due to her travels. She looks down with a conflicted expression, a bead of sweat forming on her temple. She begins to realize something unsettling. An array of side dishes is neatly arranged on the dining table. She reflects internally, recognizing that all of the food has been made to suit only her father's preferences. A flashback reveals Té-Jun's mother and Secretary Song Moon-kyung in a cooking session. Té-Jun's mother expresses surprise at his picky eating habits, while Moon-kyung instructs that vegetables need to be cut into small pieces. It's a playful yet revealing scene titled Secretary Song's Master Class to fit the taste of Té-Jun. Back in the present, Suk-hee watches attentively as a large bowl of vegetables is brought to the table. She seems unsure, curious about how Té-Jun will respond to the food. Té-Jun leans forward and takes a bite of one of the leafy green side dishes using his chopsticks. The moment is tense, suggesting a break from his usual picky habits. She watches Té-Jun closely, chopsticks still in her hand, her mouth slightly parted in surprise. She seems to be in disbelief at what she just witnessed. Later, Suk-hee stepped outside, talking on the phone. She tells the person to let her know if they can't find a proper date and agrees to leave the decision in their hands, her tone calm but purposeful. Under the clear morning sky, she stares at her phone in shock and confusion. The dense schedule left by her brother overwhelms her, and she silently wonders how he ever managed such a demanding life, especially having to raise Té-Jun. Remembering earlier that morning, Té-Jun tells her that his grandfather invited him to breakfast. After breakfast, she hears him coughing violently in the bathroom. Peeking through the door, she witnessed Té-Jun stand hunched over a sink, gagging uncontrollably. His face flushes red as he struggles to steady himself, tears forming in his eyes from the strain. She watches him from afar, her heart aching. Her gaze turns somber and filled with quiet realization. Despite everything expected of him, she reflects on the harsh truth. Té-Jun is just 10 years old. Suk-hee is suddenly startled by a loud voice shouting, "I don't want to." Turning sharply, she clutches her phone in confusion, her expression mixed with alarm and curiosity. Walking briskly between tall hedges, Suk-hee recognizes the voice she heard. She mutters to herself that it sounded like Té-Jun, surprised, as it's unlike him to raise his voice. She hurries toward the sound, and a sense of shock that the quiet, reserved Té-Jun who acted like an adult could have that expression. So-eun, cheerful and carefree, puckers her lips and reaches out playfully while declaring, "Moi, I'm a kissing ghost." Her innocence lights up the scene, completely unaware of what's to come. Té-Jun reacts with alarm and fear, his cheeks flushed as he shouts, "Stay away, you pervert." His eyes widen and his body recoils in panic, overwhelmed by the girl's sudden approach, though his every action loved her company. Suk-hee, now witnessing the confrontation from a distance, gasps and covers her mouth in shock. Her eyes stretch wide as she watches the chaos unfold, unable to process what she just heard. There was a crumpled note addressed to Té-Jun, reading, "Té-Jun, happy 10th birthday. We love you a lot. Mommy and Daddy." Holding a glass of water, witnessed her father grieving secretly. Stands alone in a dimly lit room, shoulders hunched over a cabinet, holding a framed photo. Tears stream down his face as he whispers with heartache, "No matter what, you can't be with her." Eavesdropping from the corner of a wall, Suk-hee's body trembles subtly. She saw Té-Jun and So-eun face each other on a sunlit path. Té-Jun raises a fist in a playful, animated expression, while So-eun smiles brightly, clearly amused. They appear to be in the middle of a spirited exchange or teasing game, surrounded by the warmth of a summer afternoon. Later, she crouches slightly to speak kindly to So-eun. She gently informs her that her aunt and uncle are waiting and encourages her to go with them, offering money for a treat. So-eun clings tightly to the woman's leg, sobbing as money falls around them. Suk-hee's expression is stiff with pain and heartbreak. Though she tries to push the girl away with logic, her body reveals her inner turmoil. So-eun's small hands trembling, holds out a colorful phone toy decorated with stickers. Her voice is quiet but full of purpose as she asks the woman to pass it on to someone, clearly something she prepared with care. With wide, glistening green eyes and a tear-streaked face, the girl pleads desperately. Her expression is filled with hope and sorrow as she asks the woman to make sure the gift reaches Té-Jun, her little hands clutching it tightly, as if it holds all her emotions. Later, she walks alone through the dim corridor of a building, repeating to herself that everything she is doing is for Té-Jun's sake. But her expression tells another story. This burden weighs heavily on her, and the repetition sounds more like a mantra to ease her guilt. She looked pale, her hand trembling, hesitating to give the phone to Té-Jun. A commanding male voice cuts through the silence. The woman looks up in shock, caught off guard. Dressed in formal attire, his presence is cold and heavy. The woman stiffens and responds with visible tension, calling him father. A chilling silence lingers in the space between them. She apologizes, asking if the girl was too loud or troublesome. The father responds with a cold no. She hesitantly questions, "You knew?" He explains that he allowed So-eun to stay only because she had nowhere else to go and might have been going through a difficult time. He admits he intended to eventually tell her the truth about her father, once she was older. With sadness in her eyes, Suk-hee processes his words. He suggests now might be the best time to remove So-eun, while she is still unaware of her true origins. She remains silent, clearly conflicted. The father's gaze sharpens as he notices something in her hand, He asks about it, and the woman flinches, clutching the phone tighter. Her body stiffens as she prepares to respond. She shows him the phone toy and downplays its significance, saying it's just something the child gave her before leaving. Her words are careful, trying not to reveal the emotional weight behind the gift. He ends the conversation abruptly, stating there's no need to talk about that kid ever again. Shocked and helpless, she stands motionless. Her eyes widened, and a single drop of sweat trails down her cheek as she replied, "Yes, father." The car came to a stop. Té-Jun steps aside, stating he'll go in by himself later and the driver should head in first. Time fast-forwards. He stands before his childhood home, surrounded by greenery. His thoughts echo the weight of years gone by. It's been 20 years. Then, on that day, in the midst of a rainstorm, a lone umbrella lies abandoned on the pavement. Inside, grandfather stands by a window, emotionless, casting a long shadow. A storm rages outside. Té-Jun, dressed in a black funeral suit, stands solemnly across from So-eun. His expression is unreadable. A memory surfaces. Young Té-Jun and So-eun days were filled with light-hearted joy, standing under the warm sun. The boy laughs playfully, teasing the girl who hides her face in embarrassment. Now a grown man, the boy from the past gazes upward with a serene expression. As he looks into the sky, surrounded by green trees and blue skies, the pain of the past seems to have settled into a calm, introspective resolve. The soft breeze lifts his hair as he reflects on the past. A call from his aunt reminded him of the family breakfast, arranged at his father's request. "We haven't been together since you came back to Korea," she said. Even as he sat in his office, making excuses, he knew the guilt would outweigh his pride. "This is an invitation I can't refuse," he thought, recalling his aunt's reminder that his grandfather would be happy to see him. Despite the polite acceptance, "Yes, Aunt. I'll see you next week." Té-Jun's heart remained conflicted. He had never wanted to come back. Walking through the garden, his steps slowed as his eyes landed on a familiar bench. The memories came flooding back again, the place where he and the girl used to talk after school. He could almost see them. The younger Té-Jun with his school bag and the girl with her bright yellow backpack, talking beneath the shade of the tree. He sat down awkwardly on the bench, realizing how small it felt now. Was this bench always this small? He wondered. When I was younger, it had space to even lie down. The nostalgia was overwhelming. Just then, a breeze stirred. A leaf fluttered through the air, brushing against his hair, delicate and fleeting, like the past he could never quite escape. Reflecting on the past, he wondered if her sudden disappearance was his fault. Maybe he wasn't kind enough. Maybe he should have cherished her more. The thoughts weighed heavily on him, until a soft breeze brushed past, a whisper of the past, followed by a familiar voice gently calling his name. Té-Jun. Startled, he turned around and found his aunt, teasing him about his love life along the way. They shared a light-hearted exchange filled with laughter, bringing a rare moment of ease to Té-Jun's guarded heart. She even offered to set him up on a date, teasing, "Would you like me to arrange one for you?" But Té-Jun, with a quiet smile, declines. Looking out at the trees, he softly adds that he's not ready, not yet, and urges Aunt to hurry. Grandpa must be waiting for them. Té-Jun meets with his grandfather. He mentions Té-Jun's recent absence, understanding it's due to his busy work life. Té-Jun confirms, having been preoccupied with his own responsibilities. The conversation shifts to a business issue involving Chris and Greenbrook. Té-Jun proposes a solution confidently, assuring Grandpa that the outcome will be satisfying. Aunt also interacts with Té-Jun again during a dinner meeting, praising his diplomatic answers and teasingly calling him a rascal. Grandfather felt assured and stated he'll let Té-Jun take care of the issue as he's not in his best condition anymore. Privately, Aunt Kim Suk begins to realize something. She once believed Té-Jun had no interest in dating, but now, it's clear he's hiding something or someone. Flashbacks reveal Té-Jun with a young woman, Han So-eun, the manager of K Electronics' mobile services team. She appears thoughtful and reserved. A photo of her confirms the identity of the woman she saw in Té-Jun's parking lot. She wonders if her father is aware that Té-Jun has started seeing that girl again, a relationship her father wants nothing to do with. At the law firm, Hey-Wuk faced intense pressure from his father, who messaged him about their family's dire financial situation. The weight of illegal debt collectors, the sacrifice of a liver transplant, and thoughts of selling their home pushed the family toward desperation. As Hey-Wuk read the message, he was overwhelmed with regret, particularly about his entanglement with Han So-eun. He believed he should have run away from everything related to her when he had the chance. His frustrations continued to mount as he endured scolding from others over his breakup with Hyan-Jin and obsession with So-eun. Accusations flew. Had he only acted better in his previous relationship, they might have won a legal case worth 1.5 billion KRW. But all Hey-Wuk felt was exhaustion and resentment, blaming the entire marriage ordeal for draining him emotionally. Despite this bitterness, he was relieved that Hyan-Jin had left the law firm. With her gone, he was able to renegotiate his salary after the firm's merger and refocus on his own priorities. He decided to cut ties with his sister's financial burdens, vowing to handle only his own debt. This moment of clarity gave him resolve to think of taking out a loan and regain. The firm's new identity, YNC, from Yeolju, Chris, and Greenbrook, is officially launched. Though Hey-Wuk is unsure about the name, his colleague says there's nothing to be done, they must adapt. The announcement of the merger comes with a stunning revelation. K Electronics will become one of their clients. This revelation shocks Hey-Wuk. His discomfort grows as he realizes that working with them now feels wrong. Curious, he begins researching. In a company article, he sees a photo of a mysterious, charismatic executive everyone's been talking about. Hey-Wuk wonders who this foreign-looking man could be. The new face from the merger leaves him uneasy. Meanwhile, at K Electronics headquarters, executives discuss the law firm developments. Aunt Suk-hee asks her father if he prepared anything regarding the Chris and Greenbrick situation. Her father deflects, saying Té-Jun was the one working on it. She questions why a powerful international firm would merge with a domestic one like Yeolju. Suspicion creeps in. Was there an external deal? Could Té-Jun have hidden an ulterior motive? Her father admits he never asked Té-Jun his reason for pushing the merger, assuming it was to build useful connections. With hesitation, the woman accepts his vague response, but remains unsettled. The woman, troubled but composed, muttered to herself, "I see." Later, at her sleek office with sun pouring in through high windows, continued her own investigation. A sharp glint in her eye suggested she had found something. Her search led her to a digital display of staff profiles, where the face of lawyer Yang Hey-Wuk lit up the screen. In a confidential meeting, she presented files to a superior, confirming that manager Han So-eun was indeed the daughter of Han Hong-yu. Her work was thorough and praised. But something else was uncovered. Online rumors about the woman had already been verified, and a certain coin, tied to a controversy, had been handled outside of K-Group's jurisdiction. And once again, the face of lawyer Yang Hey-Wuk surfaced in the file. As she digested the layers of revelations, the woman broke into a cold sweat. Covering her mouth, she trembled in disbelief. Whatever she had just pieced together had shaken her to the core. During a virtual business meeting, several executives from different regions appear on screen, their expressions focused and attentive. Among them is Té-Jun, calm and collected, representing his firm with poised confidence. He clicks accept, signaling the official end of the corporate session. Alone in his office, Té-Jun leans back in his chair, momentarily closing his eyes. Thoughts echo in his mind. He reminds himself that it's okay to breathe now that the intense merger proceedings have wrapped up. He reflects on the immense workload he endured, reviewing countless papers, contracts, and proposals. The image shifts to past scenes of him attending multilingual meetings and business trips. Exhausted but determined, he clutches a document, muttering how grateful he is for being bilingual. Using the reputation of his late grandfather, he had also taken on the responsibility of keeping the executives satisfied. Té-Jun leans back in his chair with drooping eyes, thinking to himself, "Let's relax for a second." The heavy responsibilities have clearly worn him out. A knock at the office door startles him out of his trance. With a composed yet curious look, he responds, "Come in." Secretary Song enters the room gracefully, reporting that she has successfully handed over all the data to the management support office. She thanks him for his hard work. In return, he acknowledges her effort with appreciation. Standing before him, Secretary Song politely asks if she could have a moment of his time. Té-Jun looks slightly surprised by the request, but nods, inviting her to go ahead. With a calm and professional demeanor, Secretary Song gently inquires if there is anything she should know regarding the CEO's personal affairs. Té-Jun stands confidently in his suit, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he speaks the words, something like a relationship. "Are you asking me because you want to know?" he questions calmly. "Or because you already know about it?" The room holds a quiet tension, as if both are waiting to see who will blink first. Secretary Song smiles gently. "Secretary Song, how has Té-Jun been doing these days?" a voice asks, loaded with both concern and distance. Wrapped in a robe and towel, Secretary Song juggles a phone call with a warm cup of coffee. With a calm expression, she responds confidently. "In that sense, you don't have to worry at all." She assures the caller that Té-Jun has been handling his responsibilities, especially leading the TF team, with composure and skill. Secretary Song's thoughts swirl in silence. She's probably not talking about So-eun, right? Her words come cautiously as she asks if the idea of an introduction should even be brought up to Té-Jun. At the same time, she silently notes how much her previous words affected him. Secretary Song now stares ahead in concern, her expression caught between duty and emotion. A bead of sweat slides down her face as she thinks to herself, "I have to tackle this carefully." It's clear that he doesn't want to deny he's dating someone since he's been so serious about the conversation. It's evident that he doesn't want to deny being in a relationship, signaling how meaningful this is to him. The woman across from him sips her drink with a knowing smile, her words cutting through the tension. She recalls, almost teasingly, "But I remember you hated her." Té-Jun's eyes widened in shock. The accusation clearly rattles him, and a single bead of sweat trails down his cheek, revealing his inner turmoil. A close-up of Té-Jun's eye captures the moment he processes her words. He averts his gaze downward, avoiding confrontation as doubt and memory stir within him. Té-Jun admits quietly, his back turned, "I didn't like the fact that she was so foolishly nice." Secretary Song sits up straighter, caught off guard by his confession. Blushing deeply, Té-Jun lowers his gaze and presses his fingers to his lips. With a mix of embarrassment and sincerity, he finally admits, "But now I like that about her too." A flashback scene emerges. A younger Secretary Song kneels and greets a timid little boy, Té-Jun, warmly saying, "You are Té-Jun, right?" "Hello." Her kind demeanor shines through instantly. The young Té-Jun dashes away in embarrassment, leaving the adults flustered. Té-Jun's father offers an apologetic smile. Té-Jun is really shy. "I'm sorry about that." With a warm, understanding smile, Secretary Song reassures them, "Oh no, kids are usually like that at that age." Secretary Song turns her head slightly, surprised, as someone comments playfully. Té-Jun with large, expressive eyes peeks shyly from behind a concrete pillar. His cheeks are lightly flushed as he grips the edge with small fingers, clearly curious yet hesitant to step forward. A flood of thoughts crashes over Secretary Song as she recalls Té-Jun's past personality. She had believed he had changed, but now realizes the intense side of him still lingers beneath his calm demeanor. The memory of his intimidating passion leaves her speechless, while he laughs nervously beside her, clearly embarrassed by her recollection. Té-Jun, transformed into a bashful, fox-eared version of himself, clasps his hands and gazes up with pleading eyes. He begs her not to say anything, trying to win her silence with cuteness. Struck by his adorable display, the woman clutches her chest, overwhelmed. Her heart pounds dramatically as a heart-shaped arrow strikes it, leaving her blushing and speechless, completely won over by his charm. Outside the future services team office, So-eun arrives with a bag slung over her shoulder. She pauses as she notices someone inside. So-eun, slightly frustrated, explains that one colleague had other work and the department manager has been dodging her. She reminds Té-Jun of his authority in the department, implying he should take charge. Té-Jun, ever composed, responds reassuringly. He tells her she can address any discomfort directly with Secretary Song. His calm tone eases the tension, though his words carry an unexpected sense of formality. Despite his reassurance, So-eun's mind races with doubt. Her thoughts swirl in uncertainty. She wonders if the CEO truly approves and what consequences might arise from being so open. Worry lingers in her expression, even as she tries to stay composed. She nervously informs him that the others might be arriving soon and that her schedule will be packed for a while. Despite her composed tone, a hint of unease flickers in her expression. Té-Jun gazes at her intently, leaning forward with a relaxed yet flirtatious air. He admits that because she'll be busy, he wants to look at her as much as he can now. Her heart pounds uncontrollably, warmth rising to her cheeks as she silently processes the moment. Bathed in a dreamy pink glow, she looks at him from across the table, momentarily forgetting the professional boundaries. His casual demeanor makes him feel less like a CEO and more like a close coworker, perhaps something even closer. A chibi version of her appears with sparkling wide eyes and a tiny drop of sweat on her forehead, showing her overwhelmed reaction to the situation. She's clearly flustered and lost in a mix of panic and excitement. Back in her imagination, she envisions a casual moment. Kim Té-Jun, dressed down in a white shirt, approaches her playfully and asks to walk home together. Té-Jun holds out his phone, showing a vibrant fireworks display on social media. He casually mentions that if they visit Busan in the fall, they could see something like this in person. So-eun, sitting at her desk, gazes at the phone in awe. She admits she's never seen fireworks up close, explaining that she's always been too busy working part-time jobs since high school. Té-Jun, standing beside her, listens attentively. With a small, thoughtful smile, he offers to clear his schedule before fall arrives, suggesting they go together. But just as he's about to finish his sentence, he's abruptly interrupted. Chief Jang walks in and greets Té-Jun. From behind the desk, the woman looks flustered while Té-Jun maintains a composed stance. The tension subtly shifts as the atmosphere changes. Caught off guard, So-eun nervously stammers, trying to explain their conversation. She says the CEO was just showing her a fireworks video. As So-eun shows the video to the newcomer, he leans in closely. Té-Jun, visibly irritated, glares at Chief Jang, thinking to himself that he's standing too close. His irritation is clear, his mood quickly soured by the turn of events. Chief Jang launches into a technical explanation, pointing out AI-generated flaws in the video, like warped text and strange reflections. So-eun realizes he's right and admits she hadn't noticed because it looked so good. Meanwhile, Té-Jun feels a figurative chasm form between himself and the other man. A romantic being crushed by a scientist, distanced by logic. Standing face to face, Chief Jang stares straight at the CEO, matching his gaze with equal firmness. There's a tense energy hanging in the air as if words are being exchanged through their eyes alone. Chief Jang suddenly softens his expression and smirks confidently, as though he knows exactly what he's doing. The look he gives is equal parts smug and defiant, a deliberate provocation. Té-Jun's mouth twitches into a half-laugh, half-scoff, barely masking his irritation. With a flat stare and dry sarcasm, he internally curses the other man, calling him a bastard through clenched teeth. The girl sits awkwardly between the two men, unaware of the territorial standoff flaring around her. He internally fumes. He gave a warning, yet it's being blatantly ignored. Kim Mal-hee, troubled and deep in thought, worries about an impending deadline. 2 weeks to repay 1.1 billion Korean won. She considers selling the house, but fears they won't get a fair price in such a rush. She hears a sudden noise and perks up, wondering what it might be. Her son, Hey-Wuk, arrives home. She rushes to ask about the loan, hopeful that his company might help. But he responds coldly, brushing her off and saying it's her problem. The mother pleads with Hey-Wuk, insisting they can only rely on him now. She suspects his cold attitude is still because of Han So-eun. Hey-Wuk confirms her suspicion, admitting he might have to quit the company because of So-eun. The mother is shocked and demands clarification. The mother furiously asks what So-eun did. Hey-Wuk avoids the details, claiming So-eun wouldn't understand the merger situation anyway. He coldly announces he'll need to change jobs, which means he won't be able to provide financial help. He tells her to find another way to get the money. Left speechless, the mother watches her son walk away. Her posture sags with helplessness. Falling to the floor, she breaks down, devastated. She cries out, feeling abandoned by her own son during such a desperate time. The scene turns emotionally intense and shadowed. The mother bitterly blames Han So-eun for Hey-Wuk's decision, convinced that it's all her fault he's quitting his job. Her face is clenched with grief and rage. So-eun got off the bus and walked home from the station. She sighed, ruminating about the day. It was a pretty tough day in many ways. It was a relief that Bo Bei came in at the right time. She will have to talk to manager Jang tomorrow, though it'll be hard to explain everything. Then her thought was interrupted by a voice calling her name. That voice, she recognized. It was her ex-mother-in-law, blaming her for being cold-hearted, leaving their family without even saying goodbye to them. She menacingly said, "I treasured you so much when you were my daughter-in-law." So-eun backed away as she questioned her ex-in-law's presence there. Since she broke up with Hey-Wuk, they are nothing more than strangers. The ex-in-law tries to defend her son, explaining how hard things have been on him since the breakup. She insists that everything started to fall apart when So-eun left. Her tone shifts from pleading to subtly accusatory. The ex-mother-in-law smiles slyly, placing a hand on her shoulder. She reminds So-eun that they share a deep bond and insists that she has become a part of her, something So-eun should not disregard. So-eun's expression shifts to one of alarm and discomfort as she listens. She begins to feel the pressure mounting from this unexpected and unwelcome encounter. Ex-in-law's tone turns sharp as she blames So-eun for Hey-Wuk's troubles. With a twisted smile, she demands that So-eun do the right thing by returning to marry him. Just thinking about what So-eun did to her son makes her sick, but there's nothing to do about it at this point. Hey-Wuk really likes her. So-eun snapped, physically removing the woman's hand from her arm. Her voice is calm but firm, as she says she's confused by the woman's expectations. So-eun questions why she should go back to someone just because he wants her to. She asserts that she has her own emotions and desires, and they deserve to be respected too. With conviction, So-eun tells the woman that she broke up with Hey-Wuk simply because she no longer loves him. The ex-mother-in-law becomes frantic, accusing So-eun of potentially causing her son's death due to heartbreak. She goes as far as saying So-eun would be a murderer if that happens. So-eun is overwhelmed by a flashback. She remembers the moment her heart was crushed when she overheard the true reason Hey-Wuk was dating her. That betrayal shattered her spirit. Her memory drifts back to when she realized the entire family had been using her. Though she smiled and endured it back then, the emotional burden was hers alone to carry. Only found comfort in who told her that she had to pick herself back up and console herself through the heartbreak. Her voice shakes as she begins to speak up for herself. With rising emotion, So-eun explodes in anger, yelling that she's been emotionally murdered multiple times because of them. The ex-in-law stammers, pretending to be clueless and innocent, questioning what So-eun could possibly be talking about. A commanding voice interrupts the tension, telling the ex-in-law to stop, shocking her into silence. Té-Jun, calm and composed, faces ex-in-law and tells her bluntly that there's no point in continuing the charade. When asked who he is, the man confidently introduces himself as Han So-eun's boyfriend. The older woman scoffs, calling him a parasite. In a cheeky yet confident tone, Té-Jun retorts that he's a much better choice than her ugly son. So-eun stifles a laugh beside him. With grace, he says he'll explain things clearly. Té-Jun turns to the older woman and delivers a sharp truth. She, the ex-in-law, was already close to death, and the only reason she's still alive is because of Han So-eun. Now that she was given a second chance at life, she should learn to value it. Ex-mother-in-law, caught off guard, stammers in disbelief, questioning So-eun's authority to lecture her. A car suddenly pulls up beside them, startling everyone. In a lighthearted shift, he guides the confused woman into the vehicle with a carefree attitude. Inside the taxi, the ex-in-law looks bewildered. Té-Jun cheerfully hands the driver money, instructing him to take her anywhere else in Seoul and to keep the change. She accuses him of being disrespectful for forcing an elderly woman into a taxi without consent. Té-Jun leans in with a forced smile and calmly warns her not to ever come looking for So-eun again. He makes it clear that his current tone is him being merciful. His smile fades as he delivers a chilling warning, telling her to leave while she still can, and not to ever try anything like this again. Comically stunned, the woman sits frozen in shock. As the taxi drives off into the night, So-eun and the man stand quietly side by side, watching the car disappear down the street. The man reflects aloud, stating that previously it was Hey-Wuk who came looking for So-eun, and now it's his mother. The pattern of harassment is becoming too familiar. So-eun looks startled as the man turns to her and asks if she thinks they will keep trying to interfere in her life. So-eun hesitantly confesses that Hey-Wuk called her yesterday and yelled at her. She reassures herself and the man beside her that Hey-Wuk's mother showing up alone today might mean they won't repeat such behavior. The man, however, looks frustrated and determined, stating that he needs to deliver a stronger message to prevent further harassment. He contemplates using his connections as a warning tactic. So-eun panics after reading his expression, internally screaming. She pleads with him not to do anything drastic, calling his plan too dangerous and referring to him respectfully as Mr. CEO. He softens slightly and mentions there's a child in the family involved. Despite his anger, he acknowledges that the kid still needs his parents, showing his internal conflict. His hardened expression gives way to a bittersweet smile as he quietly admits that he no longer knows what's right anymore. A reflective monologue emerges, musing that it might be possible to be independent at a young age, just like he had to be when he was a child. The focus shifts to the door of room 304. He tells So-eun to get some rest, showing concern for her well-being and emphasizing she should wake up early for work. As he walks away, he reflects that his real concern isn't work, but having to meet with his aunt. He's clearly torn, not ready to face her while he's still involved with So-eun. Pausing mid-thought, he notes how unusual it is that his aunt has been seeking him out so persistently lately. A hint of suspicion or unease flickers in his expression as he whispers. Té-Jun stares at the delivery locker and notices a package labeled with Han So-eun and the Republic of Korea's embassy in the Philippines. His eyes widened in shock. It's revealed that So-eun was raised by her aunt until adulthood, and that her father, Han Hong-yu, had moved to the Philippines over 10 years ago. Té-Jun anxiously pulls out the delivery envelope. A black car drives down the city streets at night. Inside, Té-Jun glances at the rearview mirror. The narration reveals grim news. Her father has been found, but he died in May in the Philippines, and the cause of death is still unknown. The other person adds that while the official cause of death remains unclear, it's suspected that the death might have stemmed from a financial dispute. Speaking on the phone, Té-Jun inquired whether there was a funeral. He learns that there wasn't one. No relatives were present to arrange it. Instead, the father's belongings were handled by acquaintances. Still on the call, the man asks if the father left behind a will. The answer is no. The only property he left was worth around 5 million Philippine pesos. The man is visibly surprised by how little was left behind. Dark panels take over the screen. The man confesses in his inner thoughts that he was always disturbed by the fact that Han So-eun's father was the only one who survived the accident. He used to wonder why her father survived while his own parents didn't. Despite his pain, he wanted to face the man who raised her. He wished to understand how she managed to endure all the pain and bullying for so long. Han So-eun recalls her childhood. She reflects on her father's hardship, raising her without a mother, working tirelessly during the day and caring for her at night. She expresses guilt for being a burden. She blames herself for the accident. She wonders if things might have turned out differently if she had been a more obedient child, one who didn't keep her father up at night or cause trouble. Thinking of his beloved So-eun, how she can't rely on anyone but herself, she is now left alone, struggling with her feelings as an adult. Even he has his own fault for hating her for so long. May of this year was when So-eun had that surgery. He instructed the other person on the phone not to leak this information. If she received this news, it must mean that she was also looking for her father. He needed to hurry up the investigation of her father's death. Thinking when she told him she now had the urge to make a lot of money, move to bigger house, buy a bigger bed because she likes him, he's resolved to hide this from her. He wished for her to remain happy just for a little longer. Té-Jun arrives at his residence just as his aunt was about to visit him. She remarks that it seems he has only just returned home as well. As they enter the home, Té-Jun's aunt compliments how well he maintains the space, noting that he seems to be living independently and responsibly, just as she expected from him. Té-Jun humbly downplays it. In a humorous cutaway, it's revealed that Té-Jun only keeps things tidy because he never knows when his aunt or grandfather might drop in. A flashback shows his past self in the US, carelessly lounging in a messy room, completely unbothered. His aunt notices a decorative jar and recognizes it as the one she gifted him. Her comment implies disappointment at the way it has been handled, catching Té-Jun off guard. Té-Jun quickly explains that he tried to fix the broken jar, but the glue didn't hold. He changes the subject by offering to prepare tea for her. Before answering, she notices something unexpected and says, "Huh?" Inside the broken jar, she spots a small pink item, possibly meaningful or suspicious, tucked within the cracks and surrounded by pebbles. Té-Jun, sensing the shift in her demeanor, politely asks if something is wrong. His aunt sits silently with a glass of water, her expression unreadable and tense, hinting that whatever she found has deeply unsettled her. She finally speaks his name and, hesitantly, begins to confess something important. Té-Jun listens quietly as she reveals she knows what's going on with Han So-eun, indicating she's aware of a sensitive situation involving the girl. With teary eyes, she presses him further, saying he probably didn't recognize So-eun at first, but now that he knows her father's identity, he can't possibly continue being with her. She continues, her voice trembling, insisting that even if Té-Jun and So-eun were in a relationship, he would need to end it because of what her father did. She can't believe he could truly have feelings for her. She tries to reason with Té-Jun, saying that although So-eun may not leave him alone, he needs to understand their relationship is problematic. She pleads with him not to get more involved, for his own good. A haunting memory resurfaces. Té-Jun recalls his aunt and grandfather telling him as a child that what they did was for his own sake, their glowing eyes and emotionless expressions echoing the same reasoning she just used. A younger Té-Jun is seen from behind, standing alone in the darkness, hearing the same old words. You have to understand and bear with it, underscoring a lifelong burden of emotional suppression. Back in the present, Té-Jun remains silent, his hands clenched tightly on the table, weighed down by conflicted emotions. Té-Jun's aunt is visibly taken aback as Té-Jun firmly tells her not to interfere in his life. He reminds her that he's no longer a child and emphasizes that she is not his mother, drawing a clear emotional boundary between them. Té-Jun, calm but resolute, looks back and tells his aunt that he's known the truth from the very beginning. His words are firm, meant to reassure her, but also to shut down any further meddling. As Té-Jun excuses himself for the night, stating he has work the next day, his aunt is left standing alone, startled and speechless. Inside the Future Services team office, a few employees are present and working. A note indicates that Ba-Bae is currently away on her annual leave, leaving the workspace unusually quiet. So-eun is shown at her desk, typing but visibly tense. Her face betrays unease, suggesting something is weighing heavily on her mind as she tries to focus on work. One of her co-workers, Chief Jang, nervously approaches and asks if she's uncomfortable because of him. His question is awkward, but it shows genuine concern for how she feels. Chief Jang follows up by directly asking if she has a boyfriend, which catches So-eun off guard. Her wide-eyed expression shows her surprise at the unexpected and personal question. So-eun admits she does have a boyfriend, but explains she's kept the relationship low profile, which is why there are no personal items like pictures on her desk. She appears nervous but honest. Both So-eun and manager Jang apologize to each other, So-eun for keeping her relationship a secret and Jang for bringing up something awkward. The atmosphere softens, but remains tinged with awkward tension. Té-Jun eavesdrops on the conversation between So-eun and Chief Jang. Té-Jun walks away. A moment of inner turmoil lingers, and he wonders silently, what should I do now? As the blinds cast soft lines of evening light, So-eun tells the CEO she's about to get off work. The CEO responds warmly, asking if she would like to wait for him for a moment. He recalls the confusion he once felt, uncertain whether it was a physical ailment or emotional pain. As he sits facing So-eun across the office, he remembers how that discomfort had consumed him before. Folders fill his computer screen, representing his effort to compartmentalize and label each emotion. By organizing them like work files, he had once managed to reduce his emotional burden. Té-Jun muses that managing those emotions used to be simple. But now, that familiar uneasy feeling is returning. He glances across the office at Han So-eun, seated silently. The emotional weight builds as he inwardly questions what exactly this new, overwhelming feeling is. He simply can't define it. A dark silhouette of his younger self appears in his thoughts. The child version of him coldly states, "I might be abandoned again," revealing the core of his emotional fear, rejection, and loss. The man sits on a bench next to a younger version of himself. The younger self warns that if he lets fear of abandonment rule him, he'll end up like the rotting bench they used to wait on, waiting endlessly for someone who never returned. The younger self continues, painting a grim image of emotional decay. He says the man will die with the twisting feeling of abandonment eating at him like a disease, alone and bitter. The man listens in silence, haunted by the memory. The younger version reflects solemnly. Nothing has changed. His aunt, grandfather, and Han So-eun's father all trigger the same wound. Everything feels like a repetition of past pain. Tears begin to fall as the realization hits. The circumstances haven't changed. The haunting past still lingers, and the weight of it remains unbearable. Young Té-Jun, now emotionally unraveled, cries openly. He questions whether he must continue carrying the torment of the past indefinitely, unable to move forward. Still weeping, he expresses a desperate wish. He thought he had finally earned the right to feel a little happiness, just a little. But the shadow of his trauma keeps it just out of reach. A close-up of his tearful eye reveals a moment of clarity. The younger self gently points out, it's not impossible for him to achieve happiness. There is still a way, if he chooses it. Young Té-Jun looks up, his large teary eyes meeting the older Té-Jun. The unspoken suggestion, have a child with her, is laid bare. It's a shocking idea, hinted at with emotional force. The internal voice turns sinister. If he fathers a child with Han So-eun, he could bind her to him permanently, ensuring she stays in his life. It suggests that doing so would anchor her permanently in his future, revealing a dark and manipulative thought process. Té-Jun stares ahead, wide-eyed and stunned, as the inner voice asks, "What do you think?" His tear-streaked face shows confusion and emotional turmoil, caught between longing and moral conflict. A voice suddenly cuts through the tension, calling out, "Mr. CEO." Té-Jun is snapped out of his daze, his eyes widening in startled realization. Back in the office, Han So-eun sits across from Té-Jun. She gently asks if there is anything troubling him, sensing something off in his demeanor. Han So-eun looks puzzled and slightly concerned by Té-Jun's expression. The emotional weight of his inner conflict is visible in his distant stare. He softly mutters, "No," rejecting the idea. In his internal monologue, he acknowledges that no matter how he looks at it, acting on such a thought would be a crime. If he were to have a child with Han So-eun like that, just imagine how beautiful she would be, resembling Han So-eun. With her curious eyes, smiley mouth, and cute tiny hand, they wouldn't be able to let go. Think about how beautiful it would be living like that. The good side of him scolded the devil side of him. "What the hell are you talking about? Just a few months ago, she had a big surgery that put a ton of strain on her. What the fuck are you even thinking of making her go through now? She couldn't even eat what she wanted. Whenever she pushed herself even a little, she'd collapse and be unable to get up all day." His own greed and anxiety shouldn't be getting her way. Right now, she shouldn't sacrifice herself to take care of someone else. She should live for her own sake now. The devil side of him answered, "If that's what you choose, then it's up to you. Go ahead and try it. Let's see how you are going to handle the future like that. You've definitely changed." He draws a firm moral line. Té-Jun finally speaks, changing the topic entirely. He brings up the old dispute between two companies, IAX and NOCOM. So-eun is slightly surprised, but quickly affirms she remembers, thinking that was what was troubling him. He begins to explain the deeper conspiracy behind the lawsuit. Although there hasn't been anything in the news, they've found evidence that K Electronics is backing IAX, and that the founder of IAX is connected to his own family. The CEO explains that Kim Sang-deok's connections allowed K Electronics Group to secure numerous deals with the associated company. Internally, he's relieved to have steered the conversation toward business matters. So-eun, surprised, when Té-Jun quietly reveals that President Kim Sang-deok is Hai's uncle, implying a personal link to the controversy. Reacting in shock, So-eun stammers as she realizes they are investigating his relative. The CEO reassures her that he never had a good relationship with his uncle, and she can freely criticize him. So-eun hesitantly asks what will happen to K Electronics and their department if their suspicions prove true. The CEO stresses the importance of resolving the matter quickly, though he acknowledges it may pose difficulties for the chairman. Reassuring So-eun, the CEO tells her not to worry, expressing confidence in K-Group's enduring success. He reflects internally, affirming his belief that no matter how challenging things become, they will press forward with determination. As he looks at the K-Group logo, he muses that if someone leaves, their absence will be swiftly filled, implying the company's machinery won't stop for any individual. Kim Sang-deok is announced as the next president of K-Electronics in a televised press conference, just like it had been with his own father. A flashback shows him as a child sitting alone at a table, deep in thought. A young version of the CEO notices So-eun's absence and wonders why she hasn't come to pester him as usual. He begins to worry that she may be upset with him again. A delivery worker kindly asks the young Té-Jun to step aside so he can pass with a cart of boxes. He, polite and unassuming, responds with a simple, "Oh, sure," allowing the worker through. On one of the boxes on the cart, it's labeled Han So-eun. This small detail triggers a deep reaction within him. He slowly turns around and watches the cart roll away. His gaze is fixed, not on the delivery worker, but on the box that carried the familiar name. A close-up of his face reveals his growing emotional distress, everything and everyone functioning like a cold, mechanical system. He remained behind to adjust to this frigid structure, while someone important to him had left. Still wrapped in his thoughts, the boy walks alone through the snowy landscape. The boy stands silently by a bench. Through introspection, he acknowledges a painful truth. Some absences are irreplaceable, and no one can truly fill the void left behind. In a dim-lit room, moans filled the air. So-eun's arms wrapped around Té-Jun's naked body. In between her moans and gasps, she called out, "Mr. CO, a call. Someone is calling you. Take it." "Ah, HMGH. Té-Jun whispered hoarsely. "I thought I said it clearly before. Han So-eun, you don't have to worry about anything." Hey-Wuk's mother erupts with indignation, describing how she was discarded like old luggage. She demands justice and urges her to sue the man who treated her so harshly. Meanwhile, Hey-Wuk quietly resigns himself to her dramatics, thinking, there she goes again. The mother, still emotionally charged, is questioned by her son. He asks if she remembers exactly what the man said during the encounter, catching her off guard as she stutters in confusion. She recalls that the man threatened to harm her if she showed up again, claiming he would kill her. Shocked, her son urgently asks if she managed to record the threat, but she bashfully admits she didn't. She's just an old lady, after all. Her son erupts in frustration, shouting that she should have captured the moment. His emotional outburst is full of regret for a lost opportunity. Still furious, the son mentally berates his mother for not recording the incident. He realizes it could have been their chance to take down a wealthy heir mistreating the elderly. Meanwhile, the mother nervously plans to quietly excuse herself before saying something she regrets. The son clenches his fist in anger, stewing over Kim Té-Jun, who he believes knows too much. The tension builds as his mind races with unspoken fears. He reflects on the extent of Kim Té-Jun's knowledge. Everything from his father's mysterious accident involving a golf caddy to forged documents. The realization that Té-Jun is aware of every secret rattles him. Realizing the danger of retaliation if they sue now, he strategizes. He needs solid evidence or leverage. Then he recalls the incident with reporters and tries to connect the dots, hoping it might be useful. His father confirms that reporters were indeed swarming the place, but strangely vanished without explanation. They thought it was due to a family issue at the time, but it now seems suspicious in hindsight. The son finds it even more unsettling that the reporters and all online traces of the scandal disappeared suddenly. He begins to suspect powerful influence at play, fueling his urgency to uncover a way to fight back. Hey-Wuk reflects on how strange it was that both the reporters and the online coverage of the incident vanished without a trace, heightening his suspicions of foul play. A realization strikes Hey-Wuk as he connects the timeline of events. The moment everything went silent was the same time the coin crash occurred, a clue he hadn't considered before. A pair of chopsticks clatter to the table as Hey-Wuk's body reacts in shock. His hands tremble as his mind begins racing with the implications of his realization. A burst of mental clarity hits. Hey-Wuk now understands that Han So-eun had been targeting his family all along. As the workday ends, the director offers Secretary Song a ride home, noting how late it is. Secretary Song politely declines, insisting she's fine. She lightly teases that she should be spending time with Chief Han instead of her. Secretary Song blushes and laughs nervously, caught off guard by the suggestion. A humorous flashback plays in her mind. His aunt, Suk-hee, once mentioned introducing a woman to Té-Jun. Now, Secretary Song wonders if she should bring it up subtly. Secretary Song explains that President Kim Suk-hwa had called a few days earlier, asking if it would be a good idea to introduce someone to Té-Jun. She had casually agreed to ask about it. Té-Jun chuckles, saying he had figured as much. Té-Jun's expression turns more serious as he points out that Suk-hee already knew the whole situation, yet still brought up Han So-eun. It's clear there's more behind the matchmaking suggestion. Secretary Song reacts with a sigh, realizing that Suk-hee had already known everything. She acknowledges internally that she can never win against the perceptive and shrewd president. Secretary begins to share something personal. She tells Director Kim that although it might sound trivial, she dated her husband for about 10 years before they finally got married. Through warm-toned flashbacks, she explains that her relationship went through many ups and downs. Her in-laws were firmly against the relationship, and she often thought they would break up. But against the odds, they got married and now have a child. The atmosphere grows slightly tense as the director falls silent, deep in thought. Secretary Song watches him closely, sensing a shift in his demeanor. Noticing his nervous energy, Secretary Song teases him gently, thinking to herself that Chief Han should see him like this. Smiling gently, the woman reflects on the past. She admits that even the hardships they faced have become just memories. He lowers his gaze and smiles faintly. Her story seems to have softened his thoughts, stirring something introspective in him. Elsewhere, the President Kim Suk-hee is informed that Director Kim Té-Jun has arrived and will be coming up soon. She looks visibly stressed and weary, holding her forehead with a troubled expression. Director Kim's inner voice rings out powerfully in the darkness. He tells someone not to interfere in his life just because they speak occasionally. He emphasizes that he's not a child, and she's not his mother. Looking directly at the woman he's addressing, Director Kim coldly tells his aunt to stay out of his affairs. He declares that he will handle things on his own, a hardened look in his eyes. This is the first time Té-Jun has ever spoken to her like that. She had thought she knew him better than anyone, had cared more than anyone. Té-Jun walks away, his figure shrouded in darkness as his bitter words echo. A jolt of realization hits the aunt. She snaps out of her daze, visibly startled. The assistant bows courteously and tells Té-Jun to reach out if needed before exiting. Té-Jun's expression remains unreadable, steeled and emotionally withdrawn. Té-Jun stands alone, his expression grim and guarded. The aunt is visibly tense, her lips trembling as she tries to find words. But she remains quiet, overwhelmed by the atmosphere and Té-Jun's distant gaze. The two face each other in a large, dimly lit room. The aunt sits uneasily, unable to bridge the emotional chasm that now separates them. He tells her she was wrong. Caught off guard, the aunt can only respond with a confused huh? Not expecting remorse from him. Té-Jun begs her not to say anything further, revealing a flicker of vulnerability beneath his otherwise hardened demeanor. Té-Jun states plainly, that kid knows nothing. Té-Jun sits on the couch, heavy with fear. He admits that if everything were revealed, she will leave. She won't even look back. The weight of potential loss presses on him. His voice trembling, Té-Jun begs her again to pretend she doesn't know the truth. He promises, I'll do anything. With hands tightly clenched, shaking, he whispers, so, please. Vulnerability pours through his posture. Aunt's expression softens with realization as she takes in Té-Jun's plea. Her breath catches, She reflects silently, watching Té-Jun from across the room. Her thoughts speak louder than words. This is the Té-Jun I know. As her eyes well with emotion, she quietly observes him and finally understands. You're scared. You've once again given everything to me. That day, 20 years ago, was your birthday. On that spring day, your parents, my brother and sister-in-law, passed away together. You, who once swore to hate their killer forever, have grown up and started a new life. Compassion begins to outweigh judgment. We are still trapped in unspoken resentment. Aunt trembles with emotional turmoil as she lowers her gaze, admitting that she simply can't do it. Even if the person in question has passed away, her pain and resentment run too deep for forgiveness. She reasoned, as time passes, when you recall the years you've lost, it will hurt a lot. Maybe this moment, these emotions will be full of sorrow. Before she could finish, Té-Jun cuts her off with shocking news. Han So-eun's father passed away. He had cut ties with her for the past 20 years, living alone in the Philippines. Then, last May, he lost his life. Han So-eun really knows nothing. Aunt retorted that she is still blood relative to her father. Blood cannot be erased. Té-Jun called her with a stern face. Aunt. She finally pulled back her emotion, but uttered firmly, I cannot do it. Even if that person is dead, I cannot forgive him. I'm sorry, but I won't tell anyone. You can trust that. I just cannot help you. Té-Jun told her that it's enough for him, and asked how is she. Té-Jun answered with a gentle expression, she's gradually getting better. Night blankets the neighborhood. Outside a quiet residential building, So-eun steps out carrying 2 large trash bags, sighing as she starts her task. Suddenly startled, she gasps upon spotting someone unexpected. She recognizes Té-Jun and addresses him with surprise, asking what brought the director to her place so unexpectedly. She admits that he startled her. So-eun notices Té-Jun's unexpected presence and mentions she thought he had dinner plans. He awkwardly laughs it off, his body language betraying nervousness. She starts to question his story, realizing something doesn't add up. She asks where his car is, and he vaguely replies that he called a driver, which only deepens her suspicion. Suspense builds as she looks at him in silence. Her eyes widen as a thought dawns on her. She hesitates, then begins to ask something cautiously. Té-Jun, visibly flushed and slightly swaying, confesses with a soft smile that he drank. His relaxed expression confirms her suspicion, catching her off guard. Under the glow of a streetlight, a tipsy Té-Jun responds cheerily, yeah, when asked if he has been drinking. She's half amused, half worried. His cheeks flushed and slightly disheveled, let out a bashful complaint. Even in his drunken state, he still manages to look adorably handsome, which she finds unfair and distracting. So-eun is surprised to see the drunken man standing before her building. She scolds him for showing up in his condition instead of going home. He admits he only came by after having a few drinks nearby. She's incredulous and points out that he could have at least called, especially since she was just taking out the trash, which now smells unpleasant. Instead of feeling guilty, Té-Jun throws his arms around her with a cheerful "it's fine," pulling her into an affectionate hug. Her face turns red with shock as she struggles to balance the trash bags in her hands. He has already followed her inside and stands in her cluttered laundry area, drunkenly asking if it's okay to come in, despite already being fully inside. He bashfully asks if he can sleep over since he's already there. She's flustered and protests, reminding him he claimed he only came to see her for a second. She also frets about not having any clothes for him and not even getting a chance to tidy the place. Looking slightly caught off guard, he listens as she mumbles that she would have prepared some clothes if she had known he would be dropping by so often. With a playful smirk, he teases that he doesn't mind sleeping naked. The woman, however, instantly panics and yells that she definitely minds, visibly flustered by his boldness. Turning more serious, he tells her he was only joking and says he should leave. However, she protests, worried he might get sick and vomit in a car. She reasons that even a surrogate mother wouldn't want to clean up after him, subtly asking him to stay longer until he sobers up. So-eun tells Té-Jun to sit down for now, concerned about his state. He complains dramatically, asking if she wants him to throw up there. She reasons that it can't be helped. Quietly, she offers to take his jacket. While holding his jacket, So-eun looks to the side and reflects aloud. She says the person she wants to look good for isn't the knight-like ideal, but rather, it's simply Han So-eun, herself. He gazes at her with softened eyes and a faint smile. So-eun freezes. Her eyes widen as she processes his expression. Her lips part slightly, and her cheeks blush deeply. With hesitant resolve, asks him to be honest with her. So-eun gently cradles his face in her hands, her brows furrowed in sincerity as she looks at him closely. You came because you like me, right? She asks, her voice filled with emotion and vulnerability. The director, still flushed, looks up at her with glistening eyes. Despite the alcohol, he responds softly, sober. His hand grips her side, trembling slightly. Is this some kind of torture in the way to the heaven? He murmurs. Then, with a breathless tone, he pleads, then give me more. Overcome by emotions, the two share a passionate kiss. Arms wrap tightly around one another, and their feelings spill over in a rush of longing and desire. As her hand gently lands on his shoulder, she responds with quiet intensity. She would only ever believe something if he himself told her directly. Breathless and slightly flushed, So-eun stares down and demands an honest answer. She pleads for clarity, asking why she is good. What makes her special? She wants specifics, not generic praise. Té-Jun, equally breathless and visibly affected, listens intently as So-eun insists he give her a genuine reason, something different from what everyone else says. She needs to know why her. In a vulnerable, almost childlike tone, Té-Jun rambles on. To him, every part of So-eun is beautiful, even the back of her head, her heels, her entire being. He gushes that her front is even more beautiful, down to the detail of her belly button. So-eun reacts with a flat expression, interpreting his words as an infatuation with her secret places, leaving her mildly exasperated. With a soft laugh and a disappointed sigh, she questions if that's all he sees in her. Té-Jun, resting his head on her stomach and wrapping his arms around her, insists there's more, much more. Té-Jun abruptly shifts gears and begins talking about his home. He describes it as large and wide, prompting So-eun to comment on the random bragging. Still, he seems nostalgic. He continues, this time more tenderly. Though the house is spacious, there's only one spot in the whole place he truly cherishes, a place that feels like home to him. Té-Jun lowers his gaze as he reveals the emotional weight tied to that special spot. It's not just the house. It was his refuge, the place he stayed in until he was 16, symbolizing a long-lost sense of safety and belonging. A memory unfolds. A young Té-Jun sits alone on a bench under the summer sun. Despite the vastness of the world around him, he always knew exactly where he was going, driven by purpose, perhaps shaped by loneliness. In the future, everything was already decided for him. Then So-eun approached him and introduced herself. Looking up at her, his inner thoughts confirmed why it should be Han So-eun. To me, it's just Han So-eun. Her existence is the reason itself. If this feeling can be conveyed as it is, even for their past that is diluted with their future, how much time should he invest? If it's so far away. But, as she straddled him, in an intimate moment, he gently caressed her, conveying his thoughts silently. In his heart, he knows that as long as she's on his side, he can wait for her, no matter how long it takes. Their emotions overflow, and the two share a tender kiss. Cuddled close in each other's arms, he playfully asks if they should marry after dating for 10 years. His inner voice echoes a simple but powerful truth. I love you, so stay by my side. It's a plea for constancy and companionship, underscoring the emotional weight of their relationship. The scene shifts to the next day at a repair workshop. Han So-eun, deeply focused on her task, is startled when someone urgently warns her she's about to get burned. Snapping out of her fatigue-induced trance, she realizes she nearly injured herself. A concerned coworker, Ms. Bo-bae, checks if So-eun is okay. So-eun reassures her that she's fine and just a little tired, brushing off the incident despite visible exhaustion. As two colleagues walk down the hallway, they discuss the heavy workload the TF team is facing, especially now that the director has moved the deadline forward. One suggests pushing off the schedules or finding time to hang out over the weekend. Suddenly, they spot the director approaching. Both she and So-eun freeze, their expressions showing surprise and curiosity. The director stands tall and confident as he converses with another man in the sunlit hallway, unaware that he's being watched from a distance. So-eun stands silently, her expression caught between conflict and longing as she reflects internally, confessing that she tried to believe the love she felt would eventually end, because she feared getting hurt again and couldn't bear another failure. Despite her fears, a memory surfaces. She thinks of the director and recalls a beautiful promise tied to a distant place, Bryce Canyon in Utah, USA. In a warm memory, the director tells So-eun they should go there someday. assuring her gently that he will take her. So-eun holds summer clothes in her hand, realizing she won't get to wear all of them before the season ends. Té-Jun replies lightly, suggesting she can always wear them next year and that she could even buy new ones for fall, trying to ease her worry. In another emotional flashback, he stares at her with deep affection, repeating his earlier question, "Should we get married after dating for 10 years?" So-eun's inner voice interrupts the memory with pain, questioning why he is doing this to her, why he stirs hope only to leave it hanging. She watches him from a distance at work, surrounded by colleagues, and feels the ache of being emotionally misled and left behind. As he walks past, her gaze lingers on him with sadness, her inner voice admitting the truth. This silent, emotional turmoil is deeply painful. At her desk, she quietly wonders if his emotional confession the night before was genuine or merely the effect of alcohol. Doubt clouds her thoughts, leaving her feeling uncertain and restless. As the workday ends, the staff say their goodbyes to the director. Someone asks if the manager is leaving too. Té-Jun approaches her. She claims she still has work to finish. He questions if it's truly that much work, but tells her she's free to leave if she wants, his tone laced with something unspoken. Without preamble, she states that she's made preparations for the honeymoon, catching him off guard. The words linger awkwardly in the air between them. She looks down, flustered and speechless. Her face betrays a complex mix of emotions, embarrassment, confusion, and perhaps a flicker of vulnerability. He stares at her silently. He asks, "Yes?" And then she nervously demands to know, "Are you doing this on purpose?" The tension is palpable, heavy with the weight of unspoken emotions. "Me? What did I do?" Her expression softens with vulnerability as she stammers, trying to find the words. "And when?" "I know you know," before quietly acknowledging, "Ah, yes, you are having fun while I'm about to go crazy." Questions if she's intentionally flustering him. His words carry a mix of teasing and vulnerability. So-eun, startled and confused, quickly denies doing anything on purpose. Her voice falters as she tries to explain, knowing deep down that he might already be aware of her feelings. Té-Jun gazes at So-eun, his eyes searching her expression for a response. The silence between them stretches, heavy with anticipation. So-eun, her cheeks flushed with emotion, lowers her gaze and quietly admits. No, she confesses that the problem isn't with anyone else. She's the one who feels like the issue. Té-Jun looks down silently, his eyes filled with quiet conflict and concern. He seems deeply affected by So-eun's words, unable to respond immediately. Without saying much more, the director gently takes So-eun's hand. Internally, he resolves to stop speaking and instead show her a clearer answer, through action, not words. He leans in close and assures her it's okay, confessing that his own mind is a mess too. In a shift of mood, the scene changes to sizzling meat on a grill. The director prepares food and offers it warmly, saying, "I hope you enjoy it," while So-eun looks surprised and confused. While handing her food, the director calmly but seriously says, "I don't want to break up." So-eun stares back in wide-eyed shock, trying to grasp the meaning behind his sudden declaration. So-eun wonders if he's trying to make up for what happened the previous night. Still, she accepts the gesture and decides she'll go ahead and eat anyway. Later that night, they stand in front of his apartment building. The director playfully asks if she's trying to memorize the door password, catching her off guard. He leans in close and offers to register her fingerprint instead. He gently instructs So-eun to use her other hand while helping her register her fingerprint, leaning in close with a composed yet caring expression. So-eun, flustered, responds nervously. As the registration finishes, they stand close together. He tells her to try it now, while the beeping sound confirms the success of the fingerprint scan. So-eun's face flushes as she processes the intimacy of the moment. She looks overwhelmed, her heart visibly racing as she realizes the significance of what just happened. Gathering her composure, So-eun confidently declares that the house is now hers. He replies with a soft, unwavering yes, quietly indulging her teasing claim. Still half joking, he questions whether he should hand over her bank account too now that she owns his house. She remains silent, watching him with intensity, questions whether he's feeling unwell. His response is quiet and sincere. He's just trying to appeal to her by any means possible. With steady eyes, he tells Soon not to play hard to get anymore. Gently holding her face, he assures Soon that he'll love her no matter what. Her expression softens with emotion as she takes in his words, visibly moved by the sincerity in his voice. Male and female clothes scattered on the bed and on the floor. Water runs down the shower head, creating steam that heats up the shower. The naked So-eun and Té-Jun, both faces flushed in heat, were kissing each other passionately, as if they couldn't get enough of each other. She parted her lips, inviting the taste of his tongue to sweep inside her sweet mouth. He thoroughly savored the taste of her, as if he couldn't get enough. He held her wrist against the wall as he made love to her. She begged him, "Please, Mr. CEO," as her body trembled in ecstasy. Caressing her chin to meet his gaze, he whispered, "I haven't finished yet." The realization shocked her. Eventually, she accepted her fate and questioned, "You haven't finished yet?" He replied, "Did I say I finished?" And her moan echoed in the shower as he proceeded to take her to Cloud 9. Outside a law office building, the scene transitions to a new location. Inside, piles of documents clutter the floor and desks. Hey-Wuk, clearly anxious, is frantically sorting through papers, deciding what needs to be thrown away in a desperate cleanup. Lawyer Yang sits in his office, overwhelmed and sweating. Regret creeps in as he realizes he was too excited about the merger. His internal monologue reveals he's manipulated too many legal documents, and if Kim Té-Jun finds out, it's all over. A knock at the door startles him. The director's voice calls out, asking to enter. Lawyer Yang panics, flailing to hide the mess and respond with a shaky yes. The director enters, unfazed but observant. He notes the chaos in the office and jokingly asks if it was robbed. Lawyer Yang nervously insists he was just doing some cleaning, trying to hide his panic. The director, now serious, tells Lawyer Yang that he should step away from the case. Yang is taken aback, pointing out that it's the case he's been assigned to, only to hear that it's not just one case that's being questioned. The director reveals they've received a directive from the U.S. branch. Suspicion has arisen regarding document tampering in several cases that Lawyer Yang handled. The director continues, explaining that the U.S. team is already reviewing the cases and has found several irregularities tied to Yang. Yang listens, stunned and speechless. The director reminds Yang of a past incident where a defendant's family lodged a complaint against him. At the time, the director defended him because of his long-standing service and the lack of solid evidence. Now, however, the situation has changed. The director emphasizes that this time, there is undeniable evidence. He taps Yang's shoulder and reminds him of how critical evidence is in the legal field. The director warns Lawyer Yang that a disciplinary committee may be convened soon to review his misconduct. Left alone in a chaotic office scattered with papers, Lawyer Yang stands frozen. As his mind reels, his phone vibrates with an incoming call from "my beloved mother," momentarily pulling his attention from his distress. Hey-Wuk hurriedly answers, attempting to dismiss his mother, but her frantic voice cuts through. His father is in serious trouble. His face turns pale with horror as his mother informs him that his father has been in an accident and is currently hospitalized, urging him to come immediately. Yang, still in shock, exclaims in disbelief that a golf cart caused the accident. Two staff members from the golf course explain the incident, blaming miscommunication with a foreign caddy. They detail that the father refused the more experienced Korean caddy due to personal preferences, which ultimately led to the mishap. Hey-Wuk erupts in anger, accusing the staff of irresponsibility. His mother stands distraught behind him as he demands an explanation for allowing an inexperienced caddy to accompany his father. As he questions their negligence, he grows suspicious about the injury being too mild on the caddy compared to his father's condition, insinuating that the incident could have been intentional. The woman tries to deny it nervously. The female staff member attempts to pacify him by emphasizing that his father is one of their most valued customers, hoping to justify their service choices. Yang, confused and distrustful, repeats the words "special customer" with skepticism. The staff member explains that Hey-Wuk's father had specific preferences for certain caddies. However, after a while, all the caddies began refusing to work with him. Left with no options, the club was forced to assign someone inexperienced. A representative informs Hey-Wuk that although the club will try to provide compensation for the accident, The extent is limited by internal regulations. Hey-Wuk, processing this, mutters in disbelief that every caddy had turned his father down. Through a phone call, a mysterious speaker mentions that Hey-Wuk's father has been spending a lot of time at the golf club recently. Coincidentally, the caller also frequents the same club and has heard many things about the father's behavior there. The caller reveals more unsettling information. Hey-Wuk's father has developed inappropriate, one-sided affections towards certain caddies. The phone screen displays the identity of the caller, Kim Té-Jun, CEO of K-Services. Kim Té-Jun looms over Hey-Wuk. With a chilling tone, Té-Jun brings up the topic of document manipulation, hinting at the legal consequences awaiting a lawyer who's caught doing so. Still speaking ominously, Kim Té-Jun questions what kind of punishment a lawyer would face for tampering with case files. His expression is calm but menacing. As the sun dipped behind the building, a sudden tension filled the air. News spread quickly. Young Hey-Wuk's father had been in an accident. Té-Jun received the update with detached interest. Though the information piqued his curiosity, he quickly dismissed any intent to get involved, reasoning that the situation would keep Hey-Wuk too occupied to cause trouble. Just as he ended the call, a subtle shift in his expression revealed he'd noticed someone. His eyes widened. From the distance, Hey-Wuk appeared, fists clenched, striding forward with purpose. Té-Jun greeted him coolly, questioning his unexpected presence. Young Hey-Wuk, visibly tense, clenches his fists and points a finger in frustration. He's caught between anger and fear as he demands answers. His mind races. He had assumed the man before him might be armed, but the absence of any weapon makes him think otherwise. Suspicious, he concludes that the man must be secretly recording their interaction with a hidden phone. The observer, staying calm, internally notes that the location is perfect for surveillance, ideal to let things play out. He coolly warns Yang not to start a physical fight unless he wants to incriminate himself, pushing Yang into a corner both emotionally and strategically. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere is broken by a loud ringtone. Hey-Wuk, who had been trying to secretly record the conversation, is caught off guard, his face contorting in panic. The timing of the call couldn't be worse. Té-Jun, unshaken, mockingly suggests Hey-Wuk check if his phone is on silent before attempting secret recordings in the future. His smug remark stings, and Hey-Wuk snaps back in embarrassment. Hey-Wuk points accusingly, shouting in desperation. He demands to know what the dark-haired man wants from him. Té-Jun calmly echoes back. You want me to tell you? The answer lands like a punch. Your vital organs. Yang recoils in shock, his expression frozen in disbelief. Stepping closer, the dark-haired man gazes at Yang with a cold smile. The sinister calm in his eyes is more frightening than any threat. I'll tear you apart and take away everything that is important to you. As their confrontation escalates, Hey-Wuk's foot twitches anxiously. The two men stand face to face, and Yang, clenching his teeth, finally admits it aloud. He knows this man is the mastermind behind everything that has gone wrong. Hey-Wuk, cornered and furious, challenges him to go ahead and kill him. But Té-Jun turns away with a chilling calmness. He tells Hey-Wuk not to be so scared. He's not going to kill him now, and coldly declares that he can't simply die so easily. Té-Jun continues, calm and cruel, vowing to make Hey-Wuk suffer for a long time before ensuring his death comes slowly and painfully. So-eun walks downstairs in the quiet early morning. As she steps into the living room, she wonders aloud whether the CEO has already gone out to exercise. She reflects on how often he has been working out recently. The question lingers in her mind. Where is he getting all this energy from? Her hand pauses on the railing. She's reminded that even the day before, he had seemed just as energetic, prompting more unspoken questions in her mind. A steamy flashback reveals a passionate and intense moment between the CEO and So-eun, asking if she thought he was finished. Back in the present, So-eun blushes at the memory. She questions herself, am I overthinking it? But her thoughts don't end there. Under a starlit sky, they shared an intimate moment. As he holds her close, the woman admits that when he speaks like that, she truly wants to believe him. He begins to feel clarity about the path he wants to take in life. Looking into her eyes, he reaffirms his feelings. From now on, he promises, I'll keep my determination to make it possible. His intent is clear. He wants to be with Han So-eun. After dating for 10 years, let's get married. So-eun's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The memory of a different voice echoes in her mind. A chilling voice proposing marriage after 10 long years of dating. The contrast between past and present leaves her shaken. The haunting memory of a past love surfaces. The man's face is obscured, his words laced with affection but surrounded by a dark, ominous aura. So-eun, I love you. Marry me. Echoes of past praise swirl around So-eun. Voices from her past life and in-laws haunt her thoughts, praising her as the perfect daughter-in-law, the family's greatest blessing. The compliments, once comforting, now feel suffocating and tainted. Gently touching the broken vase surface, So-eun reflects on her vulnerability, how she once trusted the people she loved and believed in a future where they'd always be together. Standing alone and contemplative, So-eun acknowledges how familiar these emotions are. She's been through heartbreak before, but trying to open her heart again is proving more painful than she ever imagined. Suddenly, arms wrap around her. Startled, So-eun stiffens slightly as the CEO draws close from behind her. With a soft expression, the CEO smiles and gently asks if she woke up early. So-eun turns her gaze toward him, her cheeks tinted with a soft blush. She studies him closely, her expression holding a mixture of hesitation and fondness. So-eun, eyes filled with newfound determination, silently promises herself. This time, she will try to believe in love again, despite the fear. From the kitchen, Té-Jun casually asks So-eun about her job while she chats from the living room. Their conversation flows naturally, with playful remarks about breakfast options. As she offers to cook, he gently insists she relax and sit down. They exchange a quiet moment of warmth before he starts preparing the ramen. He hums contentedly while cooking, the morning sunlight casting soft shadows across his relaxed posture. For a moment, everything feels normal and calm. So-eun sits at the table, quietly watching him. With a gentle smile, she begins to hope again. A new thought forms in her mind. This time, she'll take a step forward and try to believe. Suddenly, his phone vibrates on the counter. He turns to check it, a question forming in his eyes as the peaceful moment is abruptly interrupted. The message is grim. Yang Gu-cheol has died, and the time of death was moments after he left the house. The man processes the coincidence with rising concern. He suspects this incident could lead to scandal and begins considering how to protect So-eun, perhaps even assigning her a bodyguard. So-eun, sensing the change in his demeanor, asks if the call was from the company. Her curiosity is piqued by how serious he became after checking his phone. He puts on a gentle smile and lies smoothly, saying the call was from his company and that his grandfather wanted to speak with him. At a funeral altar adorned with white flowers, a framed photo of Yang Gu-cheol rests at the center. He gazes at a large wreath, reading the cold, formal messages of condolence. Despite the display, he reflects bitterly that none of his colleagues, or even the law firm's director, came to the funeral. He feels abandoned, like a man already deemed expendable. His sister approaches and tells him she's taking their mother to the lounge to rest. He responds in a daze, caught in his thoughts. As his sister gently guides their mother away, he silently watches them go. A moment of emotional isolation settles over him. Hey-Wuk, left behind, reflects to himself that if Han So-eun were present, perhaps things would feel less bleak. Frustration and confusion surge within him. He clenches his fist tightly, unable to make sense of everything that's happening. Dark thoughts swirl in his mind. He recalls how reporters who once swarmed his family vanished suddenly, how Visual Coin collapsed the same day, and how accusations against him for document tampering emerged without warning. He fixates on the injustice that the caddy survived while his father died. Haunted by suspicions, he feels that everything happening around him is too coincidental to be random. The events feel orchestrated, deliberate. He even questions how someone knew he visited a certain house the day before. Staring into the shadowed face of the man he suspects, he's filled with paranoia. He wonders if he was being followed and monitored. With his teeth clenched in rage, Hey-Wuk shouted, "That crazy bastard." He blames Té-Jun's obsession with So-eun, who he views as ordinary and unremarkable. A company-wide message is sent out by Chief M.G. Hyan, announcing a disaster simulation drill that will pause mobile services team activity until 10:30 a.m. Lead manager Park Soo-young follows up, instructing everyone to work as usual until the simulation begins and to treat it realistically. One complains that they must pretend to work despite not actually having to. The other humorously summarizes the situation by dubbing the day, "Wantang," a lazy day. So-eun contemplates cleaning her personal email inbox during the lull. The subject line catches her off guard. "It's me, Kim Té-Jun." She pauses in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why someone like Kim Té-Jun would be contacting her. She suspects it's a scam, rationalizing that there's no reason the director would email her personally. Despite her intentions, she accidentally clicks on the suspicious email. The email is from Hey-Wuk, addressed to So-eun. He reveals that his father died shortly after a confrontation with Kim Té-Jun. Strange events have plagued his family since then: crippling debt, accusations of document tampering, and firm takeovers. Hey-Wuk believes Kim Té-Jun orchestrated everything, including the entrance of Choi Hyan-Jin into their lives. As the announcement echoes through the building, So-eun and other staff members begin making their way to the emergency exit in an orderly line. So-eun processes the contents of Hey-Wuk's email. She struggles to accept the news that his father passed away so suddenly. Conflicting thoughts cloud So-eun's mind. What Hey-Wuk claims doesn't match up with what she heard from Choi Hyan-Jin, whether he has ever been the subject of bad rumors. The CEO, sitting shirtless on his bed, nonchalantly admits he's never been affected by rumors because he eliminates them. The realization is dawning on her, and she struggles to accept what seems increasingly evident. Startled, So-eun turns around when someone calls out to her. He reminds her that everyone must exit through the emergency route, subtly questioning why she's heading toward the basement instead. It was Té-Jun, and with a smirk, he teases So-eun for her apparent disregard for instructions. He offers to tutor her privately. In a quiet stairwell, So-eun faces the CEO and delivers unexpected news. Young Hey-Wuk's father has passed away. The gravity of her words hangs between them, catching the CEO off guard, and he quietly utters, "Ah." So-eun, visibly anxious, asks if he knew about the death. The CEO looks at her, surprised, and asks how she found out. So-eun hesitates, beginning to speak young Hey-Wuk's name with uncertainty. So-eun quickly lies, saying she received a call from a new number. Internally, she questions herself. Why did she lie so instinctively? The CEO sternly reminds So-eun that he had warned her not to answer unfamiliar calls. She admits she thought it might have been about her father, whom she hasn't contacted in years. So-eun nervously fidgets with her hands as a troubling thought dawns on her. Could the events surrounding Hey-Wuk and his father be connected to something deeper? Looking straight into the CEO's eyes, So-eun asks with growing concern whether what happened between him and Hey-Wuk, and the fate of Hey-Wuk's father, was more than just a coincidence. His voice denies any wrongdoing, asserting that he would never do something like that, though the tension in the air says otherwise. So-eun appears startled and flustered as he turns his attention directly to her. He thanks her personally for her hard work. In a surprising moment of intimacy, the CEO gently leans in and places a kiss on So-eun's forehead. Her eyes widen in shock as a blush creeps onto her cheeks. A colleague greets the CEO politely, while So-eun silently thinks to herself that she needs to go somewhere to clear her mind. The moment leaves her visibly dazed. She told herself she must believe in him. In uncertain times like these, her loyalty must lie with the CEO, not Young Hey-Wuk. Her expression is resolute as she silently affirms her decision. Her internal monologue continues. This time, more certain than ever, she needs to have faith. Inside the conference room, the CEO concludes a report, standing confidently before his team. He expresses his gratitude to the future team for their efforts. The CEO informs the group of his upcoming meeting with representatives from IAX and NOCOM. He explains his mission: to collect critical information in the Philippines and report back to the chairman. The team reacts in hushed shock, discussing the recent discovery that their clients' chipsets were all counterfeit. This issue has wide implications, not only for them, but also for the entire main branch of K Electronics. She confirms that his meeting will take place in the Philippines, and he replies calmly, saying he'll leave as soon as possible, but won't be gone too long. With a faint smile, the CEO glances warmly at her. He admits he has someone waiting for him in Korea, suggesting a personal reason for wanting to return quickly. The CEO's words cause a visible reaction. The woman he addressed blushes deeply, while her colleague sitting beside her looks confused. Bo-Bei watches in quiet amusement, while the CEO smirks smugly. As night falls, the young woman walks alone, reflecting on the CEO's departure for a business trip. The realization that she'll be spending the night by herself leaves her feeling unsettled. Approaching her apartment, she cautiously peeks around a corner, silently hoping there's no one waiting for her again, clearly still haunted by a previous unsettling encounter. She breathes a sigh of relief when she finds the entrance empty. Yet, even with the CEO's reassurances, fear still lingers within her, making it difficult to truly feel safe. She recalls the night Hey-Wuk's mother arrived by taxi. Back then, she was too startled to notice, but now she realizes the CEO seemed unusually prepared for her arrival. Looking back, she finds it odd. The director was too busy speaking with Hey-Wuk's mother to have arranged the taxi, making it clear the CEO had orchestrated it. The woman questions whether the CEO had planned it all in advance. Despite his claim that his appearance was a coincidence, he seemed to know far too much for that to be true. A chilling realization begins to dawn on her, causing her heart to race as she starts walking faster, thoughts racing through her mind. Her breath catches in her throat as fear floods her expression. She opens her smartphone being powered off, the shutdown screen glowing ominously. A note hints that someone might have hacked the phone. She urgently dashes through a stairwell, creating a rising tension. She arrives home, visibly exhausted, leaning against the door after locking it. So-eun sits in contemplation, her hand pressed to her forehead in distress. Trying to reassure herself, she breathes out slowly, convincing herself that it's impossible. There's no way he would go that far. But doubt lingers in her eyes. A faint voice calls out, "Han So-eun," repeatedly through the door of her apartment. Startled, So-eun reacts with disbelief as she hears the familiar voice of the CEO, questioning his sudden presence. So-eun opens the door cautiously, only to be taken aback when she finds the CEO standing right in front of her, out of breath and visibly anxious. Breathing heavily, the CEO stares directly at her and softly says her name again, Han So-eun, as if overwhelmed by emotion or urgency. Still trying to understand how he's there, So-eun questions him. The CEO responds casually, explaining he was going to take her out for dinner before his trip, implying he hadn't left yet. She awkwardly replies that she's already eaten. The CEO admits that, honestly, he just had the sudden urge to see her. He gently asks if something happened, sensing unease in her demeanor. Flustered, So-eun denies any issue and quickly fabricates a story, claiming she only saw a cockroach on her way home, trying to deflect suspicion. Internally, So-eun wrestles with her growing doubts. She confesses to herself that she doesn't want to be suspicious of him, even though her instincts are unsettled. Looking at the CEO, she reflects on how his actions, showing up right when she felt unsafe, felt like he had dropped everything just to protect her. She admits she doesn't want to hate him. Her mind spirals with dark questions. Was he really following her, as young Hey-Wuk claimed? Did he sabotage Hey-Wuk's career? Was he even responsible for Hey-Wuk's father's death? A wave of uncertainty clouds her thoughts. So-eun finally speaks aloud, asking the CEO if he hired someone to keep watch over her. The question shocks him, his expression frozen, as she demands honesty. Trying to keep the mood light, So-eun says she'd rather know who's watching her. It would be less frightening that way. She forces a smile, masking her underlying anxiety. Moving closer, she guesses that his actions were likely because she rejected his earlier offer of hiring a personal bodyguard. Their faces are inches apart as she speaks with careful clarity. Internally, So-eun reflects that she understands he did it to protect her. She doesn't resent him for it, but if he had betrayed her trust in other ways, like cheating, that would truly hurt her. She acknowledges that instead of resenting him, she should feel grateful. With a soft voice, she thanks him for taking care of her, conveying genuine emotion behind her words. As she leans her head into his chest, the CEO gently cradles her, his hand resting protectively on her head. It's a tender, intimate moment shared between them. They embrace fully, wrapped in each other's arms. Her final thoughts echo clearly. No matter what he's done, he's the only person she can love now. The emotional weight of her acceptance lingers in the silence. At the bustling Manila airport in the Philippines, Té-Jun arrives, overwhelmed by the intense heat and humidity. He loosens his tie, clearly uncomfortable but determined. Despite the climate, he reminds himself there's no time to rest. He must move quickly. His inner thoughts focus on his mission. The first priority is to verify the TF team's information. Once that's confirmed, he plans to move on to the next step, his resolve evident. In a flashback or conversation, So-eun shares that she's been trying to find her father, who lives in the Philippines. She admits she hasn't had contact with him for a long time, revealing a personal and emotional vulnerability. Té-Jun speaks with a local contact, learning that So-eun's father passed away in May of the same year. The cause of death remains unknown. This sparks a new urgency in Té-Jun as he silently vows to investigate further. He walks through the airport terminal. He reflects on the excuse he gave his superiors to justify this trip. He knows time is limited, and he must act quickly to gather all the information before returning to Korea. He gazes thoughtfully out the window, vowing to tell So-eun about her father's death in the most careful and gentle way possible. He hopes to uncover enough truth to soften the emotional impact. A memory surfaces from So-eun's childhood. She blames herself for a tragic accident, believing it happened because she constantly bothered her father instead of letting him rest. Té-Jun appears beside young So-eun, offering her a warm embrace. With solemn resolve, he declares it's time to put an end to all the pain and obstacles that have stood between them. Young Té-Jun embraces So-eun, comforting her tenderly. At a formal conference, the banner announces the 123rd reunion, Korea Digital Networking Fair. A speaker calls for applause to honor Chairman Kim Jae-pil, indicating his prominent status in the tech industry. Chairman Kim walks across the stage to applause. Chairman Kim casually addresses Secretary Lee. Lee responds dutifully, suggesting they proceed to the next agenda item, but the chairman interrupts with a personal request. Chairman Kim questions Lee's urgency, asking if he can visit the restroom first. Lee responds flustered, clearly caught off guard by the chairman's relaxed demeanor despite the tight schedule. Lee attempts to follow the chairman to the restroom, but the chairman dismisses the idea, cautioning that such behavior would only make others uncomfortable. Inside the restroom, the chairman is caught off guard as a man calls out to him by name. Confused, he responds, trying to recall the man's identity. Hey-Wuk bows politely, introducing himself and expressing that it's an honor to meet the chairman. Chairman Kim, puzzled, asks if they've met before. The man clarifies they haven't but acknowledges the chairman's high status as the head of K-Group. The chairman cautiously asks what he wants. Hey-Wuk, with a cryptic smile, begins to ask a provocative question. Were you perhaps aware that his grandson is currently in a relationship? Before the young man can say more, two security guards step in and grab his arms, requesting that he keep his distance and follow proper protocol to meet the chairman. The young man panics, confused by how quickly they arrived. Just as the guards prepare to escort the man away, Chairman Kim raises his hand and stops them. Intrigued, he says the visitor might have something interesting to say and permits him to continue. Chairman Kim calmly confirms what he heard, that his grandson is in a relationship. Hey-Wuk, flustered but determined, begins to explain that he's not anyone important. Introducing himself as Young Hey-Wuk, a lawyer, the man confesses that he lost his girlfriend to Chairman Kim's grandson, Kim Té-Jun. Hey-Wuk adds that the woman in question, his ex-girlfriend, is named Han So-eun, and he shares his personal connection with her. He continues, revealing that So-eun is a cell phone systems engineer who works in the same building as Kim Té-Jun. Chairman Kim silently processes this new, possibly problematic information. At K Electronics Service, where employees are focused on work, So-eun checks the time on her computer and notes that it's almost lunchtime. She reminds herself that her bodyguard should be arriving soon, hinting at a daily routine or added security. A poised, mysterious woman, who appeared to be Té-Jun's aunt in disguise, enters the building. So-eun's internal monologue suggests suspicion. She wonders if this unfamiliar woman might be the bodyguard she's been expecting. At the service desk, a woman politely approaches the receptionist, asking for assistance. The woman explains that her child accidentally locked her out of her phone. Meanwhile, the child, looking guilty and wrapped in a hoodie, clutches the drawstrings nervously. So-eun explains that the phone must be reset to factory settings. The woman laments over the potential loss of precious baby photos stored on the device. Aunt concluded that the woman assisting customers is the same little girl she last saw 20 years ago. A memory resurfaces. The girl is a child being taken away by her aunt. Aunt in sunglasses reflects bitterly, believing all the money she sent for the girl's upbringing had gone to waste. A touching image of the young girl crying and clinging to her guardian's hand reinforces the emotional weight of the woman's realization that the girl must have endured a difficult childhood. Back in the present, So-eun gently speaks to the child, advising him not to change his mother's passcode again. Unable to process the emotions rising within her, she lowers her head and turns away quietly, leaving the scene quietly. Aunt reflects inwardly, acknowledging that despite the hardships So-eun must have faced, she at least seems to have grown up with a strong sense of morality. A driver respectfully greets the aunt and offers to take her back to headquarters. She responds quietly, asking to be taken back. Seated in the back of the car, she stares out the window in silence, her face contemplative and somber. In a flashback or inner dialogue, Secretary Song holding a teacup offers a philosophical view. No matter what efforts are made, time changes everything, especially young people, and controlling them is often futile. In a quiet thought, the aunt concedes that Secretary Song might have been right after all. At a breakfast table, So-eun gently insists that the other woman call her by her name and expresses gratitude for the care she's received so far, showing humility and warmth. The suited woman with a braid, her bodyguard, remains stoic and professional, replying that she's simply doing her job, minimizing her role with quiet confidence. The bodyguard informs So-eun that she will now be accompanying her at all times and offers to drive her wherever she needs to go. So-eun responds with wide-eyed surprise and shy excitement, feeling undeserving of such treatment as an ordinary office worker. So-eun, concerned, nervously asks the bodyguard if her job is difficult. The bodyguard calmly reassures her that she hasn't had to use much physical strength and that the CEO himself usually handled matters before. So-eun, puzzled, recalls seeing the older lady at the service desk. Because that lady kept looking at her, she mistakenly assumed it was her assigned bodyguard. Still confused, So-eun replays the memory of a familiar face. She begins questioning whether she was mistaken about the identity and if the recognition was real. In the office, two female employees chat about work routines. One remarks how strange it feels to go straight home after finishing work, while the other says they're just returning to the way things used to be and she'll adjust to it again soon. So-eun internally laments the end of the TF activities, realizing it means she'll see the CO even less at work. She expresses her dramatic longing, desperately thinking, "I miss you, Mr. CO." Suddenly, the office phone rings. So-eun's eyes widened with hopeful excitement. Could it be the CEO calling? Her heart races at the possibility that he might have returned from his business trip. Answering the phone, So-eun introduces herself professionally. To her surprise, the voice on the line belongs not to the CEO, but to Director Oh Gab-soo. Her eyes widen in alarm as she realizes it's the branch director. Confused by the unexpected call, So-eun wonders why Director Oh would contact her. Could it be related to the disbanded TF team? Director Oh's voice comes through the phone with a serious tone. He asks So-eun to come to his office immediately. She must not tell anyone about this call. She should come quietly. The scene shifts to an elevator display, indicating that So-eun is on her way up to the 5th floor, silently recalling the director's instructions to come quietly and discreetly. While walking through the hallway, So-eun speculates that the director must be calling her in for something related to the TF team. She reassures herself that she's prepared and determined to do well for the CEO's sake. As she meets Director Oh in person, So-eun greets him with formal nervousness. Without offering any explanation, Director Oh calmly instructs So-eun to follow him, further deepening her confusion and anxiety. So-eun follows the director, but is taken aback when she notices someone else already waiting inside the office. Upon entering, So-eun is greeted by the man already in the room. The unexpected encounter makes her visibly uneasy. Han So-eun internally panics as she realizes that the chairman Lee Han-sung might be aware of her relationship with the CEO, who is also the chairman's grandson. The possibility unnerves her as she accepts the business card. Lee Han-sung formally informs So-eun that he has come to deliver 2 items on behalf of the chairman. She looks surprised and apprehensive, clutching the business card in her hand. The first item is a pouch. So-eun looks at it in confusion, wondering what it could be. Lee Han-sung holds out a phone, stating that the chairman wishes to speak with her directly. So-eun stares at the screen in disbelief as the call from Chairman Kim Jae-pil rings in. Back at the office, Bo-bae notices So-eun returning looking pale and unwell. Concerned, she asks if So-eun is all right, to which So-eun weakly replies that she's fine, despite her shaken demeanor. Bo-bae gasps in recognition upon seeing the pouch. She instantly misinterprets it as a medical pouch, assuming So-eun must be sick. Bo-bae offers to get painkillers from the infirmary. So-eun politely declines, hiding the truth and brushing off the concern to avoid suspicion. So-eun tries to smile, but her tired expression betrays her unease. She softly agrees to let her co-worker know if anything changes. Just earlier, So-eun nervously introduces herself to the chairman over the phone. The chairman greets her and directly asks if she received the documents his secretary delivered. Still anxious, So-eun confirms that she has received the pouch and assumes that it contains the documents the chairman referred to, her mind racing to understand the situation. The chairman's assistant advises So-eun to take the pouch home and open it in private. He stresses not to be nervous and to keep this matter between them, to which So-eun agreed. The chairman's voice on the phone gently instructs So-eun to contact him after she reviews the documents. Still at work, So-eun puts on a calm face as her co-worker cheerfully offers help, but her reply is quiet and withdrawn. So-eun stares at the closed pouch sitting on her desk, her thoughts racing with curiosity and dread. She can't stop wondering what could be inside. That night, outside her apartment, So-eun exchanges polite goodbyes with her assigned bodyguard. As she grips her handbag, So-eun feels its weight more than usual. Though she carries it daily, tonight it feels burdened by more than just contents. It's carrying a truth she hasn't yet faced. Walking briskly down a hallway, So-eun is torn between urgency and hesitation. She wants to open the pouch immediately, but part of her dreads what she might find inside. She admits to herself that as a part of her wishes, she never had to open the pouch at all. So-eun carefully begins unzipping the pouch, her thoughts echoing with one haunting question. What could be so important that the chairman needed to speak to her personally? Finally seeing the contents, So-eun's face reflects growing shock. Holding the documents, she worries aloud. How on earth is she supposed to tell this to the CEO? Studying the image, she tries to place the boy's face. She wonders if the photo was taken at a funeral due to the solemn setting. Suddenly, realization dawns on her. Her face freezes in shock. She recognizes the child in the photograph. It's the CEO as a young boy. She recalls hearing that he lost his parents years ago. Holding the photo on her bed, she reflects on how young the CEO looked, and a wave of sadness overtakes her. She notices another photo tucked into the documents and wonders if it too is of the CEO. But she's puzzled. Why does the chairman want her to see these? To her shock, the next photo shows a man in a prison uniform. Her fingers tremble as she realizes it's her father. The discovery overwhelms her. Her expression freezes, shaken and confused by the sudden revelation. She processes the shocking image. It's the first time she's seen a clear, recent photo of her father, one not worn or faded. The photo raises troubling questions. Why does the chairman have it? Who took it? And what are the numbered tags on his clothes? Is it really a prison uniform? She questions why her father looks so ashamed and wonders what he was doing in such a place. So-eun stares at the 2 photos side by side, one of a young CEO in a funeral setting and the other of her father in a prison uniform. A chilling question forms in her mind. What connection did her father have with the CEO? Echoes of past accusations resurface as she recalls her relatives' cruel words, blaming her father for ruining their future by getting into a fatal car accident. They scorned her for being just like him. So-eun trembles in disbelief. As sweat runs down her face, she shakes her head, refusing to accept what she's uncovering. Her hands tremble as she clutches the documents scattered across the bed. A news clipping reveals that the CEO of K-Electronics, Kim Suk-woo, died in a car crash. The case report names Han Hong-suk, So-eun's father, as the accused. Her mind reels in shock and denial. The report details how her father fell asleep at the wheel and collided with an oncoming truck. The crash killed both Kim Suk-woo and his wife. So-eun screams internally, shattered by the revelation. She reaches for her phone and calls her aunt, barely managing to introduce herself through her tears. Still shaken, So-eun tries to compose herself. She hesitantly tells her aunt she has a question. Her voice cracks as the truth she fears begins to surface. Fighting through anguish, So-eun finally asks her aunt the unbearable question. Did her father kill people? Staring at her father's photo again, So-eun begs for a denial. She pleads with herself and the universe that her father wasn't responsible, that the chairman must be wrong. Her aunt's response carries the weight of fate. Now that you're an adult, it's time you hear the full story. A man, speaking solemnly to So-eun, explains that it was her father's wish to keep the truth hidden. He didn't want her to grow up known as the daughter of a murderer. Despite tensions and disagreements, the family honored his request and kept the promise they made to him. In a flashback, a young So-eun listens in tears as she's told that her father's accident didn't just hurt a wealthy family, it killed them. This was the only lie her guardians told her, one meant to shield her from the painful truth. So-eun asks if the victims were from the powerful K-group. The person on the phone confirms this, explaining that the deceased were the son of the chairman and his wife, who left behind a young boy now raised by the chairman. Her eyes reflect the weight of a revelation that is now deeply personal. She finds a sticky note that reads, "After you see everything, call me tomorrow at 8 p.m. So-eun reflects on why she never pressed the CEO about his past. She didn't want to reopen old wounds, choosing instead to be gentle with the emotional lines that may have scarred him. They had chosen to live in the moment, cherishing their present love and dreaming of a future together. The weight of the past hadn't been a part of their world until now. As she rests her head on his shoulder, So-eun wonders silently how much the Seon knows about his own past. Her eyes search the sunset as a quiet doubt begins to bloom. She acknowledges the harsh truth. He likely wouldn't love her if he knew she was the daughter of the man who killed his parents. Yet at the same time, she realizes he must have fallen for her without knowing any of it. Blushing with heartbreak, So-eun concludes that the CEO gave her his heart blindly. And if that's truly the case, the weight of this truth threatens everything they've built. So-eun reflects silently. If the CEO truly knows nothing about the past, maybe she can still remain by his side a little longer. So-eun gently holds the CEO's sleeve, desperate to extend her time with him. Sitting on the floor with her head buried in her arms, So-eun admits in a whisper that she'll surely be punished by God for this. Her guilt and sorrow crash down on her, leaving her completely alone in the dark. Time creeps closer to a crucial moment. 8 p.m., the agreed hour to call after reviewing the documents. So-eun, seated tensely in her room, makes the anticipated call. She introduces herself to the chairman and confirms she has read the documents. So-eun, clutching her phone tightly, nervously asks the chairman if Kim Té-Jun knows about any of this. The chairman reflects in silence. He once said this secret would remain just between them. He had taken careful steps to keep it hidden from the rest of the company, including his own grandson. It becomes clear to So-eun that the chairman deliberately shielded Té-Jun from the truth. He likely feared how it might emotionally damage his cherished grandson. But now, So-eun finds herself torn. If Té-Jun truly doesn't know about their past, leaving him without an explanation would break his heart. Gathering courage, she prepares to tell the chairman something important, something that might change everything. The chairman interrupts her mid-sentence, asking if they should meet in person to clarify everything. Misunderstanding, she wonders if her voice isn't clear enough over the phone. The chairman reveals with eerie calm that he's already in the apartment right above hers. He invites her to his place, apartment 404, insisting they continue the conversation face-to-face in a more comfortable setting. Standing before the door marked 404, So-eun's mind spins. She can't believe she's about to speak directly with the chairman of K-Group. An encounter that once felt so distant is now only a few steps away. So-eun stands outside the apartment door. Anxious thoughts swirl in her mind. With determination setting into her expression, So-eun tells herself there's nothing left to fear. She reassures herself. She has nothing else to lose, and steels herself for whatever comes next. Her finger hovers over the doorbell, firm and deliberate. If the chairman crosses any lines, she resolves to match his resolve, ready to show just how far she's willing to go. So-eun is startled to find the chairman already there, catching her off guard when she was about to press the bell. With a warm, welcoming smile, the chairman gently invites her in, setting a surprisingly calm and civil tone for the conversation that awaits. So-eun greets the older man at the door with visible nervousness. She forces a smile and says, "Hello, Mr. Chairman," trying to remain composed despite her shaken emotions. The chairman invites So-eun to sit, explaining that he rented the apartment just for the day. As she silently processes how unusual the setup is, her thoughts admit that this strangeness isn't even the most bewildering part of what's happening. The chairman calmly addresses her, stating he will first answer the question she had asked him earlier. His words instantly capture So-eun's attention. He begins to explain that Té-Jun was originally supposed to stay in the US until next year, when he'd return to take on a role at the company's headquarters. But instead, Té-Jun came back a year earlier, claiming he wanted to start at the customer service center. The chairman gently reveals that the real reason for Té-Jun's early return wasn't business at all. It was her. So-eun, stunned, hears that Té-Jun came back just to see her again. So-eun is visibly overwhelmed. Her wide eyes and trembling lips show a storm of disbelief and confusion. Her mind races as the implications of the chairman's words begin to sink in. She tries to process the revelation, struggling to understand. "Wait, what are you trying to say?" she stammers. Her thoughts spiral. Did Té-Jun know who she was all along? So-eun lowers her gaze, distressed. She tries to reason it out, rejecting the idea. It just doesn't make sense to her. If Té-Jun had truly known her identity, why would he act the way he did? The chairman smiles warmly, praising Té-Jun as a remarkable man, one who is perhaps too kind for his own good. His affectionate tone contrasts with So-eun's inner turmoil. So-eun sits silently, frozen in place. Her mind and emotions are tangled in disbelief, uncertainty, and something unspoken, possibly the dawning realization of Té-Jun's feelings for her. The chairman folds his hands and calmly declares that he has never used his grandson for personal gain. He explains that he never pressured him to marry either. He only wanted his grandson to live a happy life with a good, ordinary woman. Despite his earlier statements, the chairman confesses that there is one person he absolutely cannot allow his grandson to be with, and that person is Han So-eun. Internally, So-eun tries to resist being swayed by this direct opposition. With a subtle, almost sly smile, the chairman expresses his understanding of why So-eun held on in the past, because she didn't know the truth. But now that she does, he implies, everything is different. So-eun, overwhelmed and struggling with her thoughts, reminds herself that she had prepared everything she wanted to say. Gathering her resolve, So-eun says she doesn't believe her relationship with Kim Té-Jun will last forever. She reasons that with time, his feelings will settle and they'll naturally drift apart. Clutching her skirt, So-eun begins to speak about Té-Jun directly. But inwardly, she's surprised at her own emotional resistance. These were always her beliefs, so why is it suddenly so difficult to express them? Head lowered and eyes filled with tears, So-eun tells herself that by doing this, she's making sure Té-Jun won't have any regrets in the future. She appears visibly shaken. She questions her own emotions, unable to understand why she's reacting so strongly when she thought she was prepared for this. As So-eun sits in stunned silence, the chairman reaches towards something off-screen. Her eyes widen in anticipation as he prepares to reveal something important. The chairman shows her a photo of a smiling man surrounded by cheerful women. He asks if she knows him. His name is Yang-Yu. The chairman recalls how, after meeting So-eun, Té-Jun made a significant investment in a golf club frequented by a particular man. Using the excuse of inspecting his investment, Té-Jun visited the place several times, quietly observing operations and clientele. Through his quiet surveillance, Té-Jun eventually identified Yang-Yu as one of the club's high-profile, special customers, an important clue that signaled deeper motives. The chairman reflects with uncertainty, unable to determine if Té-Jun's original intent was simply to monitor Yang-Yu or if he had intended to eliminate him from the beginning. A close-up of Té-Jun's shadowed face reveals his sharpened gaze. The chairman concludes that while Té-Jun's motives may be unclear, one fact remains. Something irreversible was set in motion the moment Té-Jun saw Soon again. The emotional weight of Té-Jun's unresolved resentment is laid bare. It becomes evident that this emotional burden catalyzed consequences that couldn't be undone. As a result of this lingering resentment, destruction follows. Chess pieces scatter across the floor, a metaphor for the calculated but chaotic unraveling Té-Jun has set into motion. The chairman solemnly observes that Té-Jun has begun to unravel. Soon, visibly shaken, clutches a stack of documents, an investment contract and a customer ledger, suggesting she's now holding proof of Té-Jun's actions. As she reads, a blurred background of accusations and scandal floods her vision. She reflects on how their family began collapsing after her encounter with Té-Jun, hinting at a deliberate retaliation orchestrated against her. Té-Jun, shown smirking against the backdrop of scandal, calmly confesses. He simply eliminates anything that stands in his way, an admission of his ruthless transformation. The chairman, burdened by guilt and desperation, declares his willingness to give anything within his power to help. Kneeling, sacrificing an arm, anything. His devotion is clear. He came with a specific plea. With his head lowered in shame, the chairman explains that as long as Té-Jun remains with her, he'll never escape his past. He believes he's protecting someone he deeply cares about. She sits in silence, the weight of his words settling over her. He warns her that their relationship, no matter how sincere, will only end up causing pain for the man they both care about. Tears stream down her face as she quietly absorbs his warning. Her heart breaks, not from his cruelty, but from the truth she fears might already be unfolding. Sunlight streams in through the window. A soft cough escapes her as she types a message on her phone, her body weak and her emotions heavier than ever. Their conversation continues over messages. The CEO, concerned, offers to come see her, but she declines. She insists she needs rest and prefers to be alone when she's sick. Alone in bed, she curls up with her phone, coughing and exhausted, realizing she's in no condition to return to work. Her flushed face reflects her illness, but her eyes reveal something deeper, hurt and hesitation. Lying in bed, she begins to reflect. She's had these thoughts before, the wish for a simpler life and a more peaceful relationship. She imagines a love untouched by the weight of background, money, or status. A love that's uncomplicated, where they could just enjoy each other. It's the kind of love she yearns for with all her heart. Her wish is simple, to be with a good man. Tears slipped from her closed eyes. She tries to convince herself she's lucky for having felt love at all, even if it was brief. Her voice trembles with uncertainty. Right? The screen fades into a dim blur as she stirs awake. She realizes she had fallen asleep and feels slightly better. Her headache has eased. Suddenly, she hears a familiar voice. Someone gently touches her forehead and remarks that she has a bad fever. Her wide, teary eyes open in shock. Té-Jun, having come anyway, gazes down at her with concern, softly asking if she feels that bad. She looks up at him, flushed and vulnerable, as he gently asks if she's in pain. His worried gaze lingers on her face, his concern clear in his expression. Still dazed, she demands to know why he's there. With a tinge of disappointment, he hadn't expected her to question his presence. A fit of coughing interrupts her panic, and he immediately supports her. Apologetic and gentle, he tells her she was just startled and tries to soothe her as she struggles to catch her breath. He speaks firmly but kindly, reminding her that being alone while sick isn't good. He tells her to start getting used to his presence. He reasoned that they'll continue being together from now on. Her wide eyes capture the flood of emotions, and in a voice of conflicted clarity, she internally repeats that she must be crazy. Crazy for letting herself fall deeper despite everything. He might have killed someone. Yet as he worries about her not eating and prepares to heat up the porridge he brought, his tenderness contradicts the fearsome image painted by others. Even though her mind tells her she should feel resentful, her body doesn't resist. She knows she should hate him. And yet, in this moment of quiet care, she can't bring herself to. She sits up in bed, arms folded over the blanket and her body still tense, watching him from across the room. Her eyes glimmer with hesitation, the morning sun pouring in. She is glad her vision is bad. If it weren't, she would probably just keep crying endlessly. She sits on the floor by the window, sunlight washing over her slumped frame. Her head rests on her arms, knees drawn in. The quiet moment feels suspended in time, and the glowing light hints at something more, something remembered. A vision from her childhood surfaces. A young boy, bathed in light, smiles brightly as This is called my Geum, he says. Dust like gold powder. Her eyes shoot open at the sound of his voice. Are you okay? He asks, concerned. The sudden attention jolts her from the memory. He gently scolds her for sitting up while unwell, suggesting she lie down again. She smiles weakly and insists she has to get up if she wants to eat. He softly brushes hair from her face, noting that she must have been hungry. His voice is gentle. He tells her the porridge is still cooking and asks her to wait just a little longer. She gazes at him, quietly moved by his care. She clutches her arm tightly, overwhelmed. Her inner thoughts spiral. No way. The gesture reveals her trembling effort to stay composed as emotions threaten to unravel again beneath the surface. Then asks if he knows the name of the sparkling, gold-like dust in the air. She gazes at him with a mix of vulnerability and anticipation as she waits for his response. His usually composed expression falters slightly as he looks at her, lost in thought. Sitting beside her on the edge of the bed, he answers with quiet reverence, my Geum. The room is bathed in the same golden dust, gently illuminating their closeness. He smiles warmly, the sunlight dancing on his features, and shares that my Geum was his grandmother's name, his voice tinged with fond remembrance. Startled and moved, So-eun reacted with wide-eyed surprise. In a soft memory or symbolic recollection, open hands catch the golden dust as a voice repeats the word, my Geum, describing it as dust like gold powder, linking it to both beauty and remembrance. Little So-eun echoes the name in awe, eyes wide with wonder as the golden dust shimmers around her tiny hands, capturing a moment of innocent fascination. Playfully, she questions her Té-Jun about how he knew such a poetic word. She's filled with admiration and envy, teasing him and guessing a teacher told him. He shrugs off her teasing with bashful deflection, then quietly reveals the truth. It was their grandmother's name, grounding the word in a personal and emotional legacy. Her wide eyes show her realization. Internally, she notes how close he is to crying. Her thoughts spiral, wondering if she upset him, if she made him sad. Her inner voice insists that she never wants to see her older brother cry again. In an attempt to lift the mood, she suddenly suggests playing hide-and-seek, declaring that this time she'll be the seeker, hoping to distract and cheer him up. Caught off guard, Té-Jun stares at her, confused by the sudden shift. He questions how she plans to play, teasing her for. He initially protests playfully, but relents to the girl's enthusiasm and agrees to be the seeker. However, inwardly, he plans to sneak away once the game starts, hiding his true intentions. So-eun now remembers. Young So-eun hides in a bush in the wide garden, her thoughts wandering. She reflects on how often she ran through this place in the past, whether as seeker or hider. Now, sitting and waiting, her legs start to tingle as she wonders why Appa hasn't come to find her yet. Fear creeps in as So-eun sits hidden. Her imagination grows dark. What if her Appa never finds her this time? The shadows around her amplify her unease. Behind a partially open door, two adults gossip about So-eun. One asks how long she'll be staying and says it's up to the chairman. Their casual comments imply she's pitiful, always waiting for her father. Unbeknownst to them, little So-eun stands nearby and overhears everything. Her wide, tear-filled eyes reflect the pain of their words. The woman remarks on how pitiful So-eun looks, always waiting for her father to return. So-eun's teary eyes glisten. Her internal thoughts spiral with doubt. What if her brother and father have truly forgotten her? She fears being lost forever, unseen and abandoned. The emotion becomes too much. So-eun begins to sob openly, wiping her tears with both hands as the weight of loneliness overcomes her. Suddenly, a voice breaks through her sadness. Her Appa appears in front of her and says, "Found you." Surprised, So-eun looks up from her crouched position. Her Appa, standing in the sunlight and peering into the bushes, gently scolds her. He tells her that making a sound spoiled the game, suggesting he had been trying to make it fun, not realizing how distressed she had become. The girl runs straight into his arms, crying out his name in distress. Caught off guard, Té-Jun is stunned as she clings to him, trembling and sobbing. Tears stream down her face as she confesses through gasps that she thought he had forgotten about her. Her fear of abandonment spills out in raw emotion. Still crying against his chest, she admits her deeper fear, that no one would ever come for her again. Té-Jun listens silently, his expression full of guilt and pain. He gently closes his eyes, moved by her words. Then, firmly but softly, he promises her that from now on, she should just hide, because no matter where she hides, he will always find her. They stand close in the sunlight as he adds a final condition. She must not cry, or else he won't play with her anymore. She nods with a tearful but trusting sound of agreement. Now an adult, So-eun looks at her phone with misty eyes. Internally, she acknowledges that it was him. He was the kind of Appa who stayed by her side. She remembers how, despite all his own suffering, he remained strong for her. She took a photo of him tasting the soup he's cooking and mutters to himself that it's a bit salty. Despite everything, he hasn't changed, not even a bit. As she watches him from afar, her eyes filled with lingering emotion. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and takes the phone from her grip. His voice calmly but firmly says, "Give it to me." In the next moment, the scene softens. The warm sunlight floods the space, and So-eun likens life to dust, something that usually drifts unnoticed, but glimmers when touched by light. She thinks of how life can suddenly shimmer like golden powder under sunlight. Through the lens of her phone, she sees the boy beside her, both of them caught in a quiet moment of beauty. Leaning into his embrace, So-eun makes a silent wish to think only of herself for once, to hold on to this fleeting peace without guilt. He smiles down at her, declaring that even this short-lived love, limited to just 1 week, will become a lifetime's worth of happiness for him. They pose together, smiling softly at the camera. So-eun tells herself to cherish this moment and smile for her own sake, for her own happiness. As he tenderly cups her face, gazing into her eyes, she realizes that this moment, right now, is enough. Their lips meet in a soft kiss. So-eun closes her eyes, accepting that she is merely passing through, just a visitor in a moment of beauty, like golden dust drifting down through sunlight. Inside a quiet boxing gym, the sound of a punching bag echoes through the space. Té-Jun trains alone, releasing tension with each powerful hit. His inner thoughts reveal that the recent business trip exceeded all expectations. As he continues to punch the bag with relentless force, he reflects on the evidence collected from the Philippine factory. It solidified the TF team's report, likely satisfying his grandfather's demanding standards. Striding across the gym floor, he considers another breakthrough. Their investigation into Han So-eun's father's death made progress thanks to the cooperation of a counselor in the Philippines. Though everything seems to be falling into place, the man's expression grows conflicted. Amid the sweat and exertion, he wonders why he still feels unsettled inside. Delivering a fierce blow to the bag, he's struck by the question gnawing at him. Why does uneasiness linger despite the success? Pausing to catch his breath, he lifts his sweat-soaked shirt and wipes his face. The physical exhaustion does little to relieve the emotional unrest. Was his root of his discomfort because of Han So-eun? Memories of her flash through his head. He had believed she was doing better. But doubt creeps in. Was she pretending to be fine just to keep him from worrying? Flashback to when Han So-eun wakes up confused and shocked to see him by her side. In episode 26, she fainted from bad health. He frets silently, afraid she might collapse again. Perhaps a trip together would help lift both her spirits and his lingering worries. On a crowded city bus, So-eun grips a hand strap with a steady hand. Having internal monologue, she reflected, the heart is like a paper boat set adrift on a stream without much thought, sometimes drifting too far away. The heart that drifts far, far away ends up loving not just you, but the world you live in. Even if that world pushes me away when I'm beside you, it makes it impossible to even hate. That's why you shouldn't have started in the first place. You don't just fold a paper boat and let it drift away carelessly. You should have just kept it with you. Back in a Stark office, the chairman tells So-eun of a deposit account in her name in the US. He urges her to go abroad, withdraw the money, and live freely, his offer cloaked in a false sense of kindness and release. He assures her he'll handle her resignation and any complications that might arise. For someone like him, whom she wanted to give everything to, the only thing she can do now is let him go. In the bustling city, So-eun prepares to get off the bus. Her departure becomes symbolic. Her steps blend into the crowd, and her quiet resolve is clear. She's choosing to vanish rather than weigh others down with the burden of her scars, ensuring no part of her pain touches them. As she walks away, fading into the rhythm of the busy street, the final thought lingers. Let's not become foolish. A silent promise to move forward with dignity, even in quiet heartbreak. As Han So-eun walks through the bustling city street, her internal voice cautions her to burden him with the history of her scars. It's disappearing forever so that she won't leave the smallest scar on him. She told herself not to become foolish. Inside the future service team office, colleagues prepare for the team's disbandment. So-eun organizes equipment while casual chatter fills the room. Plans for an after-party and last-minute errands indicate the bittersweet end of a shared journey. Secretary Song announces she must leave early to celebrate her husband's birthday. With a smile, she wishes the team fun at the after-party, receiving grateful cheers in return. Just as she turns to leave, So-eun stops her with a call. Secretary Song pauses in the doorway, surprised, and gently questions whether So-eun is heading out too. So-eun holds out a gift box, presenting it carefully. Secretary Song unwraps the box to find a delicate baby outfit. So-eun explains it's a birth gift, something she bought in passing, moved by the idea of giving early blessings. Emotion warms So-eun's expression as her colleague repeats with sincere surprise, "You didn't have to." So-eun recalled a time when Secretary Song had sent her a porridge gift certificate during her sick leave. It was a simple gesture, yet one that offered comfort and care, one she never forgot. In a quiet flashback, So-eun reading the message, touched that Secretary Song was the kindest adult she'd ever met. With affection, So-eun wished for Secretary Song to have a healthy delivery. Confused by So-eun's distant tone, she reassures her that only the TF team is disbanding. They'll still be nearby, as always. Suddenly, Té-Jun appears and awkwardly interrupts the moment by asking if the after-party venue is set. His unexpected presence surprises both women. Secretary Song excuses herself, saying her husband is waiting. She flashes them a teasing smile, wishing the two a good time, which flusters them both with a hint of embarrassment. Té-Jun asks about the other team members, and So-eun responds with a smile. They've already gone ahead to the restaurant after dropping things at the support team. He asks if she's cleaning up alone. She shrugs it off, saying it's just small tasks, and he will help her. As she walks off, he stammers, "Me," realizing he's just been roped in. A shot of neatly organized storage boxes sparkles with exaggerated shine. The man, slightly annoyed, thinks to himself, "In the end, I helped." As they stand in the now empty room, So-eun says goodbye to the place. He tells her she can come back any time, that the room will remain vacant just for her. She looks away with a soft expression and says quietly, "I have no excuse to come." Té-Jun offers with a sly smile, "I can create an excuse if needed." So-eun speaks to his fearless nature, how he boldly goes after what he wants. So-eun reminds him gently that they should head to the restaurant. He asks to stay just a little longer. Her inner monologue acknowledges the depth of his love and how hard it will be for him when she leaves. As she gently steps closer and he says, "Come here," So-eun hesitates, whispering that others must be waiting. Still, the space between them closes, drawn by emotion too strong to resist. He leans in close and embraces her tightly, while her inner thoughts reveal guilt. She knows he will struggle, trying to abandon everything and go to her. Without even realizing he was breaking apart because of her, without any lingering regrets. Trying to shift the mood, he casually asks if she wants to hang out over the weekend. She panics, blurting out a strong no, before scrambling to explain that traveling far makes her tired. He pouts, slightly hurt by her reaction. With concern, he asks if she wants to get a health checkup. She immediately deflects, saying it's not serious and admits that he has a trauma related to health checkups. He tries to lighten the mood by jokingly asking if she plans to go her whole life without a health check. He smiles playfully, but there's a hint of worry behind his teasing. His expression softens as he quietly offers to help her overcome it. His sincerity leaves her momentarily speechless. She tries to brush it off, saying the company provides health checkups anyway. But he presses further, saying he still wants to hang out over the weekend, signaling that it's not just about health, but about spending time together. She smiles as she reveals that even a simple visit to a swimming pool would make her happy. She recalls how the last time she went to a pool, she was just a child. Blushing with genuine gratitude, she thanks him for taking her to the swimming pool. Her words carry an emotional weight, as if revisiting a significant piece of memory they shared. He stares at her, his blue eyes wide with emotion, as if caught off guard by the depth of her appreciation. A quiet intensity passes between them. His gaze softens, revealing a moment of inner contemplation. He briefly flipped on the table, her breath caught as she asked, "Why? Why?" While he hovers over her, gripping her wrist, eyes intense with unspoken emotion. Without warning, he leans down and gently kisses her on the forehead, leaving So-eun wide-eyed and breathless in stunned silence. He places a hand on her leg, but her voice trembles as she says, "Wait." Just then, she softly calls his name, Han-Son, her lips touched by his fingers. With his hand cradling her face, he looks into her eyes and murmurs, "Don't say things like that," his voice low and tender, almost pleading. He leans in and kisses her deeply, cupping her chin delicately as her hands clench in silent reaction, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Their kiss deepens, and he whispers, "Good girl," in a voice thick with emotion, while her inner voice reflects, "It's always like this. But still, I like you." Even when she tries to stop, her heart races faster because of him. Their steps move in sync, but her thoughts linger on how fundamentally different they are. They lie together on the table, wrapped in each other's arms. Her fingers grip his back while his lips linger near hers, tangled in silence and longing. The director thanks everyone for their hard work and encourages them to get home safely. His team responds appreciatively, acknowledging his own efforts during the day. Outside a restaurant, So-eun stands beside the director while another colleague gets into a car. He offers to drive So-eun, and she hesitates momentarily before responding. As city lights flicker around them, So-eun internally reflects that her time with the director is nearing its end. Seated in the passenger seat, So-eun gazes out the window with a soft smile, trying to memorize everything about this moment. Her expression carries both warmth and a hint of sadness. The director drives with a gentle smile, unaware of her inner farewell. She resolves to make meaningful use of everything she's experienced by his side. The car comes to a stop in a quiet residential street. So-eun looks surprised and confused as she realizes the car doors are locked. She asks Té-Jun to unlock it so they can get out. Té-Jun laughs awkwardly about how unusually smooth the traffic was that night. So-eun comments wryly that maybe the driver just knows the best routes, subtly avoiding deeper questions. He lowers his gaze and quietly admits he doesn't want to leave. His words hang in the air, vulnerable and filled with unspoken longing. Still seated in the car, he asked if he should come to this place again. She answers simply, but leaves her question of why unanswered. The man leans against the car window, gently smiling as he suggests that their closeness might be the reason for the distance. He mentions that So-eun seems to have no plans of returning to Seoul. In a sudden, light-hearted moment, the man proposes buying and remodeling the building. The woman laughs nervously, pointing out the consequence of displacing the tenants. With a determined yet playful tone, the man urges her to just come to Seoul. His desire for proximity is laid bare, unfiltered. So-eun turns to glance at him in surprise. Internally, she reflects with bittersweet affection, calling him the prince, unaware of the reality she carries in her heart. Outside room 304, he says his goodbye for the night, promising to return the next day. She simply asks, "Why?" Puzzled, he answered as if it should be obvious. Can't he just go see her? Blushing, she echoes his sentiment, advising him to save weekends for their time and not make other plans. Her tone carries a mix of hope and anxiety. But internally, a grim possibility sets in for her. Their weekends may no longer come. Really? This might be the end of it all. The thought of capturing those beautiful eyes and being so close. So, this is their last time like this. She doesn't like it. What should she do? It's so greedy to want. Even more. But she loves that possessiveness. The weight of their closeness lingers in silence, teetering on the edge of goodbye. As she tightly grips her skirt, the woman inwardly laments that this might be their last moment together. Her heart aches with reluctance, unable to accept the looming farewell. He gently leans in, admitting he'd feel sad if he couldn't see her tomorrow. His closeness stuns her, her heart thudding in response. Overwhelmed by the rush of emotions, the two finally share a tender, passionate kiss. Time seems to stand still in their shared vulnerability. With a soft smile, he suggests they meet again on the weekend. His eyes convey warmth and quiet hope for continued connection. She gazes up at him with parted lips and flushed cheeks, caught off guard by his tenderness. Her feelings surface through her eyes. With her head slightly bowed, she gives a quiet, blushing response. Yes, on the weekend, she agrees, almost like a promise to herself. A new day dawns and the city bustles. It's already Friday, and the countdown to their meeting begins. Friday arrives, and the city glows under the evening sky. In the office, Bobia cheerfully wraps up her day, excited to head out. To her surprise, So-eun hands Bo-bae a gift. Her wide-eyed reaction shows her curiosity and delight and asked what the occasion was. So-eun reasoned that it was nothing special. She remembered that Bo-bae liked this scent. She just happened to see it when shopping. Bo-bae wished So-eun a good weekend. Then Chef Jang plans on leaving next. She told him she'll leave the presentation to him. Puzzled, he questioned whether the presentation was supposed to be her. She reasoned that he is more knowledgeable. Humbled, he denied bashfully. She begged him to take it this time. She handed him a gift, a vanilla latte which he liked, so she gave him one. Troubled by her action, he told her she really didn't have to, but she insisted. Flashback to when she asked if he likes vanilla latte, and he shouted bashfully that he does like it. He took the vanilla latte. He whispered to her that he's the only one who knows about her feelings toward the director. He will keep it a secret. She apologized again. He admitted that their CEO seems to her a lot more than him. After regular work hours, So-eun was alone in the repair workshop fixing devices. Her inner monologue reveals that she's found true happiness in this space. Flashes of her experiences come back, moments of repairing broken devices she once thought impossible to fix. She remembers the warmth of grateful customers who thanked her. She reflects on the relationships she's built, realizing she's no longer alone. Surrounded by friendly faces, she recalls how connections slowly return to her life. While working, her phone buzzes. She checks the message. It's from the director, asking her to come upstairs. A close-up of her face shows her smile softly forming. There's a quiet understanding and calm anticipation behind her eyes. Still at her desk, she savors the moment, working in peace and fulfillment. A simple caption captures it all. Such happiness. She walks through a modern corridor and pauses when she sees Secretary Song. Calling out gently, she says, "Team Lead Han." Secretary Song warmly thanks her for a beautiful gift from last time, saying her husband appreciated it and asked her to extend his gratitude. Secretary Song asks if she's here to see the CEO and informs her he's inside. She gives her the go-ahead to enter and leaves with a cheerful goodbye. Té-Jun invites her in, and she hesitantly greets him, surprised by his unexpected presence so near the entrance. She asks if he's leaving, noticing him near the door. He replies he's not leaving just yet. There's something important he wants to talk about. Looking serious and contemplative, Té-Jun tells So-eun that he visited his grandfather, a statement that instantly draws a shocked expression from her. Inside the chairman's luxurious office, the mood is calm yet formal. The chairman praises Té-Jun for his work, setting the tone for a serious conversation about corporate matters. The chairman, reviewing documents, instructs his team to prepare for next month's board meeting and raises concern about financial movements in their Philippine affiliates. Té-Jun expresses hesitation, warning that revealing all findings at the board meeting could destabilize the company, especially with sensitive information tied to President Kim Sang-deok. Kim Sang-deok, Té-Jun's uncle and the president of the Mobile Services Branch, is introduced with a calculating look, hinting at deeper tensions and political struggles within the company. The chairman bluntly states it's time for Sang-deok to step down, dismissing his capabilities and implying disappointment in his performance. With a subtle shift, the chairman reassures Té-Jun, acknowledging his readiness and implying that he is the more competent heir to the corporate throne. The The chairman explains that Té-Jun will begin preparing to take over his duties gradually, but Té-Jun reminds him of his own condition. He plans to return only when he turns 31. Smirking knowingly, the chairman suggests that they might move the timeline up, confident that no obstacles will stand in the way of the succession. In the present, Té-Jun quietly tells So-eun that he recently met with his grandfather and shared the reports, implying a pivotal meeting that secured his standing. So-eun, surprised and caught off guard, initially misinterprets Té-Jun's words, her inner thoughts showing she had assumed he was referring to something more personal. So-eun reflects on the upcoming board meeting and the many unknowns still surrounding it. Internally, she struggles with whether or not to tell Té-Jun the truth, that she'll be gone by next week. So-eun hesitantly suggests that manager Jang might be better suited for the presentation due to his experience, but Té-Jun gently insists that he only wants her by his side. And So-eun wordlessly leans over, resting her head beside his in a silent show of comfort and closeness. Té-Jun admits they may not see each other often going forward due to his grandfather's expectations. He's tasked with meeting many people to raise his profile before the board meeting, leaving So-eun concerned. Though So-eun holds him tightly, Té-Jun reassures her with a gentle smile that they'll still spend the weekend together, offering a sliver of warmth despite the looming distance. As they stand together, Té-Jun asks if she's packed, and So-eun answers that she mostly has. He tells her to leave first and promises to pick her up after finishing work. Looking at her with a playful smile, Té-Jun declares he'll be with her the entire weekend and teasingly asks if she's ready for that, trying to lift her spirits. So-eun laughs softly at his words, touched by his tenderness. Internally, she reflects that Té-Jun doesn't know the truth yet, that their farewell has already been set in motion. As night falls, So-eun narrates that their goodbye is proceeding exactly as the chairman planned. He's already handled her apartment deposit and severance pay. Through a view of her apartment window, So-eun reveals the chairman also took care of her resignation, arranged for the apartment to be cleaned, and even secured her passport and plane tickets. Clothes are strewn across the floor, signaling the final phase of her departure. Only one step remains before she leaves. She kneels in silence, packing her suitcase with care, mentally preparing herself to act like everything is normal, only to disappear without leaving a trace. She eyes a duffel bag that's meant to appear as casual luggage for a weekend trip, a disguise to hide her real intentions. Nearby stands the actual suitcase filled with her essentials. She plans to secretly place it in a designated room, trusting the chairman to handle it once she's gone. A message notification catches her attention. He's on his way and tells her to meet him upstairs with her luggage, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Now that everything is arranged, she feels oddly calm. She convinces herself that this ending is necessary, that it will finally bring closure. She looks back one last time at the familiar space she once called home, her expression a mixture of determination and sorrow. Standing in the doorway with both her disguise bag and true luggage, she silently bids farewell to her home. Night has fallen over the city as cars make their way through glowing streets. Her journey of separation is now in motion. Sitting quietly in the passenger seat, she feels a lump in her throat. The weight of knowing it's their last time together renders her uncertain and emotional. As he gazes off in thought, Té-Jun breaks the silence with a sharp, yet vulnerable question. He heard she gave a gift to Secretary Song. His tone carries a mix of curiosity and subtle jealousy. Still behind the wheel, he smiles playfully and asks what about him, suggesting that he too would like a gift, teasing lightly to shift the mood. So-eun can't help but smile at his playful response, her features softening as the tension begins to dissolve. She clarifies in a calm voice that it was baby pajamas, a traditional gesture before childbirth. He repeated, baby pajama, almost shyly, that maybe someday for them too, hinting at a future she feels guilty of. Flustered by her own boldness, So-eun admits she actually bought him a gift too, something she picked up while shopping, despite his earlier teasing. She offers him the small wrapped box, her gesture quiet, but meaningful as she hands it over with a simple, here. He is completely stunned, clutching the gift with sparkling eyes, heart visibly fluttering. Her unexpected present leaves him both thrilled and speechless. Still overwhelmed, he asks if he can open it immediately. She points out he's driving, but he insists on pulling over to savor the moment properly. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, he eagerly begins to unwrap the gift, his thoughts filled with wonder about what she might have chosen. Meanwhile, So-eun watches him, her eyes reflecting a mix of nervousness and tenderness. So-eun reflects on how difficult it was to choose a gift for the CEO, especially since it wasn't something the chairman had instructed her to do. She walks through the department store, trying to avoid buying anything too flashy or expensive, wanting the gift to be thoughtful but not overly meaningful. She admits to herself that she's searching for a present that feels appropriate for a breakup, subtle yet meaningful. In the car, the CEO reacts with surprised interest as he opens the gift box. Inside the box lies a sleek, elegant fountain pen that immediately catches his attention. The CEO smiles and teases her with playful gratitude, while So-eun wishes the pen will help him at work, though she doubts its uniqueness among his many possessions. He immediately begins to write something using the pen, holding it between his lips as he focuses with playful intent. With a mischievous grin, he hands her the note and declares it finished, building her anticipation. So-eun's eyes widen in disbelief as she reads the words, "Han So-eun is a dummy," scribbled across the note. Flashback to when he asks her why she's so enamored, specifically with his handwriting, and wonders if she'd love someone else more if their handwriting were better than his. Lying beside him, she smiles and questions why can't she just like it? She teases, telling him that all he should have said was, "Thank you for the compliment." When she was packing for the departure, she stared at her phone and reflected that things feel more bearable now, maybe because she believes this will bring closure. But now, a sudden wave of emotion crashes over her, and she trembles while reading his playful message again, "Han So-eun is a dummy." Overwhelmed, she clutches the note tightly, unable to suppress the rising tide of heartache. Tears spill from her eyes as she realizes she cannot accept that this could be the end of their relationship. He turns in surprise, wondering if his writing had such a strong emotional effect on her, until he senses something. The pen he used drops to the floor, symbolizing the unspoken tension that now hangs between them. Moved by emotion, So-eun closes the distance and kisses him, grasping his shirt as if to hold on to something slipping away. Blushing and breathless, he whispers her name in disbelief, stunned by her sudden kiss. With a tearful plea, she asks if they can go home now, her voice trembling with longing and desperation. He finally breaks the silence, teasingly asking if she's trying to seduce him. She responds boldly, asking why she can't act this way, and he admits it's simply a new side of her, one that leaves him stunned. With a small, affectionate smirk, he leans in and kisses her on the cheek, confessing that her boldness is adorable. So-eun looks surprised, but her eyes shine with a hint of happiness. Their hands find each other instinctively, fingers intertwining as he promises to take her home right away. So-eun sits in the passenger seat, lost in thought as the night passes outside the car window. Though her expression is calm, there's a shadow of doubt and internal conflict behind her flushed cheeks. Té-Jun drives with a gentle smile on his lips, quietly pleased with the turn of events. Té-Jun placed his head on the bathroom door, visibly upset, whining why can't they wash together? Why does she have to lock the door? So-eun, flustered, confronts Té-Jun behind the locked bathroom door, forbidding him from entering. Her voice asserts her boundary, though her shaken posture betrays inner turmoil. As she undresses herself, So-eun reflects on her emotional struggle every time she sees him. A whirlwind of sorrow, guilt, and anger clouds her heart, feelings that both warm and hurt her deeply. Water pours from the ceiling shower like a gentle cascade, filling the silent room. So-eun tells herself to calm down, desperate to regain control over her spiraling emotions, tears blending with the droplets on her face. Her flushed cheeks and pained expression reveal the emotional weight she's carrying. Wrapped in a towel, So-eun hesitantly opens the bathroom door, startled to Té-Jun facing the mirror. The man smirks to himself while holding a hairdryer, playfully wondering if he should eliminate all other bathrooms just to force them into more shared moments. His expression shifts from amusement to sudden realization as something captures his attention in the reflection. There's a flicker of surprise in his gaze. With a confident and charming look, he turns toward her, lifting the hairdryer like an invitation. His voice is bold and teasing as he commands, Come here. So-eun, still tearful, steadies herself and whispers encouragement to not cry or dwell on things. Determined yet fragile, she takes a deep breath and begins walking forward, her resolve quietly growing. Standing behind her, he gently dries her hair, the tension between them now softened by the quiet intimacy. So-eun, still puzzled and emotional, wonders silently why he likes her so much, unable to understand the depth of his affection. She wonders how he even wants to meet again with her after everything that happened. She knows that if she brings it up, he will just call her dumb. But he's even dumber in this case. Té-Jun, looking content, inwardly teases that she looks like a Tibetan fox. Overcome with emotion, So-eun closes the distance and kisses him deeply. Her action catches him by surprise, but he responds with soft surrender. Their embrace grows more intense. Her hand tracing his fine abs, she presses against him. The moment becomes heavier with silent longing and vulnerability. His eyes widen with realization and a sharp breath escapes him, overwhelmed by the sudden intimacy. A flush spreads across his cheeks as his heart races. He sat up abruptly as he asked why she's acting differently today. She responds with a question, wondering if he dislikes it, but he admits that something about her feels different, though not in a bad way. He looks away, avoiding her eyes as he tries to make sense of his conflicted feelings. His expression is tense, touched with confusion and something unspoken. She gently asks if this change is necessarily a bad thing. Shyly gazing away, he admits he liked it, but what should he do if he likes it too much? He doesn't think he should get used to it. So-eun gazes at him with widened eyes, stunned and slightly anxious. A blush colors her cheeks as she processes his words, unsure how to respond to his vulnerable honesty. Their bodies draw closer in a moment of heated vulnerability, tension thick in the air as emotions blur the lines between hesitation and surrender. Her hand clenches the sheets, grounding herself amid the intensity. She apologized internally. She wishes she could give him everything, but, in the end, there's nothing she can give him. To the one who gave more to her life, she has nothing to give in return to him for doing even more for her than her parents ever did. He exhales shakily, sweat dripping down his flushed skin as he struggles to steady himself. His expression reveals a mix of restraint, vulnerability, and emotional weight. Her lips quiver as her face lowers, hair falling over her eyes. There's an ache behind her silence, and her heart feels both pulled in and torn apart. A tear escapes the corner of her eye as she bites back a cry, the pain surfacing through her trembling breath. Despite the closeness, her emotions remain tangled and raw. In a peaceful memory or a hopeful future, the two of them stand side by side at the edge of a glowing ocean, hands entwined. The golden sunset bathes them in warmth, silently honoring the depth of their connection. A gentle touch reaches for the other, yet the distance between them hints at something slipping away. The words beneath reveal a painful truth. To my one and only love, I don't think I will ever get to love someone as much as I love you. Her eye wells up with tears, a single droplet falling as sorrow takes hold. The love she feels is overwhelming, spilling out through her silent grief. He suddenly flipped over her, hovering above, breathless and wide-eyed, while she lay beneath him with parted lips and a startled gaze. Her foot spasms, jolting with a sharp reaction. A breathless cry escapes her lips, the scene charged with sensation and unspoken emotion. Tears spill from So-eun's eyes as she covers her face, overwhelmed and trembling. Her vulnerability breaks through the intimate tension, exposing a wound she can no longer hide. Concerned, he asks if she's in pain, his brows furrowed with worry. Her shoulders tremble as she faces away, unable to meet his gaze. He promises to be gentle and reassures her not to cry. Internally, So-eun confesses her true feelings. She likes him deeply and wishes she had the courage to say everything her heart is screaming. I like you. I really, really like you. I love you. I wish I could say all of that to you. He leans forward and kisses the tear that clings to her eye. The gesture is soft and full of unspoken affection, a silent response to her inner confession. Smiling warmly, he gazes into her tear-filled eyes and whispers, I love you. The sincerity in his voice stuns her, meeting her unspoken longing with an open heart. So-eun gazes at him through tear-filled eyes, her expression trembling between surprise and disbelief. Her heart races as she tries to absorb the weight of his confession. A soft smile finally blooms through her tears, filled with warmth and emotional release. In that moment, the pain she carried begins to melt into acceptance and fragile joy. Overcome with emotion, So-eun wraps her arms around him, clinging to the sincerity she now fully believes. The sudden embrace catches him off guard but speaks louder than words. Their eyes meet up close as they lie together, the intimacy between them now mingled with vulnerability and trust. With the city lights glittering outside the tall windows, they hold each other in a quiet embrace. The night wraps around them like a gentle curtain, shielding their moment of healing and connection. Dressed in a robe, he steps into the room with a confused expression, catching something unexpected off guard. The calm ambience is broken by his puzzled, as he looks ahead. So-eun, holding a glass of water, teases him about his eagerness to wash up, suggesting he must have been really thirsty. Her casual tone contrasts with his startled reaction as she hands him the drink. She explains that she wanted to return the favor for once, since he always gets water for her. Offering him the glass, she softly insists he take it, while he jokes if it's his birthday, given her sweet gesture. He drinks from the cup slowly, his movements calm and composed. So-eun lowers her gaze, her expression tightening with unease. Something in the moment has shifted, and she seems lost in conflicted thoughts. Without a word, she begins walking, her slippers softly tapping the floor. Her quiet steps hint at hesitation or a change of heart. Stopping in front of him, she looks up and asks if she can join him at the gym the next day. Her question surprises him, and his body stiffens slightly in response. With sincerity, So-eun explains she wants to watch him exercise and try his routine herself. Her tone is earnest, almost affectionate, as she opens a door to connection beyond just emotions. He turns slightly, blushing at her words. Struggling to hide how moved he is, he suggests they sleep early so they can go to the gym together in the morning. Smiling softly, he agrees, his expression warm and content. There's a quiet joy in his response, as if her simple request meant more than she realized. He gently cups her face, worriedly asking if she's sure she can exercise in her condition. She assures him with a light-hearted smile that she won't push herself too hard, but his concern lingers. Her smile fades as a bead of sweat runs down her cheek. Her wide, anxious eyes suggest she's hiding something beneath her calm response. A voice echoes ominously. She only needs to make him drink a glass of water. The instruction is simple, yet heavy with implication. The chairman explains that once Té-Jun drinks the water, he will fall asleep within an hour, enough time to execute their plan. The woman listens, visibly distressed and conflicted. He reassures her that everything is for Té-Jun's sake, speaking with a calm smile. But behind that composed face lies manipulation cloaked as concern. As night falls, someone reflects that Té-Jun's birthday is approaching, setting a contemplative and somber mood. Té-Jun lies in bed, half asleep, mulling over how fast a month will pass. He asks what she would like to do and quietly suggests they take a secret vacation together. She smiles faintly, her tone soft and playful, but her words carry a trace of worry. What if they get caught? Té-Jun mumbles in his sleep, unconsciously agreeing and asking someone to tell Miss Bo-Bae to take a vacation too. She reflected on how he constantly spoke of the future, painting hopeful pictures of what lies ahead. The two are shown walking side by side, with her gazing at him quietly, touched by his dreams. He envisioned summers together, excited for her to wear the new clothes he picked for her. Behind his sweet gestures, her face begins to reveal a subtle sadness as reality conflicts with his optimistic promises. He once dreamed of marrying her after 10 years of dating, imagining a steady love that stood the test of time. Now she understood what all of those promises, resolutions, and requests truly meant. Lying beside him in bed, she gently cradles his face, finally understanding the vulnerability behind his convictions. He simply wished not to lose her, to keep her close in every possible way. After hours, she quietly opened the apartment. She steps out in a hoodie, carrying her bag. Her silent departure underlines a painful decision. The chairman had instructed that before leaving, she must steal something valuable from Té-Jun. He commands her to be ruthless, emphasizing that all that should remain is resentment. Despite knowing it will be difficult, he demands cruelty from her to sever the bond completely. So-eun stands in a hoodie, torn between loyalty and obligation, as she stares at Té-Jun's belongings. Her inner turmoil is clear as she hesitates, wondering if she should steal something as instructed. As she shifts her weight, a drawer opens slightly, revealing a blue envelope peeking out. The unexpected sight catches her off guard and piques her curiosity. Startled and tense, So-eun quickly bends down to get a better look, sweat forming on her temple. Her expression shows a mix of fear and urgency, unsure of what she's about to discover. She pulls out the envelope and reads the label. It's addressed to Han So-eun from the Embassy of the Republic of Korea in the Philippines. Confusion and shock flood her face as she questions why this document is hidden here. So-eun's eyes widen, and her heartbeat quickens as she begins to piece things together. Her gaze sharpens, fixating on the name, the embassy, and the implication of secrets kept from her. She then uncovers a death certificate from the Philippines civil registrar, confirming the death of her father, Han Hong-yu. The document reveals that he was found deceased, and the information had been kept from her until now, leaving her in stunned silence. She quietly approaches the bedroom, pausing at the door with hesitation. The man she loves lies asleep, unaware of what she has just learned. Her footsteps are soft as she walks in. Té-Jun sleeps soundly, vulnerable and peaceful, his guard completely down. So-eun stands over him, her face solemn and conflicted. The intimacy of the moment contrasts with the weight of her discovery. Looking at his resting face, she quietly questions why he kept the truth from her. But in her heart, she already understands the reason. With softened eyes, she reflects that Té-Jun must have feared the news would hurt her or make her sick. His silence came from love and worry. Reaching toward him with trembling fingers, she stops midair. Her hand clenches into a fist instead of reaching out, as she finally realizes he knew. He knew all along and carried the burden alone. Sitting by his side, she gazes at him one last time and whispers her confession, "I love you." Later, So-eun rides in a car with Chairman's secretary. He informs her she'll be leaving for New York and offers his help should she need anything. She suddenly asks if it's safe to take sleeping pills, her tone heavy with emotional fatigue. He pauses in silence. The man answers with forced calm through the rearview mirror, telling her she doesn't need to worry, addressing her formally as Miss Han So. She reflects aloud, suggesting he inform the chairman of her departure. But internally, she believes the chairman doesn't care about her at all. A phone call with the chairman confirms her departure from the CEO's house. The chairman casually praises the assistant's effort and signs off coldly. The chairman's words echo hollowly. He urges her not to worry about anything and to go live comfortably in a good place. Her heart aches at the phrase, "a good place." She repeats it bitterly, as if questioning its meaning. So-eun thinks to herself that the person she loves the most is still here, so no place without him could ever be a good place. While in the car, the chairman tells her to reach out to Secretary Kim Han-sung if she experiences any difficulties during her trip. So-eun, however, interrupts him with a heavy tone, addressing him directly. She brings up the past conversation, recalling how the chairman once spoke as if the CEO were capable of murder. She firmly states that she doesn't believe that to be true. Looking at her packed bag, she questions the chairman's motives, asserting that the CEO swore he never did such a thing. She can't see any reason to believe otherwise and demands clarity. So-eun becomes emotionally overwhelmed, questioning why she should be forced to abandon the CEO after giving up everything. Her trembling hands and cracking voice reveal her inner struggle and doubt. She confesses that she only believed the accusations because the chairman made her think they were true. Her tightening grip symbolizes her rising anger and heartbreak. So-eun finally explodes in frustration, accusing the chairman of desperately framing his own grandson as a murderer. Her scream cuts through the tension. He must have been desperate to separate her from him. Inside the car, the assistant stares ahead with a solemn expression, his reflection visible in the rearview mirror as the phone ends. The assistant drives Han So-eun away. She wipes away tears, her cheeks flushed as she softly admits in her thoughts, "If you were to ask me where I found happiness, I would say that I find myself the happiest when I am with Mr. CEO." I was happy when I met you. I know that well. I also know that no matter what I say, your opinion wouldn't change. However, compared to everything that Mr. CEO has given me, your opinion is insignificant. And I should be able to ignore that reward you promised me. I don't have anything, and I'm all on my own. You are nothing like that. Even so, I dared to try to understand you. Not by looking at you as the chairman who reigns over a powerful company and position, but a loving grandpa who genuinely loves his grandson. On the other hand, you didn't even try to understand me. No, it's better to say that you just didn't want to understand. Her hand gently rests on the edge of a table, signaling a quiet farewell. That's the reason I will leave. Now that I have grown to understand you, I can't bring myself to trample over you. Because I also understand that I can't change you. At the airport, before she left, she turns around one last time, wishing in her heart, I hope you can be happy, Mr. CEO. The sunlight ray shines through the window, illuminating the person sleeping on the bed. Té-Jun moves as he comes around. He sits up, feeling groggy, but then he picks up his phone and stares at the phone, thinking, what a headache. I usually don't wake up like this, and also, how did Han-Seon wake up before me? His expression filled with anxiety and shock. On the phone, it's already afternoon, at 12:05 p.m. Is it already so late? A bead of sweat trails down his cheek. The night before, she suggests, we should go to sleep early today so we can go exercise early tomorrow. He sits on the bed shirtless, tense and frustrated, muttering aloud. She could have just woken me up. The room falls silent. He sits on the edge of the bed, heart heavy with an unsettling quiet. Dressed hastily, he moves quickly through the house, calling out with urgency, Seon. Standing by the railing, he scans the surroundings anxiously, his voice louder now. Han-Seon, where are you? His expression twists with worry and disbelief as he mutters, this isn't funny. His blue eyes reflect a growing panic. The scene shifts to their childhood, outdoors with blurred yellow foliage. His voice echoes, singing, hiding Oriole. Where are you hiding, hiding Oriole? Where are you hiding? His footsteps crunch on the ground as he continues to sing. I can't find you. Oriole, I can't find you, Oriole. I've never liked when you pull pranks like this. I don't like this. The screen of his phone lights up, showing the call to Seon. A robotic voice message appears. The number you are trying to call can't be found. Please check the number and try calling again. Té-Jun stares at his phone, reeling from the failed call and thinking, how is this possible? What do you mean her number can't be found? A jolt of realization hits him. His eyes widen and he gasps. As something catches his attention, he notices the cracked vase on the counter, now holding a courier pouch and an envelope, an odd delivery sitting where the break once was. On the envelope, clearly addressed, to CEO Kim Té-Jun. Té-Jun tears the flap open, rustle, and peers inside, his brows tightening in shock. He reads the letter. You told me that you would not hide anything from me anymore. Then why did you do this? How could you hide something like this from me? You knew how long I've been waiting for news about my father, didn't you? Why do you keep trying to control my life however you want? I can't forgive you for this, and I can't stand being near you. I'll take matters into my own hands and claim compensation for the psychological damage you caused me. Don't try to look for me. I'm leaving you because you're so obsessive and intense. I just can't take it anymore. I hope you come to see that what we had was nothing but a mistake. Té-Jun stiffens, thinking, what's this? Breath unsteady, he stands in the doorway, panting ha-ha, as disbelief washes over him. He rushes to the dressing room and scans the display cases. You wouldn't do something like this. On the neatly arranged watches, he rejects the letter's tone. This is nothing like you, Han-Seon. An outdoor cutaway shows a bright sky over quiet rooftops and power lines. Té-Jun speeds through the city and sprints down a corridor towards Seon's unit. He pushes the door open and steps into the small apartment laundry/kitchen area, tense and worried. He scans the room and realizes her belongings are gone while the furniture remains. He thinks, all the furniture remains the same, but all of her stuff has disappeared. Then he notices the unlocked door and thinks, the door wasn't even locked. What the hell happened? Bare feet pad inside. He collapses onto the bed, exhaling. No spoken words, just a weary ha. He unfolds the letter and reads, stunned. He thinks, did you genuinely leave me over something like this? So all of a sudden, His eyes track certain lines as he pushes back against the note's claims. I know you. You never would do something like this. You are not the type that would leave without saying anything. A warm memory of Sohn surfaces, her soft expression as she says, You told everything to me. He faces that remembered image of her, conflicted and searching for answers. Back in the present, Té-Jun lies on the bed, covering his eyes with his hand, exhausted and pained. Close on his eyes as his resolve hardens. He concludes, I'm sure this must have been caused by someone else. Té-Jun analyzes the situation like a chessboard and fixates on one suspect, visualized as a knight piece. He wonders, Yang Hey-Wuk. Still theorizing, he lists motives and windows of opportunity. He has lost his lawyer license. He has nothing more to lose. Perhaps he found a way to approach Sohn while she wasn't with her bodyguard. Or maybe he did something while I was on my business trip. He rejects the theory, shutting his eyes and deciding against it. No. Té-Jun reasons the suspect lacks capability, the chess piece tipping over as he concludes. Yang Hey-Wuk might be audacious, but he's sloppy and careless. He wouldn't be able to kidnap someone so easily. He stares upward, mind racing. Two regal chess pieces appear in his thoughts as he narrows the field. He thinks, now, what is left would be. His realization lands on his own family. The aunt and the chairman glare in his imagination. There is no dialogue, just Té-Jun's silent conclusion that they are the ones left to suspect. Té-Jun stands in front of a window at night, staring at his reflection with a serious, contemplative expression. The city lights behind him cast a dim glow, reflecting his inner turmoil, thinking of what his aunt promises him. However, I won't be saying anything about this. You can count on that. It genuinely seemed like my aunt was going to keep her word. I thought she finally drew the line and wasn't going to get involved anymore. But handling things so loosely like this, it's so familiar to me. Could it be that Grandpa heard about the situation from someone else? Grandpa is the type of person who can find clues in the smallest details. And once he starts getting into action, he's the type of person to manage things quietly and persistently push for their success. If my guess is correct, he might have already caught on to the whole thing by something my aunt said. However, in a flashback, the aunt reacts with outrage in a warmly lit room, exclaiming, They said that you didn't have a family. Who said that? How dare they? I'll call the school right away. Young Té-Jun, sitting across from her, calmly responds, Oh, it's fine, Aunt. You don't have to do that. It's just that. I overheard it while I was passing by. Aunt reassures, Té-Jun, the three of us are a family. You, me, and your grandpa. You can always rely on and trust us. That's what makes us one. Next time someone says some nonsense like that to you, please tell me right away. Aunt smiles warmly despite the earlier tension, trying to comfort. Té-Jun looks at her, wide-eyed and slightly taken aback by her words. He lowers his gaze slightly, softening his expression into a gentle, grateful smile as he replies, Yes, Aunt. In the present, Té-Jun runs a hand through his hair, beads of sweat forming on his face, troubled and deep in thought. He reflects, Well, I'm still not completely sure it was because of them. Did Han Sohn actually leave on her own? Or was she coerced by someone? I need more information. The scene shifts to a phone conversation. Someone speaks, Hello, mister. How have you been? Té-Jun responds, Hello. I have 2 requests I need to ask you. I want you to send me a report with all the movements Yang Hey-Wuk did from the last 2 weeks. The voice replies, Understood, I'll get to that. Té-Jun stands by the window in his dimly lit office, states firmly, The other request is that Han Sohn disappeared all of a sudden today, without any warning. Use any means necessary to locate her. His face sharp with determined gaze as he speaks into the phone. At KL Chronic, Bobei's loud exclamation breaks the calm. Manager Han quit her job. Bobei and their team leader stand in a hallway discussing the shocking news. Bobei, looking flustered, asks, Why? What happened? Why so suddenly? Did something bad happen? Team leader replies, I'm not sure either. She sent her resignation letter by email and even said that she would give up her severance payment. Perhaps she won the lottery. Did something bad happen? I didn't expect this from her at all. It seems someone was chosen to replace her for some time now. So that means, Bobei looks surprised, her eyes wide in shock. She mutters, Huh? That means that a flashback shows the moment manager Han handed her a gift. She recalls, "That time she suddenly gave me a present." Overcome with emotion, she exclaims, "Was that meant as a parting gift?" and cries dramatically. How could she just leave like that? Jang Eun-pyo arrives carrying an iced coffee and looking confused when Bo Bei calls out in the hallway. "Manager Jang, Manager Jang." Manager Han has left the company. The team leader turns to Manager Jang and asks, "You didn't know anything about it either?" Jang Eun-pyo responds, shocked, "What? I didn't know anything." "Oh, come to think about it, last time that I saw Manager Han, but his sentence is interrupted when the team leader greets. "Good morning, Mr. CEO. I was informed by Human Resources that you were on your way here, but I'm not sure how we could." The CEO, expression sharp and serious, interrupts. There's something urgent I have to speak to the TF team members about." "Ms. Ba Bei, Manager Jang, come with me for a moment." Inside, the head manager office is shown. Inside, Té-Jun states firmly, "Manager Han has suddenly resigned. Did she say anything to any of you before this happened?" Bo Bei looks uneasy as she explains, "I did receive a present from her last Friday. It was just a hand cream, and she didn't say much back then." Jang Eun-pyo beside her adds, "I also received a coffee coupon that day. The only notable thing she told me is that she was looking forward to our presentation." Té-Jun questions further, "Anything else? Like where she wanted to go if she quit, or if there was something she wanted to do?" Bo Bei replies, "Not really, as far as I can remember," while Jang Eun-pyo thinks, "Not even CEO Kim Tae-jun knew about it." Tae-jun stands by the window with his back to the others. He exhales deeply, saying, I see. If Han So-eun gets in contact with any of you, I want you to tell me right away. You are free to leave now." Jang Eun-pyo and Bo Bei leave the room quietly. Tae-jun hears his phone beep. He checks his phone. A message on his phone details critical information. "We have secured the information of one of Han So-eun's relatives. Her name is Lim Sunmi. She's the aunt who raised her until she was an adult. There was little interaction with her over the past few years, but it seems there was a call recently, according to her phone records earlier this month. We will also be finished with the report about Young Hae-Wook's movement soon. We will summarize it and present it to you today." Walking briskly, the CEO heads toward the door. Secretary Song hurries inside through the door, holding a folder. She says, "Mr. CEO, the board meeting will begin soon." He replies without hesitation, "Cancel everything on my schedule today." Secretary Song, shocked, exclaims, "What?" The CEO turns his head slightly, his face tense but resolute, and says quietly, "Please." Secretary Song, still stunned but compliant, lowers her gaze and replies softly, "Yes." At a residential building under a clear blue sky, the doorbell ringing. Ding dong, ding dong. A startled woman opens the door, her expression suspicious and wary. She asks sharply, "Who are you?" Tae-jun, standing tall in his black suit, introduces himself with a calm but serious expression. "I'm a co-worker of Han So-eun. My name is Kim Tae-jun." The woman steps slightly outside, folding her arms defensively. She explains, "I'm sorry, but she doesn't live here. In fact, she hasn't come here for a while." "Why are you looking for her?" Tae-jun replies, "She recently left her job all of a sudden without even taking her severance payment. If Han So-eun doesn't show up, you might be able to claim it for her as her closest relative. But the process might be a little complicated." The woman's demeanor changes instantly, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she imagines gold coins. She responds eagerly, Oh, is that so?" She then asks curiously, "But for which company was she working for?" Tae-jun answers plainly, "K Electronic Services." Shocked, she exclaims, "K Electronics? From the K Group?" "Oh my." The woman shares a piece of information with a thoughtful tone. "I didn't expect that. Her father used to be a driver for them, but got into a big accident while working and was kicked out. She actually called me a few days ago and asked me about it. I guess she quit because of that." Tae-jun freezes, thinking in disbelief. What? As Tae-jun processes this revelation, his thoughts turn conflicted. How strange. There's no way she could have found out about the accident on her own. But it seems that it was me who was completely unaware. Did something push her to do that? Tae-jun closes his eyes briefly, regaining his composure. His inner voice is resolute. "I have to know. But since I came all the way here, I might as well check one last thing." He says to the woman, I want to ask one more thing that I am personally curious about. I heard that you were the person who raised Han So-eun until she became an adult. Shocks, the woman asks. Did she tell you that? That's right, it wasn't something easy to do. Té-Jun asks, I see. In that case, perhaps, have you kept in contact with anyone from the K-group? Someone you often talked with. His inner thought reveals, I'm just checking out. This is something I've been curious about for a long time. The woman crosses her arms as she ponders for a bit. Someone from the K-group? Well, there was someone I used to keep in contact with. Do you know the daughter of the chairman of the K-group? Even to this day, I remember her very clearly. I've never seen someone so polite and elegant as her. It's so sad that her little nephew had to go through something so horrible because of So-eun's father. No wonder they didn't like us until the end. I hope they took good care of that little boy. Té-Jun remembers when he questions his aunt about Han So-eun leaving and his aunt says, well, she left all of a sudden. I don't even know who she left with. She left so quickly that I couldn't even ask where she was going. Are you upset? You must have come to really like that girl. Té-Jun hurries through the parking lot, his footsteps echoing sharply as his eyes stay sharp and focused. He tries to contain his anger, but the tension is clear in the tight clench of his jaw. At a rainy cityscape, heavy rain pours down outside a tall building, and a black car is parked near the entrance, water splashing around its tires. Inside the car, Té-Jun leans back in his seat, his face tilted upward. He sits in silence, letting the sound of the rain surround him, his expression heavy with contemplation. Thinking of what his aunt says to him. A family is made up of people who rely on and trust each other, right? Té-Jun, sitting upright and serious, echoes her words in his mind. Trust and rely on. Who the hell can I really trust? His eyes open wide awake as a phone conversation begins. A voice on the other end says, Good morning. Are you available right now? I'm calling about your recent request. Té-Jun replies calmly. Yes, go ahead. The other person starts his report. We've already tracked all the movements Yang Hey-Wuk has made. However, we haven't found any recent leads that tie him to Han So-eun, although we are still doing our best to try to get more information. But even if we put more resources into this investigation, I think we'll soon reach our limit. Té-Jun leans forward with his hand covering his face, visibly distressed, and says, For now, just email me with everything you have gathered. The other person replies, Understood. I'll call you back if we find anything new. Té-Jun opens his laptop in his car, the screen glowing brightly in the dim light as he prepares to check the updates sent to him. An email from XXX Solutions is displayed on his screen. The message states they've attached a file containing a report of Yang Hey-Wuk's movements and video footage from security cameras near Han So-eun's apartment. The email notes that a car is often seen parked nearby, but nothing else suspicious was detected. Sitting in his car, Té-Jun reflects on the information. He thinks, if the tape is from this Friday, that means it includes the time she left while I was asleep. But when I came here looking for her, I didn't see any signs of her coming back here. Either way, I should check it. The video starts playing, showing footage of Té-Jun himself arriving at Han So-eun's front door during an earlier visit. The footage continues, now showing Han So-eun stepping outside to meet him. She looks composed but distant as they face each other in silence. The video captures Han So-eun holding her bag. Té-Jun notices its lightness, thinking, her bag, it looks pretty light. It doesn't seem she was planning to leave anywhere. In the footage, Han So-eun looks up at him, her expression vulnerable and conflicted as his thoughts overlay the moment. Did her aunt tell her to go live far away? Or did she genuinely not like me anymore? In the footage, Té-Jun recalls leaning forward, his hand tenderly cupping her face and pecks her lips. He rubs his forehead, trying to collect himself, and mutters internally, Stop with that. This is not the time to delve into that. Focusing back on the laptop screen, his thoughts sharpen. Right now, I have to focus on Han So-eun, as he clicks on the file labeled Resume of Yang Hey-Wuk's movements. Té-Jun reviews the file, reading through Yang Hey-Wuk's recent movements. He notes calmly, just as I expected. He went home, then the bank, home, community center, real estate office. There doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. The report details further. Gets down at the Hyan-Jin station, taking the subway. From Hyan-Jin station to Hyan-Jin's town hall stop, by bus. From Hyan-Jin's town hall to the convention hall, / by foot. His brows knit as realization dawns. He thinks. He suddenly started to move further away than usual. If he wanted to approach, he should have tried during that time since I was on my business trip in the Philippines. What happened? An online article pops up on his screen. Chairman Kim Jae-pil attends the Great Networking South Korean Fair in South Hyan-Jin, dated September 1st, describing the chairman's presence at the event. Té-Jun stiffens, his eyes widening in shock. His thoughts race. Did he go to meet with my grandfather? Té-Jun pieces it together, thinking, Young Hey-Wuk took advantage of me going on that business trip to sneak away since there was less surveillance on him, just so he could meet with my grandfather. Té-Jun realizes, that must have been the moment my grandpa learned about my relationship with Han So-eun. And because of that, on the screen, the footage shows a man in a black suit walking along the street at night, carrying a white briefcase. A close-up of the same man reveals his sharp features and calm demeanor. Té-Jun, watching, internally reacts in shock. That man is. A memory surfaces. Grandpa says, come on, greet him. He has been working with me for a long time, so I think it's a good idea for you to meet each other. The same man follows. Nice to meet you, Mr. CEO. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Lee Han-song, the chairman's assistant. I'll be looking forward to working with you. Rain pours over the city as the scene shifts to the towering K Electronics central office building. A voice calls out frantically, MMS director. The director, Té-Jun's aunt, apologizes. I'm sorry, my meeting took longer than expected. Were you able to readjust my schedule? The assistant stammers. It's not because of that. It seems there's something happening at the chairman's office. CEO Kim Té-Jun came, and he grabbed assistant Lee Han-song by the collar. The director looks startled and alarmed as she hears the news. The director quickly leaves, her footsteps urgent. She says, I'll go out for a moment. At the chairman's office, Té-Jun declares, I know about everything, chairman. Where's Han So-eun? Standing outside the chairman's office, Lee Han-song adjusts his disheveled shirt with a calm facade. The chairman responds nonchalantly. Well, I don't have any idea what you were talking about. Té-Jun steps forward, his piercing gaze unwavering. I saw your assistant Lee Han-song going out of So-eun's house with luggage. I also know that Young Hey-Wuk met with you. Facing the chairman, Té-Jun demands answers. She has nothing left right now? Why would you do something like this to someone without anything like her? The chairman's eyes narrow behind his glasses, his expression unyielding as Té-Jun continues speaking. You lost your son and your only daughter-in-law. You more than anyone else should understand how it feels to lose someone you love. So how could you do something like this? The chairman replies coldly, his voice steady. Yes, it certainly was an insufferable loss. Té-Jun clenches his fists in response, silent but visibly tense, the chairman's trembling hand gripping the armrest. His voice shakes with restrained emotion. I've suffered the biggest loss in my life because of her father, no matter how much I try. I can't forget what happened that day. In just one day, I lost something incredibly precious to me, and even when I saw how much you were hurting too, I couldn't do anything but stand with my arms crossed. His face contorted with anguish. I couldn't do anything, even when you needed your grandfather the most. A flashback shows a young Té-Jun in a car, his face filled with anger and tears. Grandpa, isn't that unfair after what he did to my parents? Why won't you do anything? The grandfather, in the flashback, looks forward with a solemn expression. No one will ever understand how wronged we feel. No matter how much we hate that driver right now, we can't persecute him. Even if we wanted to chase him to the ends of the earth to make him pay, we still have to forgive him. Chairman Grandpa buries his face in his hand, his posture weary and defeated. He mutters, so why? Why are you acting like this now? Facing each other, Té-Jun saw his grandpa's pain-filled face. His grandpa crouches down slightly as he mutters, you should have told me this 20 years ago. Té-Jun's body is stiff and formal, reeling in the weight of his grandpa's words in the silence. Aunt enters the room, her expression tight with concern and curiosity. She asks, Té-Jun, do you really think you'll be happy if you find that woman? Grandpa speaks with a somber tone. Both of you will end up being unhappy. Blood is much thicker than water. The more time you spend with her, the more difficult it will be to bear. Not only that, once it goes public, everyone else won't leave you alone. Everything you have done to be with her will come to light, too. Té-Jun stands rigid, shoulders squared but silent, staring into the distance. Grandpa continues, "You'll have to throw away your social status, reputation, and pride. Will you genuinely be happy like that?" A memory overlays the present. Grandpa standing solemnly under an umbrella in the pouring rain, his voice heavy with the weight of tradition. That's what people of our social status must do. Aunt smiles softly despite the rain, leaning toward a young Té-Jun in the car, offering comfort. "I know it might be difficult right now, but you'll understand it one day." A black umbrella lies overturned in a puddle, the rain pooling around it. The voice lingers in the air, quiet but resolute. "Everything was for your own well-being, Té-Jun." Té-Jun bursts into laughter, his face filled with disbelief and rage, while the woman beside him looks shocked. The man in the suit stands with his back turned, silent but tense. "Ha ha 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 ha, social status? Reputation? Pride? What does that even matter?" He glares coldly, his expression sharp and filled with anger. "Fuck all of that." Grandpa and Aunt are visibly shocked, eyes wide, feeling like they were hit with a bolt of lightning. Aunt yells, enraged and panicked, "Kim Té-Jun, why you? How can you say that to your grandfather?" Té-Jun retorts, "Then apologize to Han-Seon and bring her back. I want to see her right away. If you keep hiding her from me, I won't rely on any of you anymore." Grandpa trembles with anger, his face red as he glares fiercely. What an ungrateful punk. "I'll fire you immediately. And I'll cut off all your money." Té-Jun replies, For things like this is that the K-group can't become a global group." Grandpa responds, "What nonsense are you talking about? The K-group is already a global group." Biting response, Té-Jun criticizes, "With the chairman trapped in such an antiquated mindset, how could it be a global group? Fuck you all." Grandpa clutches his chest, collapsing slightly as pain overtakes him, while the woman rushes to his side in panic. Aunt, visibly panics about her father's condition, yells, Father." While Té-Jun continues with his rampant, "You're just an old man who has gained so much money that the only thing he cares about is his stupid sense of pride. I've always held back from saying those comments when I saw you, but I won't do that anymore. Go ahead and keep seeing only what you want to see and listening to only what you want to hear. Keep living stubbornly. Now, if you'll excuse me." The double doors stand closed while the aunt and grandfather, standing together, watch Té-Jun leave. The aunt, visibly upset, places a hand on the grandfather's shoulder as he slumps in his seat in frustration. Grandpa says, "Who does he take after to be so shameless like that?" And tries to calm him. "Father, please calm down. He'll come back tomorrow. Maybe he'll understand the situation a little better then." So my father already knew about Han-Seon all along. Well, it was just a matter of time for him before he found out, since he's that type of person. I was afraid something like this might happen, so I didn't tell him. Flashback, Té-Jun, with his sharp gaze cuts through the room as he speaks bitterly. "Aunt, do you really think we are a real family?" The aunt lowers her gaze, torn and anxious, as she thinks to herself, Han-Seon, if he wants to know that much about where she is, I should find a way to tell him myself. If it goes on like this, I don't know what else might happen to Té-Jun. Her resolve strengthens as she thinks, that's right, with her we could save him from doing anything stupid. She turns to her father and asks, "Father, where did you send Han-Seon?" The grandfather, still hunched, answers weakly, "I don't know. I just gave her a plane ticket to New York. I told her that I was going to help her start fresh." However, the grandfather's face is filled with a mixture of guilt and resignation as he recalls his secretary came to him. "Chairman, Han-Seon asked me to give you this." The chairman looks at him, puzzled, and asks, "What is it?" The man replies, "It's a few wristwatches, and there's a note too." He took the note and read it. "I took some watches before leaving Kim Té-Jun's house. After some time has passed, please tell him you found them and give them back to him. Please take good care of them." Grandfather admits to aunt, Té-Jun is the type of guy that would call the police right away after being robbed and demand for a wide-scale investigation to catch the culprit. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. And that woman never even showed up at the New York airport. Until the end, she certainly was a very shameless kid. Té-Jun lies on the couch with his hand dropping down on the side, his expression pained. His thoughts echo in the silence. I was a good and diligent nephew, a trustworthy and rightful grandson, and a perfect candidate to replace the void my father left, It was a very demanding role, but I didn't mind. Flashback? Young Té-Jun. On the other side of the window, a cheerful young So-eun excitedly peered in with bright, hopeful eyes. She breathed, fogging up the glass. She looks joyful. Her finger draws on the fogged-up glass as she continues to show excitement and interest. His inner monologue continues. From the very beginning, I took on those responsibilities to fill the void. So that way in the end, you could be by my side. Rubbing his forehead, he reflects, all this time, I've been enduring it all for you. After the young So-eun left, young Té-Jun continued to work hard on the same desk, but she is not at the window anymore. He questions his loneliness. Now, how am I going to spend summer all on my own? You are not a migratory bird for you to feel the need to suddenly leave like that. Staring at the cracked vase, the fracture line clearly visible under the soft light. Recalling the past when So-eun calls, Mr. CEO, that vase? He calmly responds, I glued it back up. His hand gently tapping the cracked line of the vase, his touch light but deliberate. At that time, he was proud of it and asked her, doesn't it look the same? So-eun responds softly, her tone tinged with sadness. Even then, something that is broken could never go back to being the same, Mr. CEO. The vase finally cracks and shatters on the ground, his bare foot dangerously close to the fragments. He flinches back slightly looking at the shattered pieces, recalling, I told you that I would give you everything, that I would not toy with you. I swore to give you all my love. I gave you my heart. I treasured you so much. He stares at the wreckage in silence, shoulders tense, the broken pieces reflecting in a standing mirror. His eye snaps open with a jolt of realization and fury. Because of that now I hate you with every inch of my soul. Amid the shards, a small wrapped candy appears, halting his rage. And yet, a memory surfaces as he faces her. Her words echo. I hate you, Mr. CEO. I hate you, but I like you. She looks up, conflicted but honest. He steps forward, foot pressing into the shards as if choosing the pain. Now I feel the same. His final confession lands in quiet captions. I hate you and I resent you, but I'm still in love with you like a fool. Suddenly, tears stream down his flushed face uncontrollably, evoking a powerful moment of his vulnerability. You said you were going to make things right. Morning shifts to a bright cafe. Customers chat and sip drinks. The room buzzes with low conversation. At the counter, a Hey-Wuk is on the phone. The other person yells, Hey, what does it matter if you got a divorced? Hey-Wuk tries to calm down the other person. Why are you being like this with me, brother-in-law? Don't be like that. Why don't we meet up so we can talk? Let's meet once things have settled down. His brother-in-law cuts him off. No, I'm sorry, but I can't keep dealing with this anymore. How could you take out an illegal loan behind my back? An illegal loan, I say. Now that the mother of my son has been involved in such a mess, how is my son going to live a normal life at school? All the other mothers have been gossiping about everything that happened with my wife's family. Did you know that? He stammers. What? Really? Oh, well, even if that's the case, the brother-in-law cuts him off again. Please understand, I just want to protect my son. I'm telling you this because of the little appreciation I still have for you, brother-in-law. That's all. The call ended. Frustration boils over. A drink slams on the table and splashes. His thought bursts out. I have enough problems of my own to deal with, and now my sister's problems are catching up to me, too. My father has passed away, my mother has gotten sick again, and my job is more unstable than ever right now. Blaming Té-Jun, he seethes. All of this is because of that bastard of Kim Té-Jun. I would love to see how that son of a bitch is struggling now. The mood stays sour as he fixates on Té-Jun being the cause of it all. A desperate idea strikes him. He snatches up his phone and opens social media. He tells himself, that's it. Maybe I could get some news about him from Han So-eun. But scrolling her profile only frustrates him. The problem is that she barely uses her social media. She doesn't post anything out of the ordinary, and she has a bodyguard next to her all the time, so I don't even have a way to contact her. His finger hovers, then taps a call icon as he rationalizes, I really didn't want to use this method, but he phones customer support to fish for information. The operator greets, Dear customer, this is K Electronics' customer service, and he plays it casual. Ah, yes, some time ago, I went to the customer service and had one of your employees check my cell phone, but I can't remember what exactly she told me back then. Could you please put me in contact with Manager Han-Soon from the mobile services area? The rep replies, yes, of course, please wait for a moment. The rep returns with news, and he stiffens to listen. Thank you for waiting. It seems that Manager Han-Soon has left the company. He hears. Shocked, he blurts, what? He lowers the phone and smirks, spinning the news in his head. Han-Soon left the company? No, she must have been fired. The chairman certainly is quick to take action. He steps out of the building, ending the call with fake politeness. I see, I guess there's no helping it, thanks for your help. All right, the moment has come. On a busy street, he throws up a hand to hail a cab. Taxi. Over here. As the car pulls over, he seats to himself. Kim Té-Jun. Let's see how that bastard is holding on now. The elevator doors slide open with a chime as Té-Jun steps out into the corridor. Lee Han-Sung, about to get off the elevator, gets startled, sweat beading as he stammers. Mr. Kim Té-Jun. Té-Jun greets him calmly. Good morning, Assistant Lee Han-Sung. Té-Jun strides past and asks, is the chairman here? I want to talk to him directly. The assistant answers, flustered, why yes. I was on my way out from his office just now. Té-Jun ends the exchange politely. Thank you. I'll apologize properly for yesterday's incident later. Now, if you'll excuse me. The assistant waves it off. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Flashback caption yesterday. Té-Jun grabs the assistant by the lapels, demanding, do you do everything the chairman asks you to? The assistant begs, PL, please don't do this. In the present, the assistant thinks, ugh, he really startled me back then. But is it really okay to let him go see the chairman like this? In the chairman's spacious office, the elderly man sits behind his desk reading documents. The room is quiet and formal. A knock sounds. The chairman, still focused on the paper, says, come in. The doors swing wide. The chairman looks up with a startled as Té-Jun enters. Té-Jun stands in the doorway in a sharp suit, expression hard and resolved. The chairman stands in his office, visibly shocked and trembling, as he faces Kim Té-Jun. He exclaims, oh, what happened? After the mess you caused yesterday, I didn't think you would show up here again. Kim Té-Jun drops to his knees, his hands pressed firmly against the floor, showing complete submission and seriousness. Kim Té-Jun bowing deeply, his head lowered in a formal and desperate gesture. The chairman looks down at Kim Té-Jun from behind his desk, silent and contemplative, as tension fills the room. The chairman stands up, beads of sweat forming on his face as he struggles with the gravity of the situation. The chairman speaks with a stern expression. Do you like that woman that much? To the point that you care more about her than your aunt and grandfather? Kim Té-Jun, still bowing, responds with conviction, Grandpa, that's the type of woman she is. The type of person who wouldn't abandon someone she thinks is suffering and suffer alongside them if necessary. Maintaining his humble posture, Kim Té-Jun adds with a quiet but firm voice, she probably would have done the same for me if I had been in a similar situation. The chairman stands silently, his face stoic but conflicted as he processes Té-Jun's heartfelt words. A small memorial setup is displayed with a photo of a smiling woman framed next to flowers. The message reads, we'll keep your memory deep in our hearts. Co Museum. The chairman, looking at the memorial setup, heard his son greeting him. Father, we're here. His son and daughter-in-law holding a baby. The father introduces the baby, saying, Té-Jun, this is your grandpa. Grandpa J-Pill. Can you say hi to your grandpa? The mother urges baby Té-Jun. Can you say hi to your grandpa? Hello, Grandpa. Grandpa's eyes softened with emotion as baby Té-Jun, bright-eyed and smiling, cheerfully blabbers with a happy expression, ah. From behind, Grandpa stands silently by the window, looking out at the bright blue sky. I haven't gotten over it yet. I haven't been able to overcome what happened, Té-Jun. My son, my daughter-in-law, to me, it still feels as if they were alive not that long ago. And it feels like it was just yesterday that I lost them. Tears form in Grandpa's eyes as he speaks with quiet pain. So what do you expect me to do with the daughter of the man who murdered your parents? How could I, Té-Jun, standing behind him, begins to speak with concern. Grandpa, it's fine. Grandpa, with tears in his eyes, faces Té-Jun as Té-Jun says, I'm at peace with everything now. I'm genuinely at peace with what happened. The scene shifts to the exterior of a modern house, bathed in the warm hues of a sunset. Aunt speaks calmly, saying, I told you, didn't I, that he was going to surprise you even more the next day. She says, you actually gave in more than I expected. You told him everything about your plan to send her to New York. Grandpa responds, what else could I have done? He was acting so desperate about it. He looks down at his coffee cup with a conflicted expression. He admits softly, there's not much I can do when that stupid and fluttery feeling gets in the way. Perhaps the hole in his heart was so big that he couldn't care that much about anything else before. But this person suddenly filled that hole. Aunt speaks gently. Now that you have also given up, why don't you help him find her? Grandpa hesitates, looking down, and says, but still Aunt, with a heartfelt voice, says, it's time for us to let him go. Father, in the parking ramp, Té-Jun sits in a car, unfastening his seatbelt with a determined and serious expression. Thinking about what his grandpa told him, she disappeared after she arrived at the New York airport. I prepared a temporary home for her to stay in New York, but she never showed up there. Té-Jun thinks to himself in the parking area, determined to take action. He plans his next steps. For now, I should start by looking around New York. I'm going to hire a detective in New York and try to find clues about Sone's whereabouts. I still need to finish the accumulated work from this weekend, but after that, Té-Jun leans against the car, looking exhausted. Sweat runs down his face as he rubs his forehead, silently admitting, my body is already begging me to take some rest. Damn it, this isn't the time for. A sudden voice calls out, startling him. Té-Jun, you look good, kinda. Té-Jun freezes, his eyes widening in shock as he hears. Tell me, was it worth going through so much trouble to screw me over just so you could be with my ex? Hey-Wuk confronts him, smirks while standing in front of Té-Jun. He taunts, oh wait, she ran away, didn't she? Hey-Wuk steps closer, his voice sharp with mockery as he adds, she must have gotten so tired of you. Té-Jun walks past him. Anger flares in Hey-Wuk's face as he snarls at Té-Jun. Hey. His expression twists with frustration, teeth gritted tightly. He grabs Té-Jun's shirt aggressively, shaking him with force. He yells, are you listening to me? What the? Was he always so easy to provoke? He got pulled in easier than expected. Té-Jun clenches his shirt, glaring with sharp, fiery eyes. His internal thought sharpens with fury. What a joke, he used to act so tough. Now you are not that much of a big deal, right? Hey-Wuk lifts his hand, ready to strike Té-Jun. He smacks Té-Jun's face as he mocks. Hey, aren't you going to laugh at me? Come on, where's the guy who used to act as if I was below him? You look so pathetic now. Why are you being so silent? Let's see if you are going to keep ignoring me. I'll keep having fun with you. Were you always just words and no action? So lame. Té-Jun's piercing blue eye reveals his simmering anger as the taunt cuts deeper. Hey-Wuk says, Sone abandoned you because she found out you were actually like this, didn't she? Té-Jun finally snaps, swinging his fist and landing a heavy punch on the man's face with a loud impact. Hey-Wuk falls to the ground, clutching his bleeding face and trembling. He mutters in shock, this bastard is crazy. Hey-Wuk looks up at Té-Jun, bewildered. His thoughts race. What was that just now? He didn't even respond to what I was saying, and he just punches me. I noticed his eyes were a little out of focus. Is he drunk? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, could it be that? He points at Té-Jun and accuses with panic and anger. Hey, Té-Jun, you're using drugs, aren't you? Why, you're definitely using drugs. Using drugs and hitting people. I really got you this time. His rant grows louder and more desperate. I'll expose you to the media as a violent drug addict, and the media will take care of tearing you apart. After that, your reputation will plummet across the country in no time. Té-Jun lands another punch, making him almost burrow into the pavement. Overwhelmed and terrified, Hey-Wuk collapses to his knees, bowing his head and clutching the floor. He breathes heavily. Hag. With a wild look in his eyes, Té-Jun glares up defiantly despite his position. Is that all you got? You can do better than that. Keep going, so I can have a better reason to kill you. Té-Jun glares with intense, dark eyes, adjusting his watch, his expression cold and commanding. He says, "Get up, you fucking bastard." Hey-Wuk's eye widens in fear, sweat dripping down his face as he stammers, "Ah." The scene shifts. Té-Jun slowly opens his eyes, his gaze sharp but heavy, showing he is waking up in an unfamiliar place. Aunt, concerned, gently adjusts the blanket over Té-Jun. She says, "Té-Jun, you should rest a little more." Té-Jun looks surprised, marked by a startled. Looking around in confusion, Té-Jun weakly asks, "Aunt?" "This place." The aunt, serious yet soft, replies, "Lay down. You are at the hospital because of sleep deprivation. Someone found you lying in the parking lot. I was shocked when I got the call." Té-Jun remembers the incident. He thinks, the parking lot. Right. That's where I confronted Hyan-Jin. Flashes of the confrontation replay in Té-Jun's mind. He recalls, he suddenly started a fight, and I reacted without thinking. After that, back in the hospital, Té-Jun holds his head, clearly exhausted and dizzy. "My head is spinning. Whatever. I don't have time to spend worrying about him." Aunt, looking concerned, asks, "Are you okay? Does something bother you?" Sunlight filters gently through the window behind her, catching his attention. His intense, cold blue eyes show his silent reaction, revealing deep contemplation about the dust that sparkles when the sun ray hits. The warm sunlight continues to illuminate the window, with sparkling particles floating gently in the air, adding a calm but heavy atmosphere. A memory flashes. So-eun with flushed cheeks looks anxious, slightly leaning against him, showing signs of distress and unease. So-eun looks shy and troubled as she leans onto his shoulder, and he clearly enjoys her reaction. Back in the present, Té-Jun speaks. "Aunt, did you know?" She turns, surprised, replying, "Huh? About what?" Té-Jun continues. 20 years ago, when Han So-eun disappeared, he fixes his sharp gaze on his aunt and confronts her with a piercing question. "You got away with it back then too, didn't you?" Aunt freezes, her expression a mix of shock and fear as she faces the man's accusatory stare, the weight of unspoken history heavy in the room. With a troubled expression, she looks directly at Té-Jun, her brows furrowed as if struggling to find the right words. There is silence, but the tension in the air is heavy. Aunt, slightly hunched over, as if burdened by guilt. She speaks quietly. "So you know everything." Her expression softens with sadness as she admits, "You are right. Back then, she cried a lot." A flashback shows young So-eun with teary eyes, holding a small toy tightly. "She whined and cried non-stop, refusing to leave without giving you something first. She gave me an old toy. I thought that I should have given it to you, but I couldn't. If I had been honest with you from the beginning, I wouldn't have had to do that." Her voice is filled with remorse as she confesses, "For me. I mean, for us. We thought that we were doing it for your sake." Back in the present, the hospital room feels quiet and solemn. The words hang in the air. "I'm sorry." Tears well up in her eyes as she clasps her trembling hands together, apologizing earnestly. "I'm really sorry, Té-Jun." Té-Jun sits silently, his expression unreadable but intense. He sits in silence, his profile sharp with tension as he looks down, lost in thought. Té-Jun replies, "Find her. That's all I need to forgive you." The scene shifts to the cityscape, tall corporate buildings gleaming under a bright blue sky. Frustrated hand slams onto the desk. Té-Jun cusses, "Damn it." He leans forward, hand clutching his head in frustration. "No matter how much I get done each day, there's still a ton of work waiting to get done. I still don't have any idea where So-eun is now." His brows furrowed with frustration and helplessness. "Do I really have to wait here for news without being capable of doing anything else? I hired a detective right away, but even with an estimated radius, the area is still too large to cover. Han So-eun, where could you be right now? Where and what are you looking at? Since you are so beautiful, I know that wherever you go, you'll shine." A memory or imagination shows So-eun smiling radiantly in a soft yellow dress. "You are someone who becomes stronger after each struggle. Perhaps someone else has recognized those traits in you already. A good person like you, meeting someone similar. Not tangled in any familiar issues or scandals, just a regular man." He envisions her standing beside another man, glowing in the imagined scene, someone you can fall in love with as much as I love you, and give him your everything. Té-Jun clutches the paper, His hand's vein pops as he curses. I hate that idea. I hate it so much. Jang Eun-pyo comes into the office. He bows and report. Hello, Mr. CEO. I just came to ask about your presentation. Té-Jun's eyes look lifeless. He replies, should we just forget about it? Right now, I don't think I'm in the right place to do it. I'm sorry. In a dilemma, Jang Eun-pyo rubs his neck and hesitates for a moment before saying, actually, there's something I'm sorry about related to Manager Han. On the last day she came to work, I told her that I knew about your relationship. I'm sorry that I couldn't keep the secret. Té-Jun asks for further information. Eun-pyo recalls. I don't remember clearly, but I do remember what she said at the end. She said she hoped that everyone get to know how nice you are, and that she had never been loved as much by someone as you did. I didn't know all the details, so I was being careful about telling you, but I'm sure Manager Han So-eun probably still likes you a lot, Mr. CEO. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll look forward to what you decide about the presentation. At the front desk of the company building, Secretary Song hums cheerfully while working on her computer, unaware of the storm brewing elsewhere. Her expression shifts to shock as she looks up, alarmed. She rises abruptly from her seat, calling out in panic. And Mr. CEO? Her voice carries urgency as she stares at something out of view. The CEO appears with a stern, pained expression. His face is damp with tears, and his suit is slightly disheveled. Secretary Song rushes toward him in concern, her hands flailing nervously. She stammers, Hey, are you all right? Do you still feel sick? If that's the case, I'll call the hospital right away. He replies calmly, I'm fine. I'll tell you about it later. His voice lingers as he says, Wait, no, I don't know how long it will take, but I'm going to find someone. Secretary Song mutters to herself, puzzled. Find someone? In a quiet office filled with sunlight, a paper flutters off the edge as his thoughts linger. I need to find her and give her a good scolding. A sunny day in California. The streets are calm, with a few cars passing by. It is September. September 9th, California. A pair of hands holds a phone showing a map with the location pinned at Emeryville Amtrak station. The person studies it intently. It was So-eun. She stares at her phone with mild confusion. Based on the map, it looks like I'm in the right place, while thinking, how do you read this? She suddenly stops in her tracks, eyes wide in recognition, as someone's voice calls out, Oh my, what do we have here? She thinks, that voice is... She turns to face a confident Hyan-Jin standing near a car, dressed in a black crop top and jacket. She smiles and says, It's hard to believe I'm seeing you all the way here. Han So-eun, Choi Hyan-Jin, currently studying abroad in the United States. Han So-eun exclaims internally, Hyan-Jin. Hyan-Jin responds, I knew you were reckless from the moment we met, but I didn't think you'd actually come all the way here. Have you eaten already? So-eun shyly replies, No. Hyan-Jin teases, Oh, that's what I thought. Inside a car, Hyan-Jin smiles warmly and says, Well, shall we go? Han So-eun, still nervous but smiling, nods and says, Yes. A light blue car drives down a California street under a sunny sky. Inside the car, So-eun sits quietly, her face calm but distant, staring out the window. Hyan-Jin drives with a composed expression. So-eun's thoughts, Hyan-Jin seems really different now. I remember her as this proud, untouchable princess. Hyan-Jin, smiling, glances at So-eun while driving and asks, Why did you come to me? So-eun looks surprised, taken off guard by the question. So-eun hesitates, smiling slightly as she begins, well. A flashback shows Secretary Song smiling warmly and speaking to So-eun. There were 3 adults who gave me good advice. The flashback shifts to a memory of So-eun walking with Té-Jun at night as she reflects. 2 of them I can never see again. Another flashback shows Hyan-Jin from the past, walking away in a classy outfit as So-eun recalls. The 3rd one was you. Back in the present, inside the car, Hyan-Jin smiles and says, We're the same age. So-eun, slightly flustered, responds, You always seemed like an adult to me. Someone who could separate their feelings from their actions. Hyan-Jin teases lightly. Doesn't sound like a compliment. So-eun hurriedly replies, I swear it is. On a busy street, Han So-eun stands with her luggage in hand, talking on the phone. She reflects in narration. After I left New York, the first person I called was you. If you had told the CEO, everything could have fallen apart. But I still called you, because I believed what you said back then. The memory of those words echoes. You should still think about surviving. That's far more valuable. Don't give up on yourself. Understood. Back in the present, Han So-eun, sitting in the car, speaks softly. The truth is, Chairman Kim Jae-pil did prepare a way for me to stay here. But if I followed through with that, I'd still be depending on him. Her hand clenches tightly as she admits, what I want is to completely cut ties with K Group. Han So-eun looks toward Hyan-Jin, her tone sincere. But it felt like if anyone could survive on their own, it'd be you, Hyan-Jin. That's why. Hyan-Jin stays quiet, processing her words. Hyan-Jin finally responds, voice calm but serious. I haven't contacted CEO Kim Té-Jun since I got here. But that doesn't mean I've cut ties completely. Han So-eun smiles faintly and says softly, even so, I know you won't tell him. Because you still have a conscience. Hyan-Jin glances at her with a mixture of surprise and quiet realization, her eyes reflecting unspoken emotions. She recalls her best friend Hana, lying unconscious on her deathbed, her face pale and lifeless under the white sheets. A distressed Hyan-Jin sits beside the hospital bed, clutching her chest with trembling hands. Her head is bowed, and her expression is filled with guilt and sorrow as she addresses the patient. I'm sorry, Hannah. I'm sorry I'm so powerless. Sorry I couldn't do anything for you. Hyan-Jin, driving the car, looks emotional as she mutters, the only thing that's still breathing is Choi. Hyan-Jin couldn't hear clearly and confused. So-eun asks, huh? Hyan-Jin turns to face So-eun, her eyes sharp and intense, speaking with determination. Her hand grips the steering wheel tightly as she emphasizes her point. Only then can I trust, and at the restaurant, Hyan-Jin scolds, that old bastard is crazy, holding a grudge over something from 20 years ago. Hyan-Jin, looking annoyed, commands, repeat after me. Kim Jae-pil, that old geezer. Confused, but So-eun follows, Kim Jae-pil, old geezer. Hyan-Jin demands, again, that crazy old geezer. So-eun repeats, crazy old geezer. Hyan-Jin shouts dramatically, a pathetic old man, destined to die alone. Her exaggerated insult causes So-eun to shrink back, startled and panicking with wide eyes. Okay, that's a bit much, don't you think? Hyan-Jin replies, visibly troubled by what she just said. Telling someone to die, even as an insult. She could only sigh at how timid So-eun is. The sunset with a traffic light and a diner sign in the background. Hyan-Jin lectures So-eun. It's easy to do good things when life's going smooth. Makes you look good, too. But it's not easy to think about someone worse off when you're already struggling yourself. That's the real deal. Outside the car, Hyan-Jin faces her with sincerity in his eyes as he speaks earnestly. I can't stand people who don't see the value in that. So I don't want you suffering because of your family. I'll introduce you to someone better. You trusted me this far, so keep trusting me. A vibrant sunset over the ocean fills the panel, with a single line of thought cutting through the silence in So-eun's heart. Someone better. She sits inside the car, processing Hyan-Jin's words. Better than Kim Té-Jun. Her inner voice questions with disbelief. Does someone like that even exist in this world? Inside a cozy but slightly cluttered apartment, Hyan-Jin gestures toward the space warmly. It's a bit cramped, but make yourself at home. So-eun looks around, surprised, and hesitantly says, wait, I can really stay here? I already looked into other places. Hyan-Jin reacts with mild frustration, raising his voice slightly. Huh. You're already talking about independence in this harsh land. Her tone softens but remains firm as he continues. You came to me for help, so let me help you. Got it. So-eun smiles nervously, clasping her hands together, and replies, yes. Thank you, really. Hyan-Jin, slightly annoyed but protective, walks away while scolding. If you want to avoid worrying me, at least speak decent English. Or learn how to cuss properly. Han So-eun smiles softly, a mix of relief and quiet warmth in her expression. She seems lost in thought, reflecting on the events around her. Somehow, she reminded me of the boss before we got close. Kim Té-Jun appears, complete with tiny devil horns, crossing his arms and yelling angrily. Han So-eun, you idiot. Han So-eun, the calm one. Han So-eun shakes her head frantically, flustered by her thoughts. No. Stop thinking like that. Under the night sky, the moon glows above the rooftop. A playful conversation takes place. Hyan-Jin says, "The bed's small, but let's just sleep together tonight. My friend's bringing over an extra mattress tomorrow." So-eun, flustered, responds, "No, I'll sleep on the couch," then hesitates and quietly adds, "Yes," as Hyan-Jin gives her the death glare. Choi Hyan-Jin types away on her laptop with a concentrated but slightly frustrated look. She mutters under her breath, "Ugh, this damn assignment is never-ending." Hyan-Jin turns towards Seung, who lies in bed looking contemplative. Hyan-Jin offers casually, "If you get bored, swing by campus. You can study in the library if you want." So-eun reflects, "I got through today. Days like these will pile up and push me toward a distant future. Even if it's hard, if I keep living like this in a daze, maybe someday I'll forget." The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day in the Philippines, showing a modern building with palm trees. Meanwhile, in the Philippines, a shipping package labeled with Logis. Té-Jun's intense gaze is visible as his inner thought reveals, "If it wasn't New York, I figured it'd be here." To look for her father, Han Hongyu's belongings. Right after I resigned as CEO of K Electronic Service, I headed straight for the Philippines. This was when I was scraping together every last trace of a lead. Then I remembered the envelope Han So-eun left at the Philippine embassy. Only later did I realize it was empty. Inside that envelope was the address of where her father's belongings were kept. It made perfect sense. If it were Han So-eun, of course, she'd come here to see her father. There wasn't a trace of her, not at the storage, not even at the airport. Was it all a bluff? Just to make it seem like she came to the Philippines. He runs his hand over his face, looking exhausted and frustrated. "That could have turned ruthless if you wanted, Han So-eun, leaving your phone at Incheon Airport, not even touching the $10 million account grandfather set up. Back to square one then. What now? No word from the U.S. side yet." He spoke too soon. News arrives. A subordinate reports, "Yes, sir. We reviewed all the CCTV footage from JFK. She arrived, then took the AirTran and subway into the city. That's everything we have so far, but we'll update you the moment we know more." He responds, "Got it. I'll be on my way there now. Call me if anything comes up." He stands up, puts on his jacket ready to move. Under a clear blue sky, he looks determined as he adjusts his black jacket, preparing to leave. Should I go to the U.S. then? A table is set with a spread of home-cooked Korean dishes, sparkling with warmth and care. Hyan-Jin cries with a passion, "Seung, I'm so happy." Hyan-Jin eats enthusiastically, her excitement obvious. "It's been so long since I had a home-cooked meal like this. I missed this flavor so much." So-eun shyly admits, "Actually, I was a little worried since I can only cook Korean dishes. I'm glad you like it so much." So-eun smiles brightly, her eyes glimmering with sincerity. "I'm not confident in my cooking, but because it was for you, I tried my best. After all, you let me stay here and only asked me to take care of the cooking. So if there's anything you want to eat, just let me know." Hyan-Jin pauses mid-bite, staring at her intently. She thinks silently, "Maybe I shouldn't have told her to cook for me." Hyan-Jin looks at her seriously and says, "Hey, do you want to try working here?" So-eun, caught off guard, looks surprised and responds, "Huh." Hyan-Jin smiles warmly, her expression soft and encouraging. "I can help you with that." Arrives at campus. So-eun stands outside looking amazed. She gazes around, thinking, "This is the college Hyan-Jin told me about." In a playful flashback, Hyan-Jin hands her a stack of books with exaggerated excitement. "You got this. You can get a job in Silicon Valley. The library of my college is really well equipped. I heard that studying engineering is a really good field to do that. So why don't you go and try it?" So-eun, flustered, thinks, Hyan-Jin, why do you want me to study all of a sudden? And at your college at that? I should start reading some books to improve my conversation skills in English. Look at Hyan-Jin's student ID card. Choi, Hyan-Ji. So-eun recalls, the library is for the students' use, so we need the student card to get in, right? So-eun looks down at the card in her hand, hesitating. But is it really okay for me to use this? She remembers Hyan-Jin's reassurance, but worries. Hyan-Jin said that it wouldn't be a problem if I use it, but still, I don't want to cause any more trouble for her. A man brushes past So-eun, his shoulder almost colliding with hers. She instinctively clutches her backpack strapped tightly, startled by the sudden contact. So-eun looks up, her eyes wide with surprise and slight panic, as she holds onto the student card nervously. She whispers, "Ah," in shock. A close-up shows the man's hand smoothly taking the student card from hers with a confident motion. The man hands the card back to, "I got it." She looks up at him, slightly flustered and nervous. So-eun's face flushes with embarrassment and confusion as she looks up at the man, her green eyes wide and lips slightly parted. For a split second, she mutters, "Mr. CEO." The man smirks slightly and, with a calm but teasing tone, says, "Mr. CEO?" The man looks down at So-eun with a questioning expression, a faint smile playing on his lips, while she looks up at him nervously. So-eun's face turns bright red with embarrassment. Clutching the card, she mutters softly, "Ah," unable to maintain eye contact. So-eun bows quickly and blurts out, "Excuse me." Her movements are flustered, while the man looks slightly surprised, watching her sudden action. With quick steps, So-eun rushes away, her backpack bouncing as she hurries off. So-eun sits on a bench, hugging her backpack tightly, visibly flustered and embarrassed. People pass by around her. She thinks, "I was mistaken because he felt similar to the CEO. Why am I being like this? Of course, there's no way Mr. CEO could be here. That was so embarrassing. Now I feel exhausted. Maybe I should just go home." In a flashback, Hyan-Jin, looking serious and composed. She says, "You should still think about surviving. That's far more valuable. Don't give up on yourself." "Got it." So-eun's eye shows her deep in thought, her expression serious and contemplative. She encourages herself, "That's right, I have to think of the future. Otherwise, I'll end up getting back to my old self. I should head to the library." Inside the library, So-eun sits at a table with a stack of books, diligently writing notes, her posture focused and serious. To ensure that a machine is running smoothly, and to make sure none of the components clash, the best plan is to focus on work while moving forward. It's a world with clear answers. A diagram of a technical component is shown, highlighting its structure and direction. So-eun's eyes reveals her determination and warmth. "That's why this feels so much like home. It's a place that I've grown to love so much. Maybe, even in this foreign land, I might be able to find my own way of living, too." A textbook titled Fundamentals of Semiconductor Devices is shown as it is being opened. So-eun's face lights up as she holds the book with excitement. "How fun!" So-eun eagerly flips through books in the library, thrilled at how accessible the content is. She says, "I was worried because they were in English, but it's better than I thought. Is it because the terminology they used is not that different from the one I learned in Korea?" She then wonders aloud, "What should I read next?" She appears determined, clutching a book. She thinks, "Yes, if I keep studying hard like this, I'm sure I can get a job anywhere. It might be a little difficult to get a job in Silicon Valley like Hyan-Jin wanted, but still." She encourages herself with, "Let's try our best." So-eun looks up from her books as a man approaches. He asks her directly, "Are you Korean?" The man sits across from her, resting his chin on his hand with a knowing smile, watching her intently. He doesn't speak, but his gaze is focused on her. She looks shocked and confused, her mouth slightly open and sweat forming on her cheek. She says, "Huh? The person I stumbled into earlier?" The man questions her while she struggles to respond. He asks, "Are you an undergraduate student or a graduate student? Can I ask for your major?" She stammers nervously, "Ah, I am, and, The man rests his chin on his hand with a knowing smirk, his eyes sharp as he observes her closely. She looks startled and tense, her pupils wide with worry. She thinks, "Don't tell me that. He saw Hyan-Jin's ID card earlier?" She panics internally. "He knows that I'm not a student here?" The man speaks with composure while she looks anxious. He says, "I'm sorry." The man clarifies his intentions as the scene shifts to her notebook with a doodle of a drink bottle. He says, "I asked because I saw Korean writing in your notebook, so I assumed that. Also, I thought your drawing was really cute." She reacts nervously, clutching her book as she replies, "Wing? I was just doodling." The man remembers something and adds, "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself." He presents his business card confidently. The card reads out Railway, Smarter Robots, Better Lives. He introduces himself, My name is Hyan-Jin. I work at a startup company in Silicon Valley. The man asks if she is planning to start her own business after seeing her doodle, offering to talk about it with her. She clutches her notebook, panicked, thinking, business? He's suspicious. She apologizes, saying, I'm sorry. I think I gave you the wrong impression. The man looks at her in surprise and responds, huh? She admits nervously, I'm not a student of this college. I just came here to study because my friend let me borrow her student card. Now, if you'll excuse me. He tries to stop her, calling out, hey. As she walks quickly away, she thinks, I should hurry back home. Before anything else happens, she hurriedly searches through her bag in panic, thinking, the access card, the card. Huh. Her panic deepens when she realizes, I don't have it. Where did it go? Did I drop it somewhere? A security guard approaches and asks, is there a problem? She looks down nervously, clutching her bag, while thinking, I'm in trouble. She looks troubled and worried when a voice suddenly calls out, hey, wait. The man appears, holding up the student card with a slight smirk, asking, how could you leave without this? She looks at him in surprise. He hands her the card with a smile, saying, here, hurry and take it. Flustered, she stammers, huh? Thank you. While thinking, what a smooth way to still give me his business card. The man raises his finger to his lips with a sly smile, signaling for silence as light shines on his face. She looks at him nervously, sweat trickling down her cheek as he stands close, his gesture still telling her to be quiet. She questions to herself, who is this man? His business card lies on the table surface. Hyan-Jin. Out railway. Smarter robots, better lives. Hyan-Jin. 29 years old. Hyan-Jin explains as she paces around, the oldest son of an outstanding Korean family. After graduating from college, he founded an IT company with some of his classmates. The name of that company is Out Railway, a famous startup that received substantial investments a year after its foundation until Phase B of its development. A startup like that would certainly be a great opportunity to start making your way into Silicon Valley. She grabs So-eun's by the collar, shaking her while shouting, you didn't even introduce yourself properly. You just left. Think about it, So-eun. If you're really planning to stay here, there's nothing wrong with becoming friends with him. So-eun looks conflicted as she replies, but, for some reason, I don't feel like I should. With a hesitant expression, So-eun answers, it's just cause I think he resembles CEO Kim Té-Jun. Hyan-Jin looks surprised and asks, huh? Why? I really can't believe this. You're something else, Kim Té-Jun. How could you make someone this defensive about meeting other men? Hyan-Jin waves her hand casually, explaining, when I saw him earlier, I just thought he was handsome. I didn't think he resembled Té-Jun at all. Kim Té-Jun has a more intimidating look. So-eun nervously replies, why you really think so? Hyan-Jin continues, Mr. Hyan-Jin seems a little, how should I put this, like someone nice, educated and gentle. She pauses silently, conflicted, and thinks to herself, but that's precisely the point. Hyan-Jin smiles brightly and waves, introducing himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Choi Hyan-Jin. So-eun stands beside him looking startled. Ji-wook greets them warmly, saying, are you the friend who lent her access card to So-eun? I've heard a lot about you from her. Hyan-Jin replies cheerfully, wow, so you remember me by my picture? I'm glad to meet a fellow graduate colleague here. Hyan-Jin wraps her arm around So-eun with a playful grin, telling Ji-wook, I'm sorry about my friend here the other day. She was just startled because of the sudden business proposal you made that day. Right? So-eun forces a laugh, answering, yes. So-eun explains, by Hyan-Jin's recommendation, it has already been more than a week since I've been in contact with Ji-wook. Because of that, today I was invited to pay a little visit to his company. I know that making new friends and starting a new job are perfectly normal aspects of adapting to a new place. Ji-wook guides them, saying, this is the lounge. Hyan-Jin adds with admiration, wow, what a nice design. So-eun looks reflective as she walks, thinking, however, why can't I bring myself to take the first move? Meanwhile, Ji-wook explains, here, we are free to decide our working schedule. Ji-wook and Hyan-Jin walk side by side, both smiling as they continue their conversation. Their expressions show friendliness and mutual interest. So-eun looks slightly nervous, her expression soft and hesitant. She thinks to herself, I guess it must be because I'm pretty shy. Ji-Wook notices the time and says, oh, it's lunchtime already. A colleague of mine recommended a nearby Italian restaurant. Would you like to come with me? So-eun responds, I wouldn't mind. Hyan-Jin looks at them in surprise with cunning thoughts swirling up in her mind. Hyan-Jin suddenly panics and exclaims, oh my, what should I do? I just remembered that I have some urgent paperwork to submit today. I'm sorry, but I'll have to go. Enjoy the meal. So-eun shouts after him, Hyan-Jin. Ji-Wook smiles, slightly embarrassed, and says, well, it can't be helped. Should we just go ourselves? So-eun forces a smile and agrees, sure. A car drives down a quiet, suburban neighborhood street lined with houses under a clear sky. Inside the car, So-eun sits in the passenger seat and smiles nervously. She thinks to herself, I can't do this. I can't keep this up for much longer. Hyan-Jin, you said you were going to stay with me until dinner. Come and help an introvert like me. Hyan-Jin is depicted mischievously with devil horns and a trident, laughing. Ha ha ha, all of this is to help you adapt yourself here, So-eun. While driving to lunch, Ji-Wook's phone starts ringing with musical notes indicating the sound. He looks slightly apologetic and says, oh, that's my phone. Please excuse me for a moment. A phone screen lights up with a call from younger sister. Her voice bursts through. Appa, where are you? Are you on a date? Ji-Wook warns, hey, you're on speaker. Lower your voice. His sister excitedly continues, oh my, really? Oh my, what do I do? Hello there. Are you going to eat something delicious with him? So-eun awkwardly greets, oh, hello. He explains, we decided to go to Vienna. I heard it's a really good place. His sister squeals, oh wow. So it is a date. But Appa, don't you remember that they're closed on Saturdays? Ji-Wook reacts in shock. What? Hey, why are you just telling me that now? His sister fires back. Why are you calling me out? It's your fault for not checking by yourself before. So-eun sighs, thinking, what an energetic person. The sister asks, oh right. Yuni, do you like tteokbokki and kimbap? So-eun replies, oh yes, I do. The sister eagerly adds, then would you like to come to our house and eat? My mom made a mountain of tteokbokki, so we'll probably be eating only this for like 4 days straight. Ji-Wook protests, hey you. Before hanging up, the sister cheerfully says, Yuni, my brother is a newbie at all this, so please take good care of him. The call ends with a click. Ji-Wook, a bit embarrassed, explains, my sister is a little jokester. He smiles and adds, it seems you get along pretty well, don't you? Blushing, he offers, my mother does make really good tteokbokki. If you're okay with it, can I bring you some tomorrow? Or, she answers firmly, let's go eat tteokbokki right now. A table filled with tteokbokki, kimbap, and side dishes is shown. The sister cheerfully encourages, Yuni, make sure to eat a lot, there's plenty of food. So-eun sits at the table with Ji-Wook's family. His mother warmly encourages her, feel free to eat as much as you want. You can take a little bit when you leave too. Come back to visit whenever you want to eat again. So-eun smiles shyly and replies, thank you. While Ji-Wook's younger sister teases, Mom, you're making her uncomfortable. Ji-Wook's younger sister leans in to whisper to So-eun with a mischievous grin, it's the first time my brother has brought his girlfriend home, so everyone is pretty excited. So-eun looks embarrassed, while Ji-Wook shouts, hey, Kwon Jizian. At the table, Ji-Wook complains, Dad, please tell her to stop. She just keeps blabbering. His father chuckles and says, I don't think it's that bad. Come on, she doesn't seem to mind. The whole family sits together, smiling. So-eun glances at Ji-Wook's sister, who keeps talking animatedly beside her. So-eun just gives a small, polite smile in response. So-eun reflects quietly to herself while looking around the cozy kitchen. Her thoughts read, they seem like a pretty nice and harmonious family. Her inner monologue continues. If the parents of Mr. CEO were still alive, I bet this is how they would have looked. If my father hadn't ruined your family, maybe you could have enjoyed a similar happiness. I tried so hard to erase you from my mind, yet I can't help but think about you again. Kim Té-Jun's image overlaps Kwon Ji-Wook, appearing calm and handsome in the soft light. And it comes so easily. Ji-Wook looks concerned as he asks, are you all right? Is there anything bothering you? So-eun stares back with tears streaming down her cheeks, visibly emotional and struggling to respond. She cries without even realizing that she couldn't contain her tears. The scene shifts outside an apartment building at sunset. Oh my, kimchi, kimbap, and seaweed soup? Inside, Hyan-Jin looks at the stacked containers of food and asks, "Why did they give you so much?" "It seems they really liked you, So-eun," she then asks. "How did it go? Were they nice?" So-eun bows her head in shame and admits, I made a mistake." So-eun explains, "When I saw his family, I couldn't help but think of Mr. Co. Before I knew it, I was crying. I made everyone worry, and they even accompanied me to the door." Hyan-Jin reacts with wide eyes, thinking, OMG, this won't do. Hyan-Jin sets a container down with a tap and says, "Let's clear our minds a little bit." Hyan-Jin confidently tells So-eun, "Once I'm done with exams, let's go have fun in Vegas together." So-eun looks surprised and asks, "Huh? But what about your classes?" Hyan-Jin waves it off. "That's enough. Don't worry. My roommate's practically shriveling up. Besides, I can manage things remotely anyway." Hyan-Jin smiles brightly and insists, "Let's go to Las Vegas to have fun and burn our worries away. If you don't like noisy places, there are many sightseeing excursions we can go on to clear our minds in nature. We could go to Bryce Canyon. People say it's a great place to visit." So-eun pauses in realization. The memory of Bryce Canyon. She recalls Té-Jun says, "There's a huge national park in the state of Utah in the United States called Bryce Canyon. Let's go there someday." His full face appears warmly lit by the sunset as he adds with a tender smile, "I will take you there." In the present time, on the other side, near Bryce Canyon, inside a rustic bar filled with barrels and bottles, someone prompts, "Té-Jun, tell me more about your relationship." A man responds skeptically, "You're telling me that your girlfriend just left you like that, and you don't think it could be something else? Like she was cheating?" A woman beside him adds, "Come on, don't you think you've been watching too many K-dramas?" Té-Jun grips a glass of whiskey as his reflective voice admits, "I don't know. But for people like her who keep everything to themselves," Té-Jun leans forward seriously, continuing, "there must have been a good reason for leaving everything behind." Outside at dusk, the same man waves with a smile, calling out, "I wish you the best of luck, Té-Jun," while Té-Jun watches them leave. He thinks to himself, "It's already been a week since I've been staying here. Han So-eun, there's still so much I don't know about you, but I do know one thing, because I know you won't be able to forget me." Té-Jun stands alone in the middle of a quiet, empty street at sunset. The brilliant orange and red sky where the sun is setting on the horizon. He looks up at the setting skies. Inside a bar restaurant, multiple hands toast with green glass bottles. Té-Jun reminds himself, "I threw away my pride a long time ago. I buttered up anyone I could, just to make connections. I set my own pain aside and asked for help by sharing my heartfelt story." He interacts with a cheerful couple. They offer supportive words, standing in a friendly indoor space, likely a restaurant or bar. The atmosphere feels sincere and hopeful. The woman, "I hope you can find your girlfriend." The man adds, "I'll let you know if I see her, Té-Jun." Outside, nightfall in Bryce Canyon. A sleek black car is parked in front of a small motel under a bright full moon, surrounded by palm trees. The area is quiet, serene, and bathed in moonlight. Now here in Bryce Canyon, not a single person is unaware of who Han So-eun is. Inside the parked car, Té-Jun works on a laptop. He's focused, determined, illuminated by the screen's glow under the night sky. "I'm sure that someday she'll come here, so I just have to wait until she appears in front of me once again." However, a computer screen displays a map focused on California, with an arrow pointing westward across the region. Below the map, a burst-like speech effect appears to emphasize a pivotal direction: west. Not too long ago, at a detective agency in New York, inside the detective agency, a man informs Té-Jun, "It seems that Miss Han So-eun took a train that crossed over the American continent and headed west." He continues, "The starting point was in Chicago. We are still trying to determine the destination it was headed to, but we have to investigate the 33 different stations for that. It seems that it's going to take us some time, regardless of what method we use. So how would you like us to proceed?" Té-Jun responds, "I see." Té-Jun reflects in silence, thinking, "That's a problem. I would really prefer not to wait that long." Sitting in his car, Té-Jun thinks, Staying in New York was as if she were constantly in my grandfather's grasp, so she probably wanted to quickly escape that. Though I didn't expect her to head directly west. She's really smart. If she left, she must have gone somewhere very far from New York. Most likely somewhere in California. A map highlights Los Angeles as Té-Jun thinks. Could she be staying in the Korean street? Another map highlights San Francisco as Té-Jun wonders. Or maybe Silicon Valley to try and find a job there. Thinking of Hyan-Jin speaks confidently. After I'm done with my job here, I'll go back to San Francisco. I want to keep studying there and gain more experience at a law firm in the United States. Té-Jun's eye is shown in realization as he exclaims inwardly, Choi Hyan-Jin. Why didn't I think of that before? At night, palm trees sway under the dark sky. A voice greets, hello. Té-Jun responds, Choi Hyan-Jin, how have you been? Hyan-Jin reply follows, oh, it's been a while, Mr. CEO. Té-Jun sits in his car, sweat on his forehead, troubled by the call, but reminds himself, ugh, I didn't want to talk about it with her, but Hyan-Jin asks, what happened? Didn't we agree to never contact each other again? He explains over the phone. To put it simply, my grandfather sent Han-Soon to the United States behind my back, and now I'm looking for her. Hyan-Jin replies teasingly, oh my, what are you going to do? You must be really concerned. He continues, that's the reason I'm calling. Have you talked to her recently? With Han-Soon. He listens closely, holding the phone, as Hyan-Jin replies, with Han-Soon? I don't really think that. Still on the phone, he frowns and asks, hello? Is there any issue with the connection? She hurriedly says, I'm sorry. I'm outside right now, so I have bad coverage. I don't know anything about that person, but if I find anything, I'll call you. Take care. He reacts in shock. Hey. The screen shows the phone ending the call, lawyer Choi Hyan-Jin. The call has ended. He stares at his phone in disbelief, shocked as he repeats in thought. That person? His car speeds up, tires screeching against the road. As his thoughts echo, something is going on. The speedometer shows the car racing at 150 kilometers per hour, while the man's thoughts appear. He says, I'm sure of it. He grips the steering wheel tightly, determination in his eyes. His thoughts add, there's something weird going on. He sweats slightly, looking tense and focused as he continues driving at high speed. I have to go to San Francisco next. A wide view of Las Vegas shines under the bright sky. So-eun appears excited in outdoor gear with a hat and backpack. She smiles brightly and says, it's just going to be a 2 days and 1 night tour. I'll come back soon. Hyan-Jin folds her arms and raises an eyebrow, unimpressed. She responds, just as I thought. I knew you were going to be the most excited to go there. You just had fun acting all difficult with me before, didn't you? You looked so drained. So-eun stammers, no, it wasn't like that. Flashback of their first Las Vegas tour. So-eun hesitates among the crowd, looking so exhausted as she mutters, there's too many people, while Hyan-Jin drags her around excitedly, saying, So-eun, let's go look over there. Unimpressed, Hyan-Jin adds, you were acting like that. So-eun admits, I was struggling a little, but I did have fun. She smiles warmly and promises, once I come back, I'll go out with you. Hyan-Jin stares with wide a dark aura surrounding her. She asks intensely, that's a promise, right? While So-eun looks startled, Hyan-Jin reaches out and firmly grabs So-eun's hand, smiling with excitement, says, in that case, let's go to a club. Call me immediately after you come back. Hyan-Jin holds So-eun's hands with sparkling enthusiasm, saying, I'll even pick the clothes that you'll wear, okay? So-eun, surprised, responds, all right. Hyan-Jin beams with joy, clasping her hands together, saying, I'll go with So-eun to a club. So-eun forces a nervous smile thinking, Hyan-Jin, I take back what I said about you being too much like a proper adult. A view of the entrance sign reads, Bryce Canyon National Park. The narration states, entrance to the Bryce Canyon National Park. A tour guide raises his hand, addressing the group. Everyone, here's where we will be staying. Those who want to see the sunrise tomorrow have to gather at the hotel entrance around 5 a.m. So-eun looks at her phone while thinking, the sunrise will be around 5:30 a.m. I should have something light for dinner. So-eun looks around anxiously, realizing, it looks like all the restaurants are closed already. Is there any store nearby? Spotting a store sign, she thinks, there's one. I'm so glad it's still open. The sign reads, General Store. The shopkeeper looks surprised as he notices the girl entering the store. He exclaims with a startled sound. So-eun turns around curiously as the man calls out to her. He says, wait a second. The man adjusts his glasses and stares intently at her. He asks, where do you come from? So-eun looks flustered, with a nervous smile. She thinks, I should be the one asking that. Choi Hyan-Jin appears and advises her seriously. Whenever someone asks you where you're from, you should think about it carefully. There are people here who will discriminate against you because of that. So-eun thinks cautiously. In that case, I have to be careful before answering. She then replies, I come from New York. Is there any problem with that? The man questions her again, leaning forward with curiosity. He says, you said you come from New York? So-eun looks startled and replies, is that a problem? The man suddenly lights up with sparkling eyes, his cheeks blushing as he looks overly excited. He points directly at So-eun, shouting enthusiastically, Bingo! She looks startled and unsure how to react. Meanwhile, Té-Jun sits in his car, exhausted and slumping over the steering wheel. He thinks, I spent a whole day of my life driving around this place. He looks frustrated and stressed, remembering that Choi Hyan-Jin hasn't answered my calls since that day. I even went to L.A, but I didn't find anything relevant. Damn it. Now I have one more person to look, he reasons with himself. There's nothing else I can do at this point. I'll call the detective in the morning. Before that, I should catch some sleep at a rest stop. As he parks, the car makes a beep sound. Té-Jun steps out, looking alert as he glances around, noticing something unusual. A voice calls out on the phone, hello? Té-Jun. Té-Jun. I think I found your missing girlfriend. This time for real. Té-Jun looks exasperated, remembering past false alarms. He thinks, this is the third time you've called me for this. Those times, you also said it was for real. A flashback shows the man's previous claims, while Té-Jun comments, she has nothing in common with my girlfriend aside from being Asian. The man insists over the phone. No, really. This time it's for real. I even took and sent a photo, just look at it. Please. Té-Jun sighs and replies, all right. I'll take a look. Where? A pair of shoes steps forward on the pavement under the dim light. His sharp, focused blue eyes narrow with recognition and intensity. On his phone screen, a picture shows Mr. Clark cheerfully posing with the girl, Han So-eun, captioned Bingo, your girl from New York. A close-up of the photo reveals So-eun's gentle smile, her expression soft yet uncertain, as if caught off guard. Té-Jun stands outside under the night sky, looking down at his phone, his posture tense with disbelief and urgency. Han So-eun. Inside a warmly lit room, So-eun lies in bed, gazing upward with a faint smile. She thinks, having traveled this far all on my own, I still can't believe it. So-eun rests on her side, eyes half closed, and reflects. I have to go to bed early. Tomorrow, I have to wake up early to see the sun rise. A moment of silence follows. So-eun's wide eyes reveal her restless state as she admits, but I can't fall asleep. Tossing and turning in bed, she grips her phone with worry. She thinks, what am I going to do if I oversleep? I don't have anyone here to wake me up. She mutters anxiously. Should I set more alarms? It makes me so anxious. So-eun lies awake, holding her glowing phone in the dark. Her eyes widen in surprise as she reacts with a quiet. A text message appears on the phone screen from Confronting Hey-Wuk, asking, are you having fun in Las Vegas? She stares at her phone in surprise, realizing, it's in Korean. After being surrounded by English all day, I'm glad to see something that hits close to home. Somehow it's easing my anxiety, she replies. Yes, it's been fun. Right now, I'm doing the Grand Circle tour. The response comes quickly. Oh, the Grand Circle is great. Where have you been already? She texts back. Right now, I'm at Bryce Canyon to see the sunrise. The reply, you must be tired. Take care and rest well, don't get hurt. She finally falls asleep with her phone still glowing in her hand. A wooden sign under the moonlight reads, Sunrise Point, elevation 8015. She pulls down her mask, her breath visible in the cold air as she exhales heavily. Shivering, she wraps her arms around herself and thinks, it's so cold. A hand opens the lid of a container, releasing steam into the freezing air. So-eun holds her coffee close, savoring its warmth in the cold morning. She thinks, I'm so glad I brought coffee. I'll have to cope with this until the sun comes up. She breathes out softly, enjoying the taste. A couple nearby notices the aroma. She comments, oh, that smells really nice. So-eun looks at him in slight surprise while holding her cup. The couple introduces themselves warmly. The man greets, what are you drinking? Coffee. The man is Pol Linden and woman is Anis Linden. So-eun offers, want to try? It's Korean instant coffee. The woman replies, if you don't mind. After tasting it, she exclaims, oh, it's delicious. Honey, come try this. Pol follows with delight. Oh, this is the best coffee I've ever tasted. 2 cups are placed on the ground. Anis explains, every year, on our wedding anniversary, we come to do the tour. She then asks So-eun, how did you end up coming all the way here alone, So-eun? So-eun answers honestly, to be honest, I recently broke up with my boyfriend back in Korea. I decided to take this trip to clear my mind a little bit. Anis reacts sympathetically. Oh no, poor thing. The Lindens whisper together, sparkling with affection. Anis suggests, should we take this girl to our special place so she can make better memories? Pol agrees. That's a great idea, as expected from you, honey. So-eun looks surprised and says, excuse me. Anis warmly invites, So-eun, why don't you come to the inspiration point with us? It looks like this. Holding out her phone to show So-eun. Seeing the image, her eyes widen in surprise. The phone screen displays a breathtaking view of the rocky formations. The Lindens explain, here, the sun rises in front of you. It looks amazing. In fact, I would say that the view is the prettiest at the inspiration point. From higher up, you can see a sea of rocky formations. We'll take you there. It's our way to thank you for the coffee. So-eun looks up with wide, glimmering eyes. Té-Jun's voice over a memory of sunrise, describing, it's a red, desertic area filled with rocky formations that resemble thick, rough horns. During the sunrise, the light of the sun makes the ground look bright blood red. So-eun repeats softly, rough horns and red ground, as the couple smiles warmly, showing her something on the phone. They say, what do you think? It's just a short distance away. So-eun clenches her fist with determination, eyes shining, and declares, I'll go. The couple beams happily, holding hands with joy, both their faces lit up with excitement. The couple leads So-eun forward, saying, here it is, So-eun. We've finally arrived. She follows behind them, looking around, and gestures for her, saying, come look over here, as So-eun stands between the couple, her face full of anticipation. So-eun stares ahead with awe, her lips slightly parted and her eyes reflecting the glow of the sunrise. Té-Jun's voice runs in her mind. There's a place in Utah, United States called Bryce Canyon National Park. It's a red, desertic area filled with rocky formations that resemble thick, rough horns. During the sunrise, the light of the sun makes the ground look bright blood red. The sun rises gloriously over the horizon, casting golden rays across the sky. His words continue, but I'm sure it sounds far less impressive with my vague explanation alone. If you sit on a rock and watch the sunrise, you'll feel like part of the environment, the dust blowing in the wind, making you realize how small you are compared to a place with thousands of years of history. Her hands rest against a wooden surface while his voice continues to describe the place in her mind. It is a deeply emotional place to be. It's a vast and empty canvas to watch, but it's the most breathtaking view I've ever seen. I take that back. Right here with you. It's the most beautiful, but So-eun's eye fills with emotion. She stands facing the stunning rocky formations, the colors glowing red beneath the rising sun. His voice echoes, let's go someday. I'll take you there. Her eyes wide in awe as the morning light shines down, filling her with wonder. So-eun gazes forward with trembling emotion, her inner thoughts surfacing. Kim Té-Jun, I've come all the way here. Just like you did in the past, I'm watching the landscape you talked to me about. I was able to use those difficult maps to make my way to this place, and I was able to get on an airplane. So-eun stands between the couple at the viewpoint, the scene before her stretching wide. She reflects, to be honest, you could kind of say that in the end, you were the one who brought me all the way here. Tears fall as she smiles, comforted by the couple's presence. She whispers, just as you said, it's something I'll treasure for a long time. Just a month ago, I was repairing cell phones on the other side of the ocean, but now, her inner voice concludes with quiet strength. Han Soeun, you really are living an interesting life now. The couple and Soeun stand together, gazing at the sunrise. Anis wipes her tears, saying, "Oh, I also started crying out of the blue." Her husband warmly replies, "It's a moving view to witness, my dear." Soeun looks ahead and suddenly notices someone familiar from behind. Her inner voice trembles. "Mr. CEO," the man turns his head, revealing a striking familiar face against the glowing sunrise. His sharp blue eyes meet the scene with intensity. The scene shifts to the city. A tall hotel building in Las Vegas comes into view under the bright daylight. A voice calls out, "Soeun, we arrived." Inside the car, the couple drives with Soeun in the back seat. Anis laughs. "I haven't run like that in ages. It reminded me of the old days." Soeun looks concerned and asks, "Are you two okay with this? You probably had other plans before I ruined them." Pol quickly reassures, "Oh no, don't say that. We're happy to help you get to safety." The mood grows bittersweet as Pol sighs. "I still can't believe something like that happened in the place where you wanted to create new, wonderful memories." "What a shame," Anis adds. "I hope you can enjoy the rest of your trip. May luck be on your side." Soeun forces a small smile, replying, "Hitch, thank you." But her inner monologue wonders, why do I feel like there was a big misunderstanding? But there isn't even a good opportunity to explain. An elevator display flashes the number 27, signaling the floor as the elevator ascends. Soeun reflects as she walks among the crowd. "I thought I was mistaken at first. That's because the atmosphere was similar to the time I met Ji-Wook. That's what I thought at first, but..." Thinking back to the morning at Bryce Canyon, her eyes widen as she sees the familiar man clearly in the crowd. She confirms, this time, it was really him. The CEO looks forward against a soft sky, his expression calm and composed. "Exactly as I remembered him, Mr. CEO, I was afraid." Not of Mr. CEO, two mirrored images of Soeun appear walking forward. She confesses, but of my own greed. An internal conflict fights, as she admits her fear. "That's what I was afraid of. The blinding greediness of mine." She broods internally, as she looks down sadly, her face heavy with regret. "I didn't want him to be hurt by it anymore. Because of that, I made my decision and ran away." Soeun looks nervous as she runs, sweat on her face. "I used other people's kindness as an excuse, like a fool." The foreign couple called out to her while looking worried. They are sweating, urging her to follow them. "Soeun, over here." Three adults walk, with the focus on Soeun being led forward. Soeun stands outside the hotel door, swiping the room card with a thoughtful expression. Her mind is filled with questions and worry. Did the director know that I was here? Does he already know that I'm staying with Hyan-Jin? "Mr. CEO, why?" Inside the room, Hyan-Jin sits casually on the couch, surprised to see Soeun return early. She stands facing him near the coffee table. "Hyan-Jin, oh? Soeun, you're back earlier than I expected." Soeun, "Yes. It ended earlier." "Hyan-Jin, what's with the look on your face? Did you not have fun?" Soeun tries to smile as she explains herself. "It was fun, but," her internal thought reveals, "we're supposed to relax on our vacations. I think it'd be better not to bring that up." Soeun continued, "I got a little bored because I went alone." Hyan-Jin, "Oh, I told you that if you waited a few days, I could have come with you." A playful exchange continues. Hyan-Jin is excited and suggests going shopping. Soeun responds with a faint smile, still clearly processing something internally. Hyan-Jin, "Anyways, I'm glad you're back. Let's go shopping. You promised to go out with me and let me choose your outfit. You remember, right?" Soeun, "Sure. I just came back." Inside a clothing store, Soeun. Hyan-Jin holds up a stylish, bold dress with a dramatic bow on the front. Her face lights up with excitement as she asks Soeun for her opinion. "What do you think of this one?" Soeun looks hesitant and concerned about the revealing design. The chest area is very revealing. Hyan-Jin offers another option, holding up a different top. "How about this? This doesn't show much chest." Soeun, "I think I'll get a stomach ache if I wear that one." Hyan-Jin teases her for while holding the shiny red top. You're pretty picky, stay there. I'll go look some more." Her expression shows awkwardness as she tries to back away from the fashion experiment, thinking, "We should stop for today. I've seen the clothes here, and they all look alike. So-eun looks up in surprise after Hyan-Jin asks about another piece. Her expression is soft and intrigued. So-eun responds with mild approval. I think that's okay. Hyan-Jin, excited, quickly urges her. All right. Finally, go try it on. No, wait. If you're going to try it, you should try these shoes with it too. The curtain of the fitting room swishes closed and a moment later, opens. Hyan-Jin stands with another store assistant, both reacting in awe as So-eun steps out. Hyan-Jin. How does it look? Hyan-Jin. Wow, amazing. Store assistant. Fantastic. So-eun's feet steps forward in elegant cream-colored high heels. Her entrance is graceful and confident. She appears in a glittering, sleeveless beige mini dress with a belt. Her elegance and beauty screams loudly as she shyly tucks her hair. Hyan-Jin reacts with stars in their eyes, dazzled by So-eun's appearance. How do you pull that off? It looks so sexy, yet so demure. So-eun panics a bit in embarrassment. How does this look demure? Hyan-Jin exclaims. It covers your breasts completely, and it doesn't show your belly button. So-eun turns away, flustered. Hey, I think this is too flashy for me. Wearing something like this would be a little. How do you even wash clothes like these? Hyan-Jin shrugs casually and tells her to embrace it. What's wrong with letting others see you shining? It's not like people will judge you for it. So-eun still doubts the outfit. It's not shining, it's too flashy. Hyan-Jin teases her. You're focusing on trivialities. I don't see the difference. So-eun hesitantly asks. You really think so? The scene shifts dramatically with a stark blue spotlight and mechanical structures. Inside a lively club illuminated by blue lights, people are in the midst of a celebration. Musical notes float in the air, signaling loud music and a festive atmosphere. They are laughing, drinks in hand, fully immersed in the party. So-eun makes her way through the dance crowd as she looks around worriedly. Hyan-Jin. Hyan-Jin. Where is she? Hyan-Jin suddenly appears, smiling warmly and waving at her friend. She calls out cheerfully, So-eun. Over here. So-eun is surprised, reacting with a soft gasp. Hyan-Jin introduces So-eun to two smiling individuals, one man and one woman, both holding drinks. Hyan-Jin enthusiastically says, Hyan-Jin. Say hi, these two people are currently working in Silicon Valley as engineers. Here, try a non-alcoholic cocktail. The woman in purple greets So-eun with a friendly, hi. So-eun responds nervously, hello, her expression showing she's overwhelmed. So-eun stands awkwardly, holding the drink. She's visibly sweating and uncertain. The blonde woman internally thinks, what did she say? I couldn't hear anything. Did she even speak our language? So-eun's face reflects her unease and detachment. Hyan-Jin chats happily with another guest, holding her drink and smiling. So-eun observes Hyan-Jin mingles. She thought to herself, Hyan-Jin seems like a really fun person. I'm glad that she's been looking out for me. I don't know what I would have done without her. I'm trying to change a little too. I've been pushing myself to do things I wouldn't have done before. But I don't really think this is the type of environment I'll stick to. So-eun, looking small and out of place, drinks quietly. Her internal monologue continues. Partying like this is more suited for people who are already used to it. The setting shows the club's blue and purple lights. So-eun speaks first. Hyan-Jin, I'll be leaving first. Hyan-Jin, why? You don't like your outfit? So-eun, I think I'm a little tired since I just came back from the tour. Hyan-Jin, wait, in that case, I'll go with you. I'm sorry, So-eun. I didn't think about how tired you must be. So-eun assures, no, it's okay. You can stay to have more fun. You said tomorrow you wouldn't be able to go partying, so I'll be fine. Hyan-Jin yells, are you sure you'll be okay leaving on your own? So-eun gives her a reassuring smile, nodding amidst the crowd, indicating that she'll be fine on her own. Taxis jam the vibrant city street. The lights of Broadway theaters glow in the background. Horns blare in the traffic as yellow cabs line up bumper to bumper. So-eun sits inside the taxi, looking out of the window pensively. Her expression is calm but distant, lost in thought as city lights blur outside. She reflects silently about her impending departure from Hyan-Jin. After the trip, I should part ways with Hyan-Jin. Knowing Mr. CEO, he'll end up finding me through Hyan-Jin. I know Hyan-Jin told me that she would keep the secret, but still. As an elevator reaches the 30th floor, her thoughts continue. But where am I going to go after parting ways with Hyan-Jin? A place where we won't cross paths and that he won't find. Does a place like that actually exist? Carefully planning how to run away like this. What am I doing? She finally makes her way to her hotel room. She takes out a hotel key card about to unlock it. She stands in front of the hotel room door, repeatedly trying to scan the card, which doesn't seem to work. Her confusion is clear. She leans forward, sweat forming on her temple, as anxiety creeps in. Why is the door like this? I'm sure it was working fine earlier today. Another hand grabs her hand, guiding the hotel key to unlock. With a click, the door unlocks. She is taken aback as a man in a white shirt appears and suddenly embraces her gently from behind. He whispers, "You." Their feet show the closeness between them. His polished black shoes and her beige heels are just inches apart as he finishes. Came back safely? Té-Jun affectionately holds So-eun from behind, resting his face against her hair. She stands frozen, holding the hotel card in her hand, visibly caught off guard and overwhelmed by his sudden return.